I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Chaos Star C. Here I come. Youngster, don't joke around. I used my great magic power to break through the boundary and sent down a wisp of divine consciousness. Now you are so weak, how can you go back? I didn't give you the skills because I was afraid that you, a youngster, would be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and would not be able to resist the temptation to practice rashly and end up exploding and dying. After all, you are probably the only one in the entire human world who has the ability to capture the extraterritorial demon and refine it into an elixir. If you die, this wisp of divine consciousness of mine will also be destroyed. The demon shouted, as if he could only survive by relying on Luo Hong's support and was completely thinking about him. But, if you don't show me the technique, how can I confirm whether the magic technique you mentioned is true or not? Moreover, I heard that the mind of a cultivator cannot carry much memory. Your refusal makes me doubt whether you really remember the magic technique. The heavenly demon pill you stole is a very rare treasure. I prepared it for cultivating my own soul. If I can't see the real benefit, how can I bear to give it up? Luo Hong was determined today. He must see the first level of the great power, true demon power. The birth of this demon was completely an accident. Back then, Luo Hong tried the medicine on the captured demon cultivator. After confirming that there were no side effects, he was about to swallow it himself, but was surprised to find that there were only 3 heavenly demon pills left out of the original 5 in the jade bottle. One of them disappeared. The jade bottle containing the heavenly demon pill has always been in the treasure bag. The thief is obvious. It is the demon that Luo Hong has not had time to deal with. After being caught by Luo Hong, the demon head did not deny it at all, and even arrogantly asked Luo Hong to worship him as his master. I worship you. You eat my food and live my house, and you still want to be my master. Luo Hong refused immediately, but he was quite interested in the set of skills that the demon head used, which could double the explosive power. He did not completely fall out with the demon head, but made a deal with him. How can you be so persistent, young man? Well, I'll give you the skills. If you miss, just practice. Under Luo Hong's threat, the demon head finally compromised and put his forehead on the blank jade slip that he had already taken out. Okay, I want to continue sleeping. Don't disturb me if there is nothing important. Haha, senior, you have worked hard. Just go and rest. After getting the things, Luo Hong gave the demon head a good face and put it into the spirit beast bag with a thought. After the demon head left, Luo Hong's face became solemn. After picking up the jade slip and comprehending it for a while, he nodded slightly and opened his eyes. The first level of the exercise route is exactly the same as what I learned that day, so I shouldn't have done anything wrong, but it's hard to say in the future. According to the demon, there are 6 levels of this great power and true magic power. Each time you learn a level, you can burst out twice as much power. It is a domineering method that hurts yourself first and then hurts others. If you don't have a strong physical body, practicing this method will only cause your body to explode and die. My physical body is still a little worse, but with the blessing of the spirit dragon transformation, I can barely use the first level. Although the demon didn't play any tricks on the first level of the exercise, Luo Hong still didn't believe him at all. First of all, the demon's origin is very problematic. He also broke through the realm with great magic power, which was completely bullying his short-sightedness. It was extremely difficult for the abrupt holy beast to send down a ray of divine thought from the spiritual world, and it needed to use 2 level 7 demon beasts as sacrifices. As a result, the demon's original body only needed a few blood pools made by evil cultivators in the foundation building period to transmit his own demon thoughts to the human world. This is impossible, no matter how you think about it. In Luo Hong's opinion, this demon is a real demon, but it is definitely not a crossover. It is more likely that his original body is sealed in a corner of the human world, and the seal is loose, and a wisp of evil thoughts escapes to make trouble. Luo Hong now wants to use 2 layers of skills, and then find a way to wipe out his mind and refine it into a magic weapon. He will never be tempted by him and help him to unlock the seal of his original body. After dealing with the demon, Luo Hong began to meditate and practice. I saw that wisps of white evil spirit emerged from his body, and under the effect of his skills, they penetrated into his flesh. Luo Hong showed a painful expression on his face, but he resisted the pain and did not cry out, let alone stop practicing. After 3 hours of torment, the evil spirit was finally absorbed, and at this time Luo Hong was sweating all over and exhausted. Luo Hong was practicing the Iron Cauldron Golden Body technique in the Great 5-Element Tang Shengju. This body refining secret method requires the use of evil spirits to temper the skin and flesh. The more you practice it, the more painful it is. However, it is the only body refining secret method he can practice now. The other Yimu Chanking method, Luo body refining technique, and Huangquan blood refining method all require some special conditions. Needless to say, Yimu Chanking method requires the elixir required for its practice, but the difficult thing is that Luo Hong does not have the wood spiritual root, and this problem cannot be solved in the short term. Luo body refining technique requires a cultivator to first refine a yang attributed spiritual fire. Luo is the inherited spiritual fire of the Washenli family. Therefore, because of its name, it is not necessary to use Luo. This secret method also requires the assistance of elixirs, otherwise it will be slow to improve. Huangquan blood refining method, worthy of the name Huangquan, actually requires drinking the essence and blood of high-level earth monsters. This one careless, you can practice to death. Luo Hong has killed many people since he started cultivating immortals, but the accumulated evil spirit can only barely cultivate the first level of the Iron Cauldron Golden Body art, and it is considered a great success when it reaches the 12th level. In the past 6 months, Luo Hong has been hunting down the foundation building demon cultivators of the Xianxia sect. A total of 21 Xianxia sect demon cultivators have been killed by him, but he has only cultivated the Iron Cauldron Golden Body art to the 4th level, and there is still a long way to go before the 6th level. It is worth mentioning that the evil spirit required to cultivate the Iron Cauldron Golden Body art is not the same as the earthly evil spirit stored in the evil demon bead. In the world of cultivating immortals, cultivators generally call the breath with negative attributes various evil spirits, and the more common ones are yin evil spirits, ghost evil spirits, and earthly evil spirits. The evil spirit required to cultivate the Iron Cauldron Golden Body art is fierce evil spirits, and the common way to obtain it is to kill. The lack of evil spirit is not impossible to make up for it. Luo Hong bought white gold flowers everywhere, just to use them to refine the tiger evil pill. With this pill to assist in cultivation, Luo Hong can use the original 1 portion of evil spirit as 2 portions, which means doubling the efficiency. If you want to advance to the realm of transformation in the human world, where the spiritual energy is thin, you can't stop moving forward. Now that the cultivation of mana has stagnated, Luo Hong has shifted the focus of cultivation to the physical body and the soul. After the evil spirit was exhausted, Luo Hong began to practice the Great Evolution technique. It had been several months since he last swallowed the heavenly demon pill. The strength of his soul had skyrocketed and was close to the 2nd evolution realm. Luo Hong took the last 2nd heavenly demon pill at this time, intending to officially break through the realm of the soul, while waiting for Han Lao Mo to ripen the spiritual medicine. The days on the border battlefield were not difficult for Luo Hong, a cultivator with outstanding combat power. During the hunting and cultivation, it was not long before the news came that Han Lao Mo had been sent to the Yu Kingdom Imperial City by Li Huoyuan to protect the Qin family. In other words, it was only a few months before the rebellion of the Spirit Beast Mountain, and Luo Hong began to prepare to run away. A few months later, Luo Hong was practicing in the stone house, and suddenly there was a loud noise in his ears, and he quickly escaped from the stone house to check. The forbidden formation at the Huangfeng Valley was being attacked by more than a dozen giant unstage demon cultivators, among whom several elders from the Xianxia sect fought particularly hard. How could a demon cultivator be here? The border formation cannot be broken silently. Elders, pass the order. Everyone assemble. Senior Brother Remo. Where is Senior Brother Remo? with chaotic shouts in his ears. Luo Hong shook his head and calmly retreated to the stone house, offering a 4-elephant relocation talisman. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, Luo Hong was already in a cave in the wasteland, facing the long-planned encirclement and suppression by the 6 sects of the demonic path. Luo Hong did not dare to be careless, and once again offered the talisman to teleport to a farther place. After 3 times in a row, he stopped teleporting and flew into the air, looking at the thick fire in the direction of the border, and headed towards the Spirit Stone mine where the ancient teleportation formation was located. Luo Hong did not plan to return to Huangfeng Valley. He packed up his things when he left last time. When he received the spiritual stone income from Zuo Leo recently, he also sent back a letter to explain to everyone in Fanghua Garden. Zuo Leo and his people are mortals, but they also have the ability to grow spiritual grains and brew spiritual wine. No matter who Fanghua Garden ends up with, they are indispensable, so there is no need to worry about safety. Luo Hong suggested that they continue to stay in Fanghua Garden. After all, Yu Kingdom will be ruled by the demon Dao in the future, and the lives of the people in mortal countries will definitely not be as good as before. Moreover, the outside world will certainly be extremely chaotic in the early stage of occupation. Only spiritual veins like Taiyu Mountains will be more stable, if they are valued by the Ghost Spirit sect. The reason why Luo Hong made such early preparations is that, if he returns to Huangfeng Valley to pack up his things at this time, he will definitely be assigned to the rearguard team by Linghu Patriarch. The standard of this old monster's selection is very simple. It depends on whether the spiritual root qualifications are outstanding, and whether there is a great hope of forming a pill or an infant. A useless person with pseudo-spiritual roots like Luo Hong will definitely be the one to be abandoned. Luo Hong didn't want to be hunted down. In a certain underground cave, a figure was busy around the ancient teleportation array, sometimes inserting a crystal stone, sometimes picking off a jade pendant, and sometimes scratching his ears and cheeks for a long time without moving. 7 days later, this person sighed with a frown, and then left the cave. Not long after the underground cave returned to peace, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed, and Luo Hong, who had been hiding for 7 days, walked out of the dark. Han Leo Mo is really good. The materials wasted in repairing a corner of the formation are enough to set up a new one. Luo Hong walked to the broken part of the ancient teleportation array, repaired the formation in no time, filled it with spirit stones and tested it, confirming that it could work perfectly. During this period, the corpse refining Guan left here by Han Leo Mo to guard it did not react to Luo Hong's existence at all, as if he could not sense that there was a cultivator standing next to him. This is what should be expected. After all, Luo Hong's current soul realm has reached the 2nd evolution, but only a wisp of Han Leo Mo's soul resides in Guan. Luo Hong should not suppress his perception too easily. Although he can quickly repair the formation, Luo Hong watched Han Leo Mo anxiously in the dark. It was not because he had any bad taste. It was just that, if he didn't do this, Nangang would not appear, and he would not be able to interfere with Han Leo Mo's heroic rescue. Now that the ancient teleportation formation has been repaired, Luo Hong didn't want to stay any longer. He set up a formation in the cave to cover up the breath, and activated the ancient teleportation formation. Suddenly, a dizziness that was much stronger than when using the 4 symbols moving talisman came, and Luo Hong almost fell down. After adapting for a long time, Luo Hong held his head and looked around, and found that he was in an underground stone room, and in front of him was a blue stone staircase leading to the ground. The steps were covered with dust, and it was obvious that no one had visited this place for a long time. Luo Hong staggered up the steps and soon saw a huge rock blocking the exit. He pushed it out more than 10 feet. Suddenly, fresh air from outside rushed into the stone house. Luo Hong took a deep breath and smelled the salty smell in the air, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Chaos Star C. I, Luo, am here. Cheyenne. A few days after Luo Hong left, Hanley, whose cultivation had dropped greatly, finally returned to the underground cave after a long journey of fear. When he saw that the inverted 5-element array in Guan had not changed at all since he left, he felt relieved. Just as he was about to start the repair work, He was horrified to find that the original incomplete part of the ancient teleportation array had been repaired. Moreover, the array was inlaid with mid-level spirit stones, as if someone had just used it not long ago. Hanli retreated suddenly, sacrificed the magic weapon, and vigilantly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, trying to find something. But this was obviously in vain. Hanli, who had gained nothing, suddenly shouted, "Senior, I'm a disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Can you come out and talk?" After waiting for a long time without any response, Hanli ended his battle of wits and courage with the air, and stared at the ancient teleportation array with a serious expression. This was originally his life-saving straw, but after such a strange thing happened, he couldn't help but hesitate. But after thinking clearly about the current situation, Hanli smiled bitterly and stood in the center of the ancient teleportation array. My cultivation is now greatly reduced. If I continue to stay in Yu Kingdom, I will never escape the blockade of the magic way. I have offended the young master of the ghost spirit sect several times. He will definitely pursue me relentlessly. Now I have no power to compete. For now, I can only risk teleporting to the other end of the ancient teleportation array. Hanli's eyes flashed, and he took out the Great Teleportation Order and activated the ancient teleportation array. He was ready to fight a big battle immediately after teleporting over, and held a stack of intermediate talismans in his other hand. However, the moment he was teleported, Hanli realized that something was wrong. This dizziness was so much stronger than that of ordinary teleportation. My life is over. Hanli, who had just finished teleporting and was kneeling on the ground vomiting, sighed in his heart. Haha, junior brother Han is here too. Take down the black jade in the upper left corner after vomiting. The air blocking formation I set up should have used up all the spirit stones after so many days. The ancient teleportation formation in Cheyenne must have been discovered by the demon cultivators guarding the spirit stone mine. If we don't destroy the formation here, we brothers will face the pursuit of the demon cultivators again. Senior brother Luo's voice came into his ears. Hanli was startled at first, but after reacting, he immediately relaxed and dug out a piece of black jade as he said, and the light of the ancient teleportation formation suddenly dimmed. Senior brother Luo, you really scared me to death. So far, the first volume Rainbow Rising from Cheyenne has ended, and the second volume Overseas Spiritual Ascension will be next. I hope brothers will continue to support it. Chapter 127 First Arrival at Kixing Island. On the nameless island, Luo Hong and Hanli stood side by side on the edge of a cliff, looking at the endless sea, with different expressions. Brother Luo, this sea is full of blue waves and vitality, which is very different from the lifeless and boundless sea in the south of the sky. How far have we been teleported to? Hanli frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. It was normal for him to have such a reaction when he suddenly arrived at a desolate place with weak spiritual energy. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be called Chaos Star Sea, and there are also many immortal cultivators. Luo Hong took out the jade slip of the spiritual material catalog obtained from the 10,000 Treasures Pagoda, handed it to Han Laomo and said, "This jade slip was obtained by me in an adventure. It records various spiritual materials and their production places in ancient times. Although those spiritual materials certainly do not exist now, the names of the continental islands in the human world recorded in it should not have changed." Hanli couldn't help but be curious when he heard this. Brother Luo actually had such an encounter. Could it be that he had found the cave of an ancient cultivator? After taking it with great interest and reading it, he quickly returned the jade slip to Luo Hong with a wry smile. Golden Crow Meteorite, Mysterious Sky Immortal Vine. The things recorded in this jade slip are all legendary things. It's easy to have dreams if you read too much. But there is indeed a description of the Chaos Star Sea, which is very similar to the scenery here. After reading the jade slip, Hanli felt relieved. For him, who was born as a casual cultivator, as long as he could practice, it didn't matter where he was. Brother Luo, aren't you from a family of immortal cultivators? Why did you abandon your family and career like me, and come to this Chaos Star Sea? Brother Han, you don't know that when the Spirit Beast Mountain secretly opened a large formation and allowed the army of demon cultivators to launch a surprise attack on the various factions' garrisons. Most of the people who attacked the Huangfeng Valley garrison were demon cultivators from the Xianxia sect. Especially those Xianxia sect's giant and elders. They looked like they wanted to avenge their disciples. If I hadn't seen the situation and slipped away early, I would have died in the garrison that day. After escaping, I changed my mind and thought, now that the 7 factions have been defeated, what should I do if the Xianxia sect forces the Huangfeng Valley to hand me over? After all, I killed so many of their foundation building demon cultivators, which really offended them. After thinking about it for a few days, I decided not to test my seniors with this difficult problem. I didn't even go back to Fanghua Garden and went directly to the cave where the ancient teleportation formation was located. Luo Hong shook his head and sighed, looking like he had no choice. By the way, junior brother, what happened to your cultivation? You actually fell back to the key refining stage. Don't mention it, senior brother. I'm just a good person who has no good rewards. I don't know how long it will take for me to cultivate back. Sigh. Han Li thought to himself that he finally saved the beauty. Not only did he not save the right person, but he also almost lost his cultivation. It was really unlucky. Junior brother, don't worry. I see that your essence and spirit are not damaged, and your lost mana will soon be cultivated back. The most urgent thing now is to leave this deserted island and find a place with rich spiritual energy to settle down temporarily. Luo Hong was not comforting Han Leo Mo randomly. Although his mana cultivation was gone, his body and spirit were still the foundation of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. It was not difficult to cultivate back. Senior brother Luo is right. Let's go and look for people separately and meet on this island every evening. Han Li was slightly refreshed and suggested. Luo Hong naturally agreed and flew to the vast ocean separately with Han Leo Mo. After a day, Luo Hong returned to the deserted island without any gains and saw a huge sea ship pulled by more than a dozen big fish docked nearby, and Han Leo Mo was waiting on the ship. When he saw Luo Hong coming back as agreed, he flew over and said, "Brother, this is a local mortal merchant ship. They are going to Kixing Island. We can take a boat together and learn the local language on the way." "Okay, junior brother, have you asked where this Chaos Stasi is? It would be a good idea to go to Kixing Island first to get familiar with the customs and practices of Chaos Stasi," Luo Hong asked as he flew towards the sea ship. It is said that this is the southwest corner of Chaos Stasi. There are 3 large islands nearby, including Weexing Island, Kixing Island, and Sanxing Island. Of course, there are dozens of other small and medium-sized islands, all of which are inhabited by immortal masters and mortals. In addition, the owner of this merchant ship seems to have something to ask of the immortal cultivators. I think he will come to us to make it clear after senior brother gets on board. Han Li said, a little unhappy. He didn't want to get involved in trouble as soon as he arrived in a strange place. "Junior brother, you don't have to rush to refuse. We have just arrived in Chaos Stasi and our identities are questionable. If we want to integrate into the local immortal cultivation world, we still need some help from local forces. Let's listen to what the ship owner says later." Although Luo Hong would not participate in any merchant qualification challenge, if he wanted to do things conveniently in Kixing Island, it would be best if the ship owner could come forward to guarantee it. The two of them talked like this and soon landed on the deck. Then they were led by the old steward Wang Changqing to the upper room of the merchant ship to rest. Not long after that, Master Gu came to the door in person to tell him about the troubles he had encountered and the conditions for immortal cultivators to live in Kixing Island for a long time. "We brothers know about your matter. Please go out first, let us discuss it for a while, and I will give you an answer tomorrow morning." Luo Hong took a sip of tea and said lightly to drive the guest away. After Gu Dongsu and Wang Changqing respectfully left, Han Li frowned and said, "It seems that if I don't participate in the challenge, I can't easily settle down and practice on Kixing Island. Brother Luo, what are your plans? As for me, I don't want to stay on Kixing Island for a long time. After all, I'm a small fortune. As a casual cultivator, if I stay in one place for a long time, I will be easily targeted by the local forces with malicious intentions. I prefer to find an isolated island with spiritual veins overseas to practice." However, my brother, the first thing you need to do now is to restore your cultivation. The immortal masters mentioned by Gudongsu are only in the key refining stage. Even if my brother's cultivation is greatly reduced now, it should not be difficult to deal with them. It is better to accept this matter and practice in Kixing Island for a few years. Luo Hong said matter-of-factly. Harley nodded slightly. He really wanted to complete the first turn of the 3-turn heavy primordial power first, and gradually made a decision in his heart. On the second morning, Master Gu came to ask with trepidation. After hearing that Hanli was willing to challenge on behalf of his Gu family, he was a little disappointed. After all, he knew some of the ways of addressing each other among immortal masters, and senior brothers were generally stronger than junior brothers. But Master Gu was also a very shrewd person. He did not show his disappointment on his face. Instead, he thanked him with great joy and claimed that he would guarantee Luo Hong, even if he did not fight. It was obvious that he had not given up on winning him over. Luo Hong accepted this benefit with a clear conscience. He was also helping him to lobby. 5 days later, the merchant ship finally docked amid the cheers of the mortal crew. As soon as Master Gu got off the ship, he hurriedly helped Luo Hong and Hanli to go through the formalities. After finishing the work, he led the two to the manor where he lived. Luo Hong pinned the jade token brought by Gudongsu on his waist and declined politely. No need, I will say goodbye to you here. Gudongsu does not need to be obsessed with Luo, and junior brother Han will never let you down. Everyone, goodbye. After saying that, he took off into the air without waiting for Gudongsu to stay. Senior brother Luo, take care. Harley bowed slightly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After parting today, he didn't know if he would have the chance to meet his senior brother again in this life. After leaving the port, Luo Hong flew for half a day and came to Kingayan Mountain, the gathering place of immortal cultivators on Kixing Island. After asking around a little, he walked towards a market at the foot of the mountain. The market in Chaos Star Sea is very different from that in Cheyenne. The main thing is that various monster materials that are rarely seen in Cheyenne are like low-level talismans here, and each store sells and purchases them. After walking around, Luo Hong walked into the largest shop he had ever seen. The shop assistant was a young man at the 3rd level of key refining. When he saw Luo Hong, who showed signs of late key refining cultivation, he immediately came up to greet him warmly. Please come in, sir. We have gathered all kinds of products from Lan'an Pavilion around Kixing Island, which will definitely meet all your needs. Do you have a sea map? Luo Hong asked without showing any emotion. The spiritual vein island he was looking for was definitely not around Kixing Island, and there was no such place in the entire Inner Star Sea. He had to go to Shiangsing City first, pass through the Star Palace's teleportation array, and reach the Outer Star Sea ruled by monsters, before he had a chance to find it. After all, the so-called Inner Star Sea is actually the sea area that has been explored by immortal cultivators, and the islands that can be used for cultivation by immortal cultivators must have been occupied. The Outer Star Sea is the world of monsters. Except for those islands that can be used for monster hunters to rest, the rest are uninhabited islands, and there are many with spiritual veins. Of course, what do you want? The young man smiled even more, feeling that this deal was likely to be successful. The serious and conservative cultivators like the one in front of him would never bargain for the things they like, and they would pay the spirit stones very readily. I want the sea chart leading to Shiangsing City. If there is a sea chart of the outer sea, bring it to me. Luo Hong said lightly. He thought that buying a sea chart would not be a big deal, but when he saw the young man's face was better after hearing what he said, he knew that the matter was not that simple. What? Don't you have the sea chart I want? Sir, to be honest, I have the sea chart you want, but I can't sell it to you. This is the rule set by the island owner. Except for the sea charts around Kixing Island, other sea charts are not allowed to be sold in the market on the island. The cultivators who want these sea charts can only go to the Ascension Pavilion set up by the island owner to exchange them, and it is not enough to just pay some spirit stones. The young man told the truth. There is such a rule! Exclamation mark. Is Kixing Island in short supply of cultivators? The purpose of the island owner of Kixing Island to set up such rules is nothing more than to restrict the flow of immortal cultivators. If you really want to leave, you have to leave a sum of spiritual stones before leaving. Besides paying spiritual stones, what else do you need? Luo Hong frowned and asked. You need contribution points from this island. If you join the island protection team with your cultivation level, you can get enough points in 10 years. If you don't want to delay for 10 years, you can also choose to hand in some specific spiritual medicines and materials, or carry out the tasks issued by the Ascension Pavilion. The young man counted on his fingers and introduced them one by one. It seems that Kixing Island is really short of immortal cultivators. The entire Chaos Star Sea is a state of vast land and sparse population. This is the outer edge of the inner Star Sea, so the shortage of people is naturally more serious. Working for 10 years is impossible, and handing in spiritual medicines and materials is even more impossible. I definitely don't have them on hand. Do I really have to carry out the mission? It sounds a bit dangerous. Otherwise, it is impossible to force people to do it in this way. Luo Hong was thinking about it when two women, one big and one small, walked in from the door. The older one is about 30 years old, still charming, with a beauty mole under his right eye, which adds a bit of charm. The younger one is 17 or 18 years old, and looks quite similar to the former. At this moment, both of them are a little worried. Auntie Lan, can't you really find any help? If the delivery is delayed, we will have to pay a large amount of spiritual stones. Yi Xiu frowned, and she was so young that she actually participated in the market business, which surprised Luo Hong beside her. There is no way. The monster hunting team that has been cooperating with us in previous years has been won over by the Yi family this time. Even if we can barely find enough people, it is unlikely that we can catch enough sharp-mouthed fish. Auntie Lan shook her head and sighed, annoyed by the shameless behavior of the Yi family. I knew it was the Yi family who did it. They wanted to force me to marry them, so that they could embezzle my Yi family's property. I won't let them do what they want. Yi Xiu clenched her fists angrily, but then loosened them powerlessly, and leaned on Auntie Lan aggrievedly. Hey, Xiu, my elder brother said this, before he passed away. Only by winning over a foundation building cultivator can our Lan'an Pavilion be truly at peace. Otherwise, the plundering and robbery like today will continue to happen. Aunt Lan put her arm around the girl's shoulders and comforted her for a while, and then took her upstairs to rest. If only my father hadn't gone to the outer sea with his friends to hunt monsters, Xiu and Aunt Lan wouldn't have been bullied like this. The girl complained in a low voice about the unfairness of fate, but Luo Hong, who had already stepped half a foot out of the shop door, heard it. My two fellow Taoists, I may be able to help you solve your current troubles. This girl's father had been to the outer sea, so he must have relevant sea charts. Luo Hong felt that compared to doing the mission of Dengson Pavilion, this kind of monster hunting operation that happens every few years is safer. Who are you? It's so rude to eavesdrop on my daughter's conversation. Aunt Lan's eyes turned cold, without the gentleness she showed to the girl, and she said in a reprimanding tone. She dared to say this because Luo Hong's current cultivation level was the 10th level of key refining, which was one level lower than hers. Aunt Lan, don't say that. We didn't hide our conversation from others just now, so it's not considered eavesdropping if this big brother heard it. Yi Xiu herself had no way to deal with the current predicament. Suddenly hearing that someone could provide help was like a drowning person suddenly seeing a straw. Even though she knew there was little hope, she would never let go. She immediately said to Luo Hong in a friendly manner, "What is this big brother's name? Do you have a monster hunting team under your command?" "I'm Luo Hong, a casual cultivator from a nearby island. I just arrived in your island, and I don't have any monster hunting team under my command." Luo Hong smiled and introduced himself casually. "See, I said it was a lie. Yi Liang, why don't you send me away?" Aunt Lan's eyes moved slightly, and she immediately ordered him to leave. "Wait, Aunt Lan, since Big Brother Luo has spoken, he must have his reasons. Brother Liang, go and potty. Big Brother Luo, please go upstairs and talk with me in detail." Yi Xiu's face was full of disappointment, but she quickly cheered up and invited Luo Hong to a reception room on the second floor. I originally wanted to find Yuan Yao, but then I suddenly remembered that the old demon had been in seclusion for more than 20 years before he met Yuan Yao and her senior sister in the key refining stage. At this point in time, Yuan Yao might not have been born yet, so I had to change it again. I'm so sick. Chapter 128. Two transactions. Faced with two completely different instructions, the young man named Yulian went to get the tea set and served tea without thinking. Luo Hong and the two girls had just sat down in the reception room when Yulian came over with the brewed spiritual tea. Miss, this gentleman is here to our Lanyan Pavilion to purchase the map of the Outer Sea. I think he is also going to hunt monsters. The young man left a message and then left. Brother Luo, you are going to the Outer Sea before you build your foundation. Isn't it too risky? Li Xiuxiu said she was worried about Luo Hong, but her mouth corners slightly raised, obviously very satisfied with the new news. I want to go to Xiangxing City first. I heard that it is the holy land of immortal cultivation in the inner sea. I have been fascinated by it for a long time. Luo Hong had no intention of exposing his own cultivation. The attention a strange key refining cultivator and a strange foundation building cultivator on the island would attract is very different. The former is just an extra immortal cultivator, while the latter may have an impact on the local forces. The journey is also extremely long. With the flying speed of key refining cultivators like us, it will take at least 2 or 3 years to get there. Li Xiuxiu nodded slightly. Haha, I don't want to fly to Xiangxing City in one go. I will also visit the islands along the way, so the sea chart I need should be as detailed as possible, and it would be best if some dangerous areas along the way can be marked. Luo Hong said, as if he was a cultivator obsessed with traveling. Having talked about this, Luo Hong felt that it was time to talk about business, so he asked, Miss Yi, I have just arrived at Kixing Island, and am not familiar with the things on the island. Could you tell me in detail about the monster hunting, so that I can judge whether I can really help? Of course. Before I go into details, let me ask you first, does Brother Luo know about the sharp-mouthed fish? Seeing Luo Hong shaking her head, Li Xiuxiu raised her buttocks slightly anxiously and asked again, what about the skyfire liquid? Luo Hong's expression moved slightly, and she said with some surprise, but the spiritual liquid that can increase the success rate of immortal cultivators in forming a pill? Yes, it's this spiritual liquid. The sharp-mouthed fish is a key raw material for refining this spiritual liquid. And the monster hunting that Aunt Lan and I talked about at the door before is. When Li Xiuxiu heard Luo Hong talk about the function of the skyfire liquid, she felt at ease and introduced the matter of monster hunting. It turns out that this sharp-mouthed fish is a low-level demon beast that lives in groups. The fish oil boiled out after being killed can be used as the raw material of the heavenly fire liquid after being refined by the Dan fire of a giant unstage cultivator. Therefore, the sharp-mouthed fish that are killed are never worried about selling, but if the agreed amount of fish oil cannot be provided in full, the consequences will be extremely serious, because the forces that will purchase this fish oil must be backed by giant unstage cultivators. Although this sharp-mouthed fish is a low-level demon beast, its escape speed in the sea is extremely fast, and ordinary key refining cultivators cannot catch up. Fortunately, this demon fish has the habit of migration. It will pass through the sea near Kixing Island every 3 years. At that time, the cultivators who want to hunt this demon fish only need to wait for the fish to swim away and kill as much as possible before the fish swim away. Because of this, a group of low-level cultivators who specialize in hunting sharp-mouthed fish for a living were born on Kixing Island. They call themselves the Demon Hunting Team, and they all have their own special means to catch more sharp-mouthed fish than ordinary key refining cultivators in a limited time. I understand. It means we need to hunt a low-level monster in a specific sea area. How many do you need? Luo Hong touched his chin and thought for a while. He felt that this matter was not difficult, and he could do it without exposing his cultivation. Brother Luo has a way. We need at least 200. Li Xiuxiu was overjoyed and responded with a smile on her face. Luo Hong did not answer directly, but drank a sip of spiritual tea, transferred some magic power into the cup, and then put it on the table. Suddenly, the small prohibitions in the room that played the role of sound insulation, imprisonment, and purification of dust all lit up. Are you a formation master? Aunt Lan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly exclaimed. I dare not call myself a formation master. I just know a little bit, a little bit. Luo Hong smiled and picked up the teacup again. The strange phenomenon in the room subsided instantly. Brother Luo, I want to remind you that when the sharp-mouthed fish swim by, the gathered evil spirit will form an evil wind on the sea surface, and ordinary formations will be ineffective if they are hit by it. Luo Hong's identity as a formation master gave Yi Xiu hope, and she told her last worry. Miss Yi, don't worry, my formation is not only not ordinary stuff, but also has a miraculous effect on this kind of low-level monster in the sea. Miss Yi only needs to summon a few fellow practitioners to kill the sharp-mouthed fish covered by the formation. You have to preside over the formation next time, and cannot be distracted to do other things. Luo Hong thought about the ancient strange formation in his heart, and said with great confidence, great. Aunt Lan and I have contacted several casual cultivators on nearby islands. Brother Luo will concentrate on presiding over the formation, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Of course, after the matter is completed, I will hand over all my father's sea charts with both hands. Yi Xiu took the initiative to give him the reward he wanted without Luo Hong mentioning it. He is quite talented in business. Xiu, wouldn't this be a bad idea? If Daoist Luo was an ordinary cultivator, it would be fine if we gave him the sea map privately, but he is a formation master. If Denks and Pavilion knew about this, Aunt Lan hesitated. Before she finished, she was interrupted by Yi Xiu. Aunt Lan, do you really want me to marry into the Yi family? Even if I risk being punished by the island owner, I don't want to let those bad guys get away with it. Besides, Brother Luo will leave Kixing Island after getting the sea map, as long as Aunt Lan and I don't tell anyone who would know about this. Right, Brother Luo? Miss Yi is right. I won't stay on Kixing Island for long. The day I get the sea map is the day I will say goodbye to you two. Luo Hong solemnly promised to dispel Yi Xiu's last doubts. After some contact, Luo Hong also saw that, although Yi Xiu was young, she was the real boss of Lan'an Pavilion, and was quite smart and capable. Auntie Lan was at best a shopkeeper, and gave Luo Hong the feeling of a foxy woman. At this moment, the spirit beast bag on Luo Hong's waist suddenly moved slightly. He stood up, and straightened his robe naturally, covering the abnormal spirit beast bag by the way, and said with an unchanged expression, I'm tired from the journey and now I'm a little tired. Miss Yi, can you arrange a guest room for me to stay temporarily? Oh, no problem, Brother Liang. Brother Liang? Yi Xiu called out skillfully, and soon there was the sound of Yi Liang going upstairs. Miss, what do you want? Take Brother Luo to the guest room to rest. He is a distinguished guest of our Lan'an Pavilion. Don't neglect him. Yi Xiu ordered. Okay, Brother Luo, please follow me. Yi Liang respectfully held the door with one hand, and stretched out the other hand, appearing extremely polite. Thank you. Luo Hong nodded slightly and said softly, if Brother Luo has any instructions, just call me like Miss Just did. Yi Liang left the guest room after leaving these words. Luo Hong watched him leave, feeling a little sad in his heart. This person's spiritual root aptitude is also 4th grade spiritual root, but his cultivation is really pitifully low. He seems to be very accustomed to doing these things of welcoming and seeing off, and even feels a little happy. After taking out a few array plates and setting up a few arrays in the room, Luo Hong sat cross-legged on the bed, patted the spirit beast bag, and released the devil inside. Senior demon, have you woken up and want to move around? Junior, where have you been? I actually sensed a breath of my mortal enemy. The demon ignored Luo Hong's sarcasm and asked in a deep voice. This is the Chaos Star Sea. Senior should be familiar with it. Since this demon claims that his original body is the great power true demon, it should be related to the 6 Paths Extreme Saint, the first demon cultivator in the Chaos Star Sea. Luo Hong remembered that among the true demon phantoms summoned by the 6 extreme true demon art, there is the great power true demon. Young man, what do you mean? Are you also the descendant of my mortal enemy? The demon looked extremely ugly, as if he was going to attack without caring about the gains and losses. It seemed that he and his mortal enemy were really incompatible. Don't worry, Demon Elder. It was just a coincidence that I came here. Your mortal enemy is unheard of. Could he also be a real demon from the demon world? Luo Hong said to comfort him. Now was not the time to turn against this demon. What chance has allowed you, a junior, to cross the boundless sea and come to this chaos star sea? I figured it out. You, a junior, found the teleportation array that old Wentian laid out back then. Chaos star sea. I thought that with your ability, you would never find this place in your lifetime. Junior, I'll ask you again, are you willing to worship me as your master? I can teach you the supreme magic skills, so that you can travel freely in this world and live happily. The demon pondered for a while, and then he came up with an idea. He tempted Luo Hong to become his master again. Haha, I still want to ascend to the spirit world, so I'll forget about your magic skills. But I will accept all your magical secrets. Luo Hong chuckled, and was determined not to be bewitched. He practiced the magic skills given by the demon. Who knows what will go wrong? He might be filled with magic energy and become the demon's slave from then on. Stupid. What's the difference between the demon world and the spirit world? They are both immortal and happy. I won't waste my breath on you, a junior. If you want the secret method of profound skills, help me kill someone nearby. The demon head only cursed and stopped insisting. It was completely different from the first time he asked Luo Hong to become his disciple. It was obviously just a means of retreating to advance. The real purpose was to let Luo Hong help him kill people. Oh. Senior Demon Head doesn't need the Heavenly Demon Pill anymore. Luo Hong would not help this Demon Head to kill people. The only thing that could be traded was the Heavenly Demon Pill. If he was willing, he could trade. If he was not willing, he could go back to the Spirit Beast bag. If he was not honest, he would put him in the treasure bag to suppress him. I have refined the Heavenly Demon Pill and barely maintained my existence. If I don't do anything, I won't need a second Heavenly Demon Pill within 10 years. The demon head looked proud, as if the junior could not threaten me. Oh senior, you should have a long-term vision. You can't just care about the enmity in front of you. You should consider the grand plan of 100 or 1,000 years. This is in line with your identity as a true demon. Luo Hong praised him openly but secretly, pointing out that he still couldn't do without his Heavenly Demon Pill, and told him to be honest. Haha, I'm a demon. I'm obsessed with the present. No matter what happens in 10 years, you help me kill that man first. The demon suddenly became arrogant, with blood-red hair dancing wildly, looking arrogant and powerful. Luo Hong was not used to him, and with a thought, he put him in the corner of the Wanbao bag. Under the pressure of space, it was extremely difficult for the demon to move, but Luo Hong only needed to think about it to make him return to the starting point. After dealing with the demon who suddenly made trouble, Luo Hong was about to practice the Great Evolution technique when his consciousness swept a sneaky figure. He walked to the window and saw a beautiful figure silently walking out of the back door of Lan'an Pavilion. Although the other person was covered in a black robe, just by looking at her figure, Luo Hong knew that this person must be Aunt Lan. After his eyes moved slightly, he silently sewed up the window that was opened. 7 days later, Guanlin Island, which was more than 500 miles away from Kixing Island, was crowded with people. There were more immortal cultivators than mortals living on this island. Guanlin Island was an island close to the migration route of the sharp-mouthed fish. This scene would happen every 3 years, so the mortals on the island were no strangers to the immortal cultivators, and even started to do business with the immortal cultivators, such as providing accommodation, food, and various beauties. Most of the immortal cultivators on the island were just watching the excitement. After all, the scene of countless sharp-mouthed fish migrating was still spectacular, and the number of sharp-mouthed fish was too small to sell at a high price, so it was not organized, and there were very few immortal cultivators who tried to hunt them alone. At this time, the sharp-mouthed fish had not arrived yet, and the focus of everyone's attention was the teams of monster hunters gathered on the coast. The Yi family is so aggressive this year that they hired 2 monster hunting teams. Who are they going to sell the extra fish oil to? Who else? The extra monster hunting team was originally cooperating with the Yi family. Why are there a group of independent cultivators on the Yi family's side? Hey, aren't the two with golden rings cultivators from the nearby Jinbo sect? The Yi family is desperate now. There's something interesting to watch. Under the pointing and talking of the crowd, Luo Hong crossed his arms and looked at the sea, not moved at all. Yi Xiuxiu was a little uneasy at first, but seeing that brother Luo was so confident, she gradually returned to her normal expression. Aunt Lan, on the other hand, seemed to be unable to bear the discussion of so many people. She looked restless and needed Yi Xiuxiu's comfort. As for the independent cultivators temporarily recruited by the Yi family, their expressions were different. Some were indifferent, some lowered their heads, and some even had the idea of escaping from the battlefield. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Spirits and the Five Element. It was definitely not possible to run away at this time. Yi Xiuxiu, who saw this trend, specifically repeated to these casual cultivators the amount of spiritual stones that needed to be paid for violating the agreement. Although Lan'an Pavilion no longer had a foundation building cultivator as a backer, its connections and financial resources were still there, and it was no problem to subdue one or two casual cultivators. After Luo Hong was familiar with the direction of the spiritual energy above this sea area, he stole a glance at the Yi family, which had the largest number of people not far away. In addition to the cultivators of the two demon hunting teams, the Yi family had two people, one old and one young. The old man was a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building and was busy chatting with the cultivators of the same level from several nearby families. The boy looked pretty good, but his eyebrows were a little cloudy, not like a righteous person. His cultivation was not high, the same as Yi Xiuxiu. Both of them were at the 8th level of key refining. Although the Yi family kid did not come over to say something sarcastic or show off, he always looked at the Yi family with cold eyes. After meeting Luo Hong's eyes, he smiled coldly and did not take him seriously at all. Last night, Auntie Lan should have gone to the Yi family and told them the details I revealed. Now that they reacted like this, I'm afraid they have prepared a countermeasure. Luo Hong calmly withdrew his gaze and made a judgment in his heart. About an hour later, a black line suddenly appeared on the horizon, and the sea breeze gradually became noisy. Here they come. The sharp-mouthed fish are coming. It was not the first time that Yi Xiuxiu saw the migration of the demon fish, but this was her first time to preside over the hunting of demon fish, so she was naturally very excited. Brother Luo? Got it. Let's go to our location. Luo Hong nodded in response and opened his palm, and 4 khaki formation flags appeared in his palm. Well, everyone get on the boat. Yi Xiuxiu patted the storage bag and sacrificed a small boat that seemed to be carved out of a walnut. With the power of magic, the boat grew against the wind and soon turned into a 10-foot long flying boat. After Luo Hong and the others flew onto the spirit boat, Yi Xiuxiu took out 3 mid-level spirit stones, put them into the magic array in the belly of the boat, and then drove the spirit boat to the target sea area. At the same time, the other families also took action. Most of them sacrificed spirit boats, but some used spirit beasts to carry them, and some were lifted up by huge shell-shaped magic tools. The methods were different, but without exception, they all flew in the air, far away from the sea. There were more than 10 monster hunting teams in total, covering all the major forces with giant and stage cultivators around Kixing Island. The number of sharp-mouthed fish schools was large and widely distributed, so there was no need to fight for them, so each family had a fixed hunting sea area. This was the result of a compromise between the various forces. Even if the Yi family wanted to deal with the Yi family, they would not provoke a conflict in this regard. When they arrived at the target sea area, Yi Xiuxiu hovered the spirit boat in the air more than 20 feet above the sea surface. When the hunting began, this boat would be the resting place for these hunters and the place to store prey. As the fish gradually approached, the demonic energy gradually became denser, which greatly disturbed the spiritual energy on the sea surface. Fortunately, the demonic fish moved in an orderly manner, and the demonic wind also had a regular effect on the spiritual energy, which saved Luo Hong a spiritual talisman. Yi Xiu saw that Brother Luo was still calculating, so she didn't dare to disturb him. So she went to the side of the boat and said to the two monks from the Jinbo sect, "Is this the first time you two have seen the migration of demonic fish?" The Taoist couple looked unsophisticated, which made Yi Xiu a little worried. "Master Yi, please forgive me. Jinga and I have been practicing in the sect since we were young. This is the first time we have left Jinbo Island, so we are curious about many things in the outside world." The male cultivator wearing a golden ring had an ordinary face, but he had a simple and natural temperament, which made people feel good at first sight. "Master Yi, is it dangerous to catch and kill this sharp-mouthed fish?" The female cultivator named Jinga had good cultivation, but seemed very timid. She snuggled up to her Taoist partner, looking lovable. "Of course there is danger. The sharp-mouthed fish is also a monster. They are in such a large group that even the second or third level sea monsters dare not provoke them." Yi Xiu deliberately frightened Jinga. Seeing the other party's neck shrinking and shoulders trembling, she said with satisfaction, "However, as long as we don't go into the sea, the sharp-mouthed fish can't do anything to us. After all, the only means of attack of this monster fish is to stab with its sharp mouth. Brother Luo will use the formation to drive the monster fish out of the sea. You just need to seize the opportunity to attack with magic weapons, so don't worry." "I see. Why did Brother Luo stand alone without saying a word? I thought he was a loner, but I didn't expect him to be a formation master." The male cultivator with the golden ring nodded in realization, looking at Luo Hong with admiration in his eyes. "If I knew formations, I wouldn't have to take Jinga to take risks." "Well, Brother Luo is deduce how to set up the formation later. Don't disturb him. Make some preparations. It may be very hard later," Yi Xiu said in a very bossy way, and then went to advise other casual cultivators. "Brother Yuan, it's okay. Didn't Pavilion Master Yi say that there is no danger?" Jinga immediately saw the self-blame of her husband beside her and smiled to comfort him. "Well, when we earn spiritual stones, we will go to Xiandu Street to buy some elixirs to strengthen the body and nourish the essence, so as to lay a foundation for our Joa." The male cultivator with a golden ring smiled happily and hugged his wife who was still trembling. While he was talking, the black demon wind rolled in. Because the seawater was clear, you can see without magic that under the sea surface, which is 3 or 4 feet deep, there are shuttle-shaped silver-scaled demon fish about 2 feet long, wagging their tails and swimming quickly. Under the sunlight, thousands of demon fish reflected dots of silver light, as if the entire sea surface was bright, which was indeed very spectacular. In another quarter of an hour, the demon fish will arrive at the hunting sea area, and the demon hunting teams of various families have started to move. Luo Hong was about to start setting up the formation, but suddenly the spiritual energy of the surrounding sea area suddenly became chaotic, making his previous deduction in vain. He frowned and looked at the source of the chaos with a little displeasure. The Yi family demon hunting team in the nearby sea area had set up a formation first. Even though the demon fish had not arrived yet, they activated the formation to blow out wind blades and hit the sea surface frantically. Such a reckless move was undoubtedly aimed at the Yi family. These bad guys. How did they know that we were going to set up a formation to hunt demons? Yi Xiu was immediately furious. In order to keep it secret, she didn't even reveal any information to the hired casual cultivators in advance. She only handed down the tasks one by one just now. Unexpectedly, the Yi family still got the news. "It's okay. Does Miss Yi have any high-level sea monster skins in Lan'an Pavilion?" Luo Hong thought to herself that she was careless. She didn't even think about making more high-level talismans when she arrived at the Chaos Star Sea. The talisman paper materials here are all over the sea. There are plenty of those things in the pavilion. What does Brother Luo want them for? Those high-level monster skins can only be used to make talismans. Yi Xiu looked at Luo Hong nervously. If the monster hunting operation today failed, the giant forces behind Lan'an Pavilion would definitely abandon them. In this way, the hungry wolves eyeing Lan'an Pavilion would have no scruples. "Miss Yi, sell them to me at a low price, otherwise I will lose money," Luo Hong said, throwing his hand and offering several soul-suppressing talismans to block the surging spiritual energy from the Yi family. In an instant, the spiritual energy environment on Luo Hong's side returned to normal and was even more stable than before. The school of demon fish was approaching, and Luo Hong did not delay any longer. He offered the 4 formation flags that he had taken out long ago and urged his magic power to make them grow to a length of 10 feet and arrange them in 4 directions. After Luo Hong's fine-tuning, the people on the spirit boat suddenly felt a strong vitality enveloping the sea area. Before they could feel it carefully, the vitality turned into a burning feeling, and then turned into a heavy and dry feeling. Although this place was above the sea, it made people feel as if they were on land without a drop of water. Soon, the first batch of sharp-mouthed fish broke into Luo Hong's formation. After swimming for a while, they suddenly flapped their tails and jumped out of the sea. In the formation, more than 10 demon fish tumbled into the air, fell back into the sea, and then tumbled out again, which was very strange. Yi Xiuxiu was overjoyed when she saw this, and quickly asked the hired casual cultivators to take action. With the flying magic weapons, it didn't take a moment, and more than 10 fish corpses appeared in the belly of the spirit boat, and more sharp-mouthed fish were rushing into the formation one after another. Luo Hong took the time to look elsewhere, and found that the methods of those demon hunting teams were similar. The inferior method is to let the immortal cultivators dive into the sea to hunt. These people have specially prepared magic tools. Otherwise, if they go into the sea alone at this time, they will only be torn into pieces by the sharp-mouthed fish. The superior method is to follow Luo Hong's idea and let the sharp-mouthed fish come out of the sea, or use magic tools that can shake the sea water to attack the sea surface, or use special medicines. Anyway, none of them can achieve the efficiency of the formation set by Luo Hong. This is not hunting monsters at all, but picking up fish on the coast at low tide. There are many ancient formations in the formation Jade Slips, but Luo Hong only classifies this formation as a strange formation, because most of the other formations control the flow and condensation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while this formation controls the spiritual energy itself, which is really rare. This formation is called Spirit Exchange Formation, which is a small formation that is often used to combine large formations and can change the spiritual energy properties within the range of influence of the formation. Like Luo Hong now, it is to convert the water spiritual energy into wood spiritual energy first, then wood into fire, and then fire into earth. In this way, the demon fish in the sea sense the earth spirit energy, mistakenly thinking that they were on land, and fluttered. The purpose of this formation is very narrow, but Luo Hong attaches great importance to it. The spirit energy phenomenon it caused directly proves that the spirit particle has 5 attributes at the same time. We all know that spirit energy is composed of spirit particles. The common spirit energy is divided into 5 elements. Does it mean that there are 5 kinds of spirit particles? The answer is obviously no. Compared with the difficult to control heaven and earth spirit energy, the spiritual energy of the cultivator can change its properties after the mana is converted into spiritual energy. It follows the law of mutual generation of the 5 element, and the energy will decay by 1 layer after each change. For example, high-level cultivators can use the 5 element spells of the spiritual root attributes that they do not have, but the power will be reduced a lot. For example, Luo Hong, who does not have the wood spiritual root, can actually use the wood spell, but one is that it is difficult to learn, and the other is that the power is very different from his water spell, so it is not practical. Only after he forms a pill, the wood spell he casts will be somewhat practical. During the key refining stage, it is impossible to perform the spell, because the base of water spirit energy is too small, and the converted wood spirit energy cannot be condensed into a spell. However, these are all spiritual phenomena of the cultivators. When applied to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the real evidence is the spirit exchange array. Facts have proved that a spirit particle can show 5 attributes. Those spiritual roots are not mentioned. They are all blended by 2 or more 5 element. Once the former is confirmed, the latter can be automatically established. This is very similar to photons. After all, photons show different colors due to different energies. But they are not exactly the same, because there is no energy difference between spirit particles showing different attributes. It is more like that the energy attached to the spirit particle has changed its position. Luo Hong speculated that the energy of the spirit particles in the thunder spirit energy is gathered in the middle of the earth and water. It is worth mentioning that the energy loss of the spirit energy converted by the spirit exchange array is very small. Luo Hong designed the 5 evils gathering spirit array based on this point. While Luo Hong was thinking about the unsolved spiritual particle problem, Yi Xiu was worried about catching too many sharp-mouthed fish. Master Yi, it's only been half a day, why are you asking us to stop? Yuan Xingping, wearing a golden ring on his head, put away his magic tool with reluctance. For every 3 sharp-mouthed fish he caught, he would get a spiritual stone as a reward from Lan'an Pavilion. In just half a day, he and Jing'e had earned 30 spiritual stones, which was equivalent to their annual income in the past. Of course, they were reluctant to stop. Enough, enough. Catching too many will cause trouble. Yi Xiu waved her hands repeatedly, asking the reluctant people to return to the boat. I don't understand this. Master Yi, doesn't make sense to leave the spiritual stones alone, right? Yuan Xingping encountered such a thing for the first time and asked in confusion, scratching his head. Oh, what do you know? There is a fixed number of these sharp-mouthed fish that can be killed every year. I didn't mention it before because I didn't expect Brother Luo's formation to be so amazing. Think about it, this school of demon fish enters the sea area of the inner star sea from Arkixing Island. If we kill too many, there will be nothing to catch in the sea area behind. The cultivators who want to form the elixir there can't buy the heavenly fire liquid, so they will come to demolish Arkixing Island. Yi Xiu explained, while counting the harvest. Exactly 400. Fortunately it's not over the quota. Yi Xiu patted her chest, which had not yet grown. In fact, she also knew that, if they had the ability, each family would definitely kill more than the quota, but her Lan'an Pavilion was in a troubled time now, so it was better to abide by the rules. That's right, then the spirit stones of my husband and I, Pavilion Master Yi. Yuan Xingping smiled and stretched out his hand innocently. Here, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll settle it for you in advance. Yi Xiu waved her hand generously, and as soon as she finished speaking, Yi Liang came over with a storage bag. Brother Luo, you can stop the formation now. Brother Luo? Ah, sorry, I was distracted. Luo Hong smiled brightly, put away the formation flag, and withdrew the soul-suppressing talisman. Brother Luo was too good to be able to control the formation, even when he was distracted. No wonder he wanted to go to Xiangxing City. With his ability, he can also have a place there. Yi Xiu suddenly felt a little unhappy, but she quickly suppressed this strange emotion. She is now the head of a pavilion, not a little girl. Thank you for your help this time, Brother Luo. I will give you the promised reward when I go back. Miss Yi is really thoughtful. I believe your pavilion will get through the difficulties soon. However, you still need to be more patient with your family. Luo Hong saw that this girl was smart and exquisite and couldn't help but give her a reminder. After all, she was still young and didn't have any scheming. Her emotions were all revealed on her face. She had been deliberately distancing herself from Auntie Lan since just now, but doing so had no effect other than satisfying her own momentary pleasure. Brother Luo, you too. I understand. Yi Xiu wanted to say something else, but she heard Yi Liang suddenly shouting, look, miss, it's the Fish King. Chapter 130 Undercurrent and Isolated Island. We can actually see the Fish King this year. This big guy hasn't appeared for about 100 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiu hurriedly leaned over to the side of the boat and looked down. Sure enough, in the middle of a large group of sharp-mouthed fish, she saw a giant sharp-mouthed fish that was 7 or 8 feet long. Its bone spurs were ferocious and its eyes were smart. It was definitely not a monster below level 2. But whether it was the people watching around, or the low-level monks who were hunting, they all cheered, and no one was afraid. As if seeing Luo Hong's doubts, Yi Xiu took the initiative to explain, Brother Luo, this Fish King is extremely timid and never actively attacks people. It has been almost 100 years since it last appeared. There have been rumors around Arkixing Island that those who can see the Fish King with their own eyes will have good luck for a period of time. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be somewhat credible. Yi Xiuxiu narrowed her eyes. She was very lucky to be able to survive this difficult time. Haha, immortal cultivators shouldn't believe these things. This fish king is a rare monster. Why hasn't anyone tried to kill it after it appeared? The skyfire liquid refined with the fish king's fish oil should be more effective. Luo Hong shook his head. Compared to the mysterious luck, he preferred real things. No one in the entire Kixing Island dares to touch it. The backer of this fish king is the Star Palace. The fish king can control the fish school. Whether it is dead or taken as a spirit beast, it will affect the output of the skyfire liquid in the entire inner star sea. So the elders of the Star Palace put a ban on it. Anyone who is not good for the fish king will be marked by the ban and then sanctioned by the Star Palace. Brother Luo, look, the mass on the exoskeleton behind the fish king's left eye is the mark of the Star Palace. Yi Xiuxiu stretched out a finger and pointed at the fish king in the distance. So that's how it is. Then this fish king is indeed very important. Xingang's approach is appropriate. Luo Hong said this, but a trace of haze arose in his heart. As soon as the breath of the enemy of the devil appeared, the fish king who had not appeared for 100 years surfaced. Wouldn't this be too coincidental? Suspicious. Luo Hong launched his spiritual sense to investigate. After his soul reached the second evolution realm, his spiritual sense was equivalent to that of a cultivator in the early stage of Jinden. There were no Jinden cultivators here, so no one could find his investigation. As expected, the seemingly calm seabed was actually surging with undercurrents. A huge net composed of water spirits was holding the fish king. The breath of this huge spiritual net was very secretive and could not be detected by the naked eye in the seawater. Therefore, no one except Luo Hong, a monster with Jinden level spiritual sense, noticed anything unusual. Perhaps even the fish king who was lifted up did not understand what happened and only thought that he encountered a strong seabed current. After a short while, the giant spiritual net disappeared and the fish king immediately dived into the seabed as if nothing had happened. Only Luo Hong knew that someone had laid a formation on the seabed, intending to plot against the fish king, and this formation must have been newly arranged, otherwise they would not have taken the opportunity to test the effectiveness of the formation. Those who have the courage to devour the sharp-mouthed fish school will certainly not be afraid of the Star Palace. For me now, it must be a behemoth, an existence that cannot be provoked, so I'd better pretend that I didn't see it. After experiencing the incident with the fish king, Yi Xiuxiu drove the spirit boat to the Kixing Island pier in advance, where there was a place to refine fish oil. In previous years, if you went late, you had to queue up, but this year you were the first, which can be regarded as restoring the reputation of Lan'an Pavilion. After letting Supervisor Yi Liang stay at the pier to supervise the refining of fish oil, Yi Xiuxiu led Luo Hong back to Lan'an Pavilion and took out 5 jade slips from an old storage bag. Brother Luo, this one is a sea chart covering the entire inner star sea, but it is not detailed. Only the famous large islands and dangerous places are marked. This one is a detailed sea chart from Kixing Island to Xianxing City. My father spent a lot of money to buy it. It even marks the specialties of the islands along the way. However, Brother Luo does not run a business, so it is not very useful. This one is a sea chart of the outer star sea, most of which were added by my father. There are also these two. One records all the known monsters in the Chaos Star Sea, and the other is a classic book introducing many spiritual medicines and spiritual materials in the outer Star Sea. Brother Luo will definitely use them all when he travels far away. Thank you. These are indeed what I urgently need to know. Miss Yi is troubled. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Luo Hong bowed and turned to leave. Wait, Brother Luo, this jade token is also for you. Yi Xiuxiu hesitated for a moment and took off a piece of topaz from her waist. The jade has a weak spiritual energy, but there is a Yi character engraved on it, and it is obvious that it is something like a token. Miss Yi, what does this mean? Luo Hong did not rashly reach out to take it. Maybe it will be a trouble. Before my father died, he opened a branch of Lan'an Pavilion in Xianxing City. This jade token is a token. I'm far away from Kixing Island, so it is useless to keep it. Brother Luo is going to Xianxing City, so you might as well take this jade token to find that shop, and you can have a place to stay. Yi Xiu looked sincere and handed the jade token forward, indicating Luo Hong to take it quickly. Okay, if there is any problem with the branch pavilion, I will definitely help. Luo Hong is not a hypocritical person. He does need it, but he doesn't want to owe Yi Xiu anything. After pondering for a while, he asked, does Miss Yi's Lan'an Pavilion have business conflicts with the Yi family? Why does the Yi family target you in particular? There is no conflict. The business situation of Kixing Island has not changed dramatically since the new island owner took office 100 years ago. Each family has its own business area, and they have always made money in harmony. The Yi family is just mean and wants to swallow up our Yi family. When Yi Xiu mentioned the Yi family, she thought of the young master of the Yi family who threatened to marry her, and she felt very disgusted. I'm afraid that's not the case. Luo Hong sighed in his heart. This girl has helped me a lot, but I can't watch her being crushed by the general trend. So he asked again, what does Miss Yi's Lan'an Pavilion mainly do? Brother Luo, don't think that my Yi family's business is not big just because there are few people in my Lan'an Pavilion. The island protection formation of Kixing Island and more than 20 islands around it are all maintained by our Yi family. The formation materials produced by several large islands around are bought by our Yi family every year, and others can't buy them, even if they want to. It's a pity that our Yi family has never recruited a formation master, otherwise we should have made further progress. Yi Xiu proudly puffed out her chest and looked at Luo Hong meaningfully. Fortunately, your family doesn't have a formation master, otherwise it would have been over long ago. Miss Yi, for your sincere help to me, I will say something inappropriate before I leave. When you are weak, you should admit your weakness, share the family business profits with the trusted families, and use their power to deter the villains, so that the Yi family will have the opportunity to grow and develop. In addition, Miss Yi, keep this talisman. If you encounter life-threatening situations in the future, activating this talisman may save your life. I will take my leave. Luo Hong handed over a 4-elephant relocation talisman and turned to leave. Under that situation, he was just an ant. Being able to say these words was already a great kindness. After leaving the gate of Lan'an Pavilion, Luo Hong was about to go to the exit of the island protection formation and prepare to start a long journey. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by two people before he walked a few feet. Brother Luo, please stay. My husband and I have something to discuss. Yuan Xingping and Jinga walked out from the corner and blocked Luo Hong's way. It seemed that they had been waiting here for a long time. I don't have time to design a formation for your sect. You two have found the wrong person. Luo Hong's only identity as a formation master could attract these two people, so he immediately wanted to stop them from talking to save them some trouble. Brother Luo, you misunderstood. My husband and I are here for a private matter. Brother Luo, can you please take a step to discuss in detail? Yuan Xingping extended his hand and wanted Luo Hong to move to a nearby tea house. No need. Just talk here if you have anything to say. Luo Hong casually cast a soundproofing spell, just wanting to leave immediately after listening. It's not that Luo Hong looked down on them. The secrets of key refining cultivators are unlikely to be valuable to him, a foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, this couple is simple and natural to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, they are extremely poor. Luo Hong didn't want to waste time with them for a few spirit stones. Brother Yuan, Brother Luo must have something urgent to do. Let's not beat around the bush. We can't deal with that beast. Jinga pulled her husband's sleeve and urged, Brother Luo, to be honest, my husband and I accidentally discovered an uninhabited island. On it is a medicinal valley full of various spiritual medicines, but it is guarded by powerful monsters. This time, I came to ask Brother Luo to help me get rid of the monsters. I can give you half of the spiritual medicines in the valley. Yuan Xingping gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. No one would be willing to share this opportunity, but he and his wife really didn't have the ability. Island? Spiritual medicine? Luo Hong's heart moved, and his attitude became much gentler. How far is the island from Kixing Island? How many monsters are there on the island? What is their grade? Hearing Luo Hong's 3 questions in a row, Yuan Xingping and his wife were all happy. They knew that this matter was mostly done. That island is covered by sea fog all year round. It takes about 20 days to fly from Kixing Island. It is extremely remote. There are two kinds of monsters living on the island. One is the fierce wind bird, which nests on the cliffs on the coast. There are about 10 of them, all of which are only the first level lower level monsters. But among the other giant ant monsters called red fire ants, there are second level ant generals, and they nest in the medicine valley. If we want to collect medicine, we can't avoid them. Yuan Xingping looked solemn. Before asking Luo Hong, he had tried other methods, but they all ended in failure. If it weren't for the fact that the red fire ants were not agile and could not fly, he would have died several times. I see. I understand what you two mean. With the help of the power of the formation, it is not a problem for the three of us to deal with a second level monster. I agree to this matter. When will we leave? Luo Hong agreed without much thought. Of course, he was not doing it for a few spiritual medicines, but for the island itself. He didn't expect that his luck was so good that he could find an isolated island with a high probability of being suitable for a ray formation before reaching the outer sea. Since there was a medicine valley on the isolated island and many monsters lived there, it must be a place with abundant spiritual energy, and a small spiritual vein was indispensable. Although Luo Hong was confident in the array he designed, he could only ensure that it was foolproof by actual testing. If he didn't test it in the inner sea, if something went wrong in the outer sea, it would be very uncomfortable to adjust it without materials. The time wasted in going back and forth alone could make Luo Hong very depressed, not to mention the risks of flying for a long time on the sea. As for why Yuan Xingping and his wife were obsessed with finding him to cooperate, it was also easy to understand. Although Yuan Xingping gave away half of the spiritual medicine in one breath, it seemed that he was at a disadvantage. But to deal with the second level monster, if he didn't rely on the array, he would need a foundation building cultivator to take action, or 7 or 8 key refining cultivators could do it with some risks. In this way, they could only drink some soup. We can leave now. Yuan Xingping and Jinga looked at each other and blurted out in surprise. They actually prepared to give up more spiritual medicine to impress the other party, but they didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Just as Luo Hong was happy about the unexpected gain, a fierce quarrel broke out in the Yi family. Dad, the Yi family is now so weak that there is no foundation building cultivator to support it. Why can't we use force? If I use such dirty tricks, when will I be able to hold the beauty in my arms? The young master of the Yi family was furious about today's defeat. He lost his last bit of patience and planned to use extraordinary means. After a crisp sound of power, the young master of the Yi family was stunned, and a blood mark slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Asshole, it's not your turn to interfere in the affairs of the Yi family. Go to the reflection room and reflect on yourself. Yi Zhao slapped his useless son hard and shouted at him to get out. The young master of the Yi family had never seen his father so angry. He just wanted to rob a female cultivator. Why did he go to this extent? Although he felt extremely aggrieved, he did not dare to disobey his father's wishes. He covered his face and walked obediently to the reflection room. Yi Zhao looked at his son's back, sighed deeply, and then his face became serious. He walked to the study to activate the ban and came to a dark room. Master Yi, do you know your crime? In the dark room, there was a young cultivator sitting on the first seat with his legs crossed and playing with a green bead. As soon as Yi Zhao came in, he started to question him without even looking at him. Young master, my child is ignorant. Please forgive him this time. In the future, I will strictly discipline him and will not let him ruin the big things. Yi Zhao was very humble at this moment. Any cultivator from Kixing Island would be shocked to see the head of the Yi family kneeling like this. With his head lowered, Yi Zhao did not dare to look directly at the young man in front of him who had the same cultivation as him. When he saw the 3 green suns embroidered on his sleeves, he could not help but feel bitter. Tell me why you attacked the girl from the Yi family. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, you will definitely be punished. The young monk put away the king lazy and sneered. Young sect master, you are wise. Yi Xiuxiu is actually a rare Luo body, an excellent furnace for practicing. I originally wanted to capture her first, and then present her to you. I didn't know the inside story, so I almost made a big mistake. Yi Zhao hurriedly told the truth. This time, the flattery was really dangerous. Lin Xingping was changed to Yuan Xingping, and Yuan Yao was missed, so let her parents be tools. Chapter 131 Let Lingzi restrain Lingzi. In the dark room, Yi Zhao had just left the door with many thanks, when a giant and cultivator with a face as thin as a skull walked out of the shadows. Young sect master, are you really going to let him go? If he hadn't acted on his own this time, the formation test wouldn't have almost failed. This skull-headed man in the early stage of giant seemed extremely dissatisfied with Yi Zhao, with 2 balls of blue ghost fire in his eye sockets. Elder Gu has just arrived and doesn't know the situation yet. The big event planned by My King Guiyang sect and Liulian Hall still needs this person, so we can't touch this father and son for the time being. However, the formation master who sacrificed the strange talisman that prevented the binding sea sky spirit formation from being activated needs Elder Gu to take the trouble to eliminate it. Although this person is only a cultivator in the key refining stage, judging from his formation talismans, he should have inherited something overseas. Before killing him, Elder Gu, remember to search his soul first. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. The young cultivator ordered with murderous intent. He is just a cultivator in the key refining stage. No matter what inheritance he has, he cannot escape my grasp. I guarantee that he will die without a sound. The skull raised his right hand, and a blue ghost fire ignited in his palm. I'm naturally relieved that Elder Gu will take action. I have just asked the people of the Yi family to keep a close eye on Lan'an Pavilion. As long as that person leaves the mountain protection formation of King Iron Mountain, they will send a message back. After getting rid of this person, Elder Gu will stay here. The young cultivator stood up leisurely with his hands behind his back and slowly walked out of the dark room. I obey your command, the skull replied. 20 days later, above the endless sea, Luo Hong, who had no idea that he had been targeted, but had just escaped a disaster, was flying rapidly with Yuan Xingping and his wife. Brother Luo is almost there. The isolated island, where the Medicine Valley is located, is in the sea fog ahead. Yuan Xingping said, slightly panting. The long-term flying with the flying device made him a little tired. Luo Hong looked in the direction he pointed and saw a white spot as big as a date on the sea in the distance, which must be the sea fog. As the target approached, the 3 people's mood was lifted, and they soon reached the sky above the sea fog after speeding up. On the nearby sea, 3 red and yellow eagle-beaked strange birds about a foot long were hovering to catch fish. After sensing the breath of the 3 people, they immediately flapped their wings and dived into the white sea fog. Brother Luo, that is the fierce wind bird. I accidentally entered this group of sea fog in order to hunt this bird and discovered the hidden world in it. Yuan Xingping sighed at the opportunity of the day. Luo Hong was scanning the sea fog with his spiritual sense at this moment and found that it was condensed from ordinary water vapor without any trace of spiritual energy. After arriving on the island, we will recover our magic power first and then go to fight the Ant General. After that, the 3 people dived into the fog, and they were not afraid of getting separated because of the guidance of their spiritual sense. After flying for more than 10 miles, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly cleared, and a small island about 60 or 70 miles long came into view. In the center of the island stood a mountain that was 100 feet high. The peak was emitting scorching hot steam, making the temperature of the island much higher than that of the surrounding seas. This was the reason why the island was shrouded in sea fog all year round. It was rare to have an active volcano. Before landing on the island, Luo Hong was completely relieved. The gradually enriched spiritual energy told him that this trip would definitely not be in vain. Brother Yuan, a nest of fierce wind birds seems to have laid eggs. After Jinger arrived on the island, he was not concerned about how to deal with the second-level red fire ants, but paid much attention to a nest of low-level monsters. Really, Brother Luo, can you wait for a moment? Let us go get 2 monster eggs first. Yuan Xingping was surprised and bowed quickly. Brother Yuan, please go ahead. I just need to check out the spiritual veins of this island, so that I can find a suitable place to set up the formation. The 2 men's cultivation bases were both in the late stage of key refining, so it was easy for them to deal with a group of low-level monsters. Luo Hong ignored them and went around the island to test the spiritual veins. Yes, although the spiritual veins here are small, the spiritual energy is pure, which is more than enough for a giant and stage cultivator to practice. If it were in Cheyenne, this place would have been occupied by a Zeuxan family long ago. Luo Hong was very satisfied at this moment. He was ready to set up the formation and practice here as soon as he sent the Yuan family couple away. When they returned to the place where they separated, Yuan Xingping and the others were already waiting, smiling, and a little too happy. You too, no matter how well this fierce windbird is trained, it will only be a mid-level monster when it grows up. Why are you so happy? Did I make a mistake? Luo Hong asked curiously. Brother Luo, you don't know that Jing'er and I have a daughter. She will be old enough to practice in a few years. This fierce windbird is just right for her to practice the beast taming method. Seeing Yuan Xingping's overjoyed look, Luo Hong couldn't help laughing. There are daughter slaves everywhere. Brother Yuan really loves his daughter, but for now, you should recover your magic power first. The sooner you get rid of the red fire ants, the sooner you can get the spiritual medicine, so as to avoid more trouble at night. Yes, Brother Luo, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Jing'er, let's practice the skills. After Yuan Xingping smiled brightly, he sat opposite Jing'er and practiced the skills with their palms facing each other. Dual cultivation skills? After Luo Hong took a look, she absorbed the spiritual energy alone not far away and couldn't help thinking of Yu Ruoxi who was far away in the south. 2 hours later, the three of them finished their skills and stood up one after another. Without any nonsense, they went straight to the Medicine Valley. The Medicine Valley is close to the volcano and is the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy on the island. The nest of the red fire ants is located between the Medicine Valley and the volcano. Looking at the clay until about 10 feet high in the distance, Luo Hong secretly thought that there should be a lot of red fire ants on this island. Brother Luo, look, there are several kinds of spiritual medicines in the Medicine Valley that can be used to refine elixirs to improve cultivation. You will definitely not lose out this time. Yuan Xingping looked at the more than 30 spiritual medicines of various colors in the Medicine Valley, and his saliva was almost flowing out. Luo Hong just glanced at it. Although there are many spiritual medicines here, they are not old, and the oldest is only 200 years old. And this island has been uninhabited for a long time. The spiritual medicines growing in the valley must be eaten by red fire ants as soon as they are old. It's not a loss. I will start to set up the formation. Please protect me. After Luo Hong said this, he took out the formation flag and formation plate. He had no intention of showing off his skills. He just slowly set up an ordinary illusion formation and then asked the Yuan family couple to attract the red fire ants. These giant ants, more than 2 feet long, had dark fire colored shells, were extremely ferocious, and had almost no intelligence. They were easily lured into the illusion array and killed effortless by the three men. Even the last red fire ant general appeared, and after entering the illusion array, it could only spin in place and spit out fire pillars to attack randomly. However, its shell was really hard. The Yuan family couple shot for a long time, but failed to seriously injure it. It was Luo Hong who quietly added strength to behead it. Once the ant general died, the rest of the red fire ants retreated into the nest, and there was no obstacle to collecting herbs at this time. Brother Luo, are you really going to give me all these spiritual medicines that have the effect of strengthening the body and nourishing the essence? Yuan Xingping said in surprise. This was completely opposite to the distribution method he expected. These spiritual medicines are not very useful to me, but the terrain of this island is unique, which is suitable for me to study formations, and the spiritual energy is also abundant, so I plan to practice in this island for a while. I hope you two will not reveal the location of this island and my whereabouts. In fact, killing is the safest way to silence them at this time, but Luo Hong really can't be cruel, so he can only lure them with benefits. Brother Luo, don't worry, I can't bear to reveal the location of the Medicine Valley. Since Brother Luo uses the spiritual energy of this place to practice in seclusion, then we will say goodbye first. I really miss my little girl at home, after being out for so many days. Yuan Xingping understood Luo Hong's thoughts very well. As a cultivator in the key refining stage, it is a rare opportunity to have a monopoly on an island for practice. If he and Jing'er were not disciples of the Golden Bowl sect, they would also want to move here. Take care, you two. After watching the Yuan family couple leave, Luo Hong immediately wiped out the nests of fierce windbirds on the cliff. He didn't want anyone to follow the birds to discover this island again. In the next 10 days, Luo Hong first arranged a large array around the island to prevent the sky wind, one of the 3 major natural disasters in the Chaos Star Sea. Then, he spread out the array diagram he had originally designed and made adjustments based on the actual terrain of the isolated island and the direction of the spiritual veins. The whole process required a lot of calculations. In order to save time, Luo Hong used the number 4 enlightenment tea to improve his brain power. Half a month later, the new array diagram was born in Luo Hong's hands. After just a day of rest to restore his energy, Luo Hong immediately began to build a large-scale construction on the isolated island, casting spells to fix the pieces of array materials in their respective positions. After just 2 days of work, Luo Hong found that the amount of work was astonishingly large. With his own strength, it would probably take more than half a year to move the large array on the array diagram into reality. Fortunately, Luo Hong could refine low-level puppets. He stopped setting up the formation for a month and used the spirit of red fire ants and 10-year-old ironwood as materials to make several large puppets that were ugly but very useful. He used his distraction to command them to split the mountains and crack the earth, which made the progress rapidly. 2 months later, Luo Hong stood on the top of the volcano, looking at the island that had changed a lot. Looking back on the formation over the past few months, he could only describe it as gains and losses. The completed formation did not meet Luo Hong's expectations 100%, proving once again that practice is the only criterion for testing truth. But the error did not have a big impact, and the impact on the effectiveness of the formation was within an acceptable range. Holding the formation plate in his hand, Luo Hong felt a sense of pride rising from his chest. The step he was about to take was destined to make the entire human world change color. Start the formation. With a slight turn, the runes on the formation plate lit up, and suddenly the entire island trembled slightly, causing the volcano under Luo Hong's feet to buzz restlessly. At this time, sensing the restlessness of the spiritual energy around the volcano, the formation automatically activated several spiritual talismans to suppress the possible eruption. The source of the vibration came from underground, which was also the most laborious place to arrange the entire formation. More than 10 miles of tunnels were seen, like a spider web, entrenched above the spiritual veins of the small island. In the center, the evil demon pill was spewing out the earthly evil energy under the effect of the formation. These earthly evil energies were restrained in the tunnels under the formation designed by Luo Hong, based on the earthly evil spirit formation. There is no doubt that the appearance of the earthly evil energy instantly caused a huge spiritual pressure difference, and the spiritual energy in the spiritual veins began to escape frantically. The amount of spiritual energy that was originally measured in days is now measured in minutes and seconds. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that soared into the sky activated the formation on the ground, which sorted out its flow and guided it to a specific location. But its efficiency was too slow compared to the massive amount of spiritual energy that erupted. Most of the spiritual energy rushed to the sky and spread between heaven and earth. It seemed that Luo Hong's formation failed. However, Luo Hong, who was standing on the top of the volcano at this moment, was extremely calm. He gently turned the array disc again, and the spiritual wind that blew his long hair into a mess suddenly stopped. It turned out that underground, the evil spirits had all gathered in the outermost circular tunnel, and the spiritual energy in the spiritual veins erupted along it, forming a huge spiritual ring with a diameter of several miles on the ground. On the outer and inner sides of the ring, 10 spiritual exchange arrays were symmetrically located, which changed the spiritual energy flowing through into the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Due to its special spatial layout, the spiritual energy on the inner and outer sides was guided to bend an arc, gradually blocking the way for the spiritual energy to escape to the sky, forming a closed structure. At this time, the constantly spreading spiritual energy of heaven and earth was suddenly restrained. Under the colorful spiritual energy outer wall, a huge spiritual energy ring that looked like a magnetic restraint coil slowly took shape. Finally, a huge spiritual energy ring shining with colorful spiritual light appeared brilliantly in the world. On the top of the volcano, Luo Hong used the physical examination form to monitor the total amount of spiritual energy contained in the ring in real time. When it was about to reach the limit, he reversed the array plate and controlled the evil demon bead to absorb the earth evil energy. Looking at the big array again, he saw that the huge ring of spiritual energy was in a stable state. The array in the center was exerting its true effect, directing the scattered spiritual energy to the giant ring. The source of the spill was a small wooden house in the Medicine Valley, which was the place where Luo Hong built for himself to practice. After confirming that the array was running stably, Luo Hong flew to the wooden house. He did not set up any array here, but when he pushed the door open and entered, the external spiritual pressure value on the physical examination form instantly soared to thousands. And his internal spiritual pressure also reached about 200, which was still 100 away from his limit. It didn't reach 300, but it's done. Luo Hong smiled. He didn't rush to practice, but picked up a pen to write the experimental record. This 5 evils gathering spirit array is the culmination of Luo Hong's research results on all his spirit particles. It includes the theory of the 5 states of spirit particles, the theory of the 5-element restraint, the theory of the birth of spirit objects, and the theory of spiritual pressure. In the end, it was achieved that spirit particles restrain spirit particles instead of using formations to restrain spirit particles, and spirit particles gather spirit particles instead of using formations to gather spirit particles. The former is his innovation, and the latter is a common method of gathering spirits in ancient and modern immortal cultivation circles. Luo Hong has only experienced thousands of external spiritual pressures in the cave of the ancient cultivator. That is a typical ancient method of gathering spirits, which requires extremely high requirements for the location of the formation. The place suitable for the ancient method of gathering spirits has a famous name in the immortal cultivation world: Cave Heaven and Blessed Land. At this moment, the amount of spiritual energy in the colorful giant ring is beyond the control of even the cultivators in the god transformation stage, and Luo Hong naturally cannot. And this place is just an ordinary spiritual vein island, and the formation Luo Hong set up is not a big formation that shakes the world. He can use these relatively simple conditions to achieve a gathering effect that is almost the same as the ancient cave, which is simply shocking. And this is scientific immortal cultivation. My hands are frozen. For those brothers who don't understand, I will explain it in the next chapter. Chapter 132 5 Evils Gathering Spirit Formation. As for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the cultivators before the transformation of spirit can only influence it a little by relying on their spiritual roots. This influence is weak and will disappear after being separated from the body for several feet. The 5 evils gathering spirit array designed by Luo Hong seems to be able to control a huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but in fact, the array only plays a guiding role. It is the spiritual energy itself that makes the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flow obediently. The whole array actually has 3 parts, namely, extracting spirits, binding spirits, and gathering spirits. Extracting spirits is easy to understand. It is to use the spiritual pressure difference created by the evil spirits of the earth to extract a large amount of spiritual energy from the spiritual vein. Because this extraction method is too violent and even destructive, Luo Hong estimates that if it happens twice more, this spiritual vein will be useless. It may or may not be able to recover after hundreds or thousands of years. In this process, by controlling the position of the evil spirit, the position of the extracted spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be roughly controlled. The second part is to bind the spirit. Binding the spirit is the core of the whole array, and also the most difficult part. It was here that Luo Hong encountered some failures, so that the gathering effect of the array did not meet expectations. The soul binding part is the practical application of the 5-state theory of soul particles and the 5-element constraint theory, among which the 5-state theory of soul particles provides the basis, and the 5-element constraint theory achieves the constraint effect. According to the characteristic that soul particles have the 5-element attributes at the same time, Luo Hong uses the soul changing array to transform the soul particles flowing through into soul particles of specific attributes, and finally forms a colorful halo of the 5-element circulation. When the 5-element soul particles gather together, a strange phenomenon will occur. these soul particles will shrink inward, as if they want to merge together, showing a phenomenon similar to the strong interaction force in atoms. After further exploration, it can be found that when the 5 elements circulate, they are bound to be arranged in a circle in a mutually generated manner. In this circle, the attributes that restrain each other must be at opposite corners. Take the gold element as an example. Because gold generates water and earth generates gold, the adjacent attributes of the gold element in the 5 element circulation must be the earth element and the water element. The wood element and the fire element, which are restrained by gold and can restrain gold, are in relative positions. When the total amount of soul particles of these 3 elements reaches a certain order of magnitude, a phenomenon of mutual attraction will occur. That is to say, this phenomenon of spirit particles only occurs under macroscopic conditions, and the force under microscopic conditions is so weak that it is almost non-existent. Because of the venue, Luo Hong had not done the corresponding experiment before to explore the result of the encounter of spirit particles with mutually restraining properties of a certain order of magnitude. But common sense also tells us that it must be a shocking explosion. There is evidence. In the ancient formation Jade Slip, there is such a formation, which is called Big 5 Element Demon Extermination Formation. This formation is famous for a powerful means called 5 Element Divine Thunder, which ranks 9th among the 10 ancient formations in the Jade Slip. This 5 Element Divine Thunder is most likely created, based on the above principle. Back to the topic, it is precisely because of this interaction that when the 5 element form a mutually generated flow, the 5 element ring will produce an inward constraint. The greater the total amount of spirit particles in the system, the greater this constraint. That is, using spirit particles to constrain spirit particles. The inverted 5 element formation, in Han Lao Mo's hand and the 5 element ring ancient treasure that has not yet been obtained both use this spirit particle phenomenon. Luo Hong made a mistake because he misjudged the effect of the soul exchange array. The soul exchange array has a limit to its ability to transform spiritual energy. It does not mean that it can transform as much spiritual energy as it flows through the formation. The miscalculation of this limit caused the binding force of the 5 element ring to not reach the expected level, and thus the effect of the entire formation was lower than expected. It is actually simple to upgrade the soul exchange array. You only need to use more precious, that is, higher level 5 element materials, to refine better formation flags. If you can refine the formation flags used in the Great 5 Element Demon Exterminating Array, the effect of the 5 Evils Gathering Spirit Array will reach a very terrifying level. Because of the poor performance of the Soul Exchange Array, the limit of spiritual pressure in the 5-colored giant ring is 200. If this value is exceeded, the system will collapse. The external spiritual pressure of 200 can only cause an internal spiritual pressure of 50 to 60. This gap is due to the obstruction of the meridians of the immortal cultivator's body and the gradual effect of the spiritual shielding effect. In other words, we cannot infinitely increase the internal spiritual pressure by infinitely increasing the external spiritual pressure. When the external spiritual pressure reaches a certain limit, the internal spiritual pressure will drop instantly, which means we are shielded. Of course, we don't need to think too much about this problem, because as our cultivation level improves, this shield will automatically disappear. An internal spiritual pressure of 50 or 60 is not bad, but it cannot satisfy Luo Hong's ambition. His comparison target is Han Lao Mo, who treats foundation building elixirs as candy beans. Without an internal spiritual pressure of hundreds, Luo Hong would be embarrassed to be his senior brother. So, he designed the third part of the formation, gathering spirits. The power of the 5 element of the spirit particle restraint cannot meet Luo Hong's requirements, but it can be done by using the principle of the birth of the spirit eye. When the spirit particles condense into a group on a macro scale, due to their own mass, a center of gravity will be formed, causing a large number of spirit particles to jump to this point. The external spiritual pressure generated is actually caused by the pressure of the entire spirit particle group. That is, using spirit particles to gather spirit particles. This is a bit similar to the process of the birth of stars in nebulae. Nebulae, mainly composed of hydrogen, can condense into supermassive stars under their own gravity. Although the spiritual energy in the colorful halo is constrained in the ring, it is still flowing, and its movement is irregular, which causes the mass of the whole composed of the huge amount of spiritual energy in the ring to be unbalanced, so the center of gravity is constantly changing. To put it bluntly, it is still, because the restraint is not strong enough. If it is strong enough, the spiritual energy cannot run around. However, this change in position is within a fixed range due to the constraint of the ring, which is the cabin built by Luo Hong. In fact, this phenomenon is a good thing. Otherwise, if it is gathered at one point and does not move, Luo Hong will definitely be blocked, but maybe in a few years, a spiritual eye can be created. The above is the operating principle of the three major parts of the five evils gathering spirit array. Luo Hong muttered to himself as he wrote the last word and closed the blank book. He was about to go to the master bedroom to practice and enjoy the benefits of the five evils gathering spirit array. Suddenly, he thought of Xiaojin, who had been eating and waiting to die in the spirit beast bag for more than a year. With a thought, he called it out. As soon as Xiaojin appeared, he looked like he was sleeping soundly while holding a mid-level gold spirit stone. Sensing the change in the environment, he wiped his eyes with his wings and looked around blankly. Xiaojin's dazed look made Luo Hong laugh. He flicked his sleeves and used a force to throw him to the golden part of the colorful ring. Not long after, Luo Hong heard Xiaojin's excited chirping. He nodded slightly and walked towards the master bedroom. Once the wooden door is closed, you can't see the changes of spring and autumn outside the window, and you don't know how the stars move in the sky. I'll take a leave in advance. My mother will take me to a blind date tomorrow, so today I have 6,000 words. Tomorrow I will only have 4,000 words. I will resume later. I will never let women influence me. If you haven't joined the group yet, please join quickly. 607,277,622. Red envelopes will be sent at 6 PM on New Year's Day. How many people are there in the group? The minimum is 200. Chapter 133. 12 years later, and the uninvited guest. As time went by, Luo Hong was immersed in cultivation every day. His cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds, so he didn't feel bored at all. It only took him 2 years to break through to the late stage of foundation building. Next, he should consider how to form the pill. According to Han Leomo's experience, Luo Hong had better improve his soul realm to the 3rd level, that is, to cultivate the great evolution due to the 3rd level. In addition, it would be best to obtain snow spirit water, sky fire liquid and dust reduction pill, which would require dealing with the merchant alliance in the inner star sea, which would inevitably lead to financial losses. In order to avoid being harmed by others, Luo Hong decided to continue his retreat here, while improving his cultivation to the peak of foundation building and improving his combat power. In fact, in terms of combat power, Luo Hong has many areas to improve. In terms of soul, he needs to refine the last heavenly demon pill, which can quickly strengthen his soul. In terms of the physical body, one is that the Iron Cauldron Golden Body technique is only one level away from being cultivated to the 6th level, and the other is the engraving of the remaining 8 Dragon Bone Silver runes. As for mana, Luo Hong had to cultivate the newly connected 12 acupoints and use the spiritual energy in the wooden house to completely cultivate the blue round particles. This matter has been delayed for too long. There are so many things to do. It seems that it is time to go into seclusion for a long time. After Luo Hong listed the things to be completed, he felt that coming to the Chaos Star Sea was the right thing to do. After building the foundation, he no longer needed the protection of the sect. Instead, the trivial matters of the sect held him back and prevented him from practicing with all his heart. After closing the wooden door again, 12 years passed in a flash. One day, Luo Hong was fighting with 2 2nd-level red fire ants near the red part of the colorful giant ring. After skillfully dodging the fire pillars they spewed, he sacrificed a white flying knife and slashed at their limbs a few times, beheading them instantly. Suddenly, 2 considerable evil spirits entangled him, and Luo Hong smiled slightly with satisfaction. After he and the Yuan family had dealt with the ant general, Luo Hong did not exterminate all the red fire ants on the island. It was not because he could not, but because it was unnecessary. After all, red fire ants live deep underground, and it is not only laborious to hunt them down, but also of no benefit. But to Luo Hong's surprise, in the first year after the formation of the 5-colored giant ring, the group of red fire ants quietly moved away, and with the help of the pure fire spirit in the 5-colored giant ring, they continued to give birth to second level ant generals. After Luo Hong found out, he immediately slaughtered them. If he allowed these red fire ants to multiply and advance, they might destroy the formation he had set up. After the killing, Luo Hong was pleasantly surprised to find that he had gained a lot of evil spirits. After a little calculation, the result was that the evil spirits gained by killing a second level ant general were 20% more than those gained by killing the foundation building demon cultivators of the Xianxia sect. It seemed that this kind of fierce insects were born with good evil spirits. With this unexpected harvest, Luo Hong's practice of the Iron Cauldron Golden Body technique entered the fast lane, and now he has practiced to the 8th level. With the 3 new silver runes of dragon bones carved on his spine, his physical strength is a far cry from that of 12 years ago. However, he always dresses like a scholar, has a pale complexion, and looks weak. After cutting off the jaws of the 2 newly born second level ant generals, Luo Hong burned their remains, released the restrictions, and drove 2 adult red fire ants into the fire bath he built. In about a month, he can come back to harvest the evil spirit. Just as he was about to return to the wooden house to practice, an alarm suddenly came from the island protection formation. Someone broke in. Luo Hong frowned. This was the first time someone broke in 12 years. He did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly flew over to check. However, just halfway through the flight, several more auras broke into the formation, as if they were chasing the person in front. Luo Hong pondered for a moment, and then increased his speed to the extreme. With his current peak foundation building cultivation, he turned into a long rainbow, and soon fled to the location of the island protection formation. This formation is a maze set up by Luo Hong with the help of sea fog. It has no killing power, but it can make people lost in it. No matter how you fly, you can only enter from one end and exit from the other end, making the intruder mistakenly believe that there is nothing in the sea fog. Only cultivators who have reached the late stage of foundation building can see through this formation, but it is not easy to break it. Brother Ma, the soul pulling technique senses that the female cultivator is not far away. We have been chasing for so long, we shouldn't be able to see her figure. In the sea fog, 3 different lights of light suddenly stopped. Looking at the aura, they are all cultivators in the foundation building period, and they are all wearing black robes. Obviously, they are in the same group. The fog here is not simple. It seems to be able to blind people's consciousness. Brother Zin, I remember that your magic weapon has a magical effect of breaking illusions. Why not try it? Brother Ma has the cultivation of the late stage of foundation building, and is the leader of the 3. As soon as he spoke, the cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building beside him offered a scroll, infused it with magic power to make it unfold, and saw a painting of a ferocious beast with 2 yellow rays of light shooting out of its fist-sized pupils. The fog dissipated wherever he swept past, and soon he found Jinga, whose face was flushed with anxiety in the fog. Haha, I thought this girl had set up an ambush here, but I didn't expect she was just running away in a panic. The cultivator who used the soul pulling technique sneered, and was about to fly up to take the other party down, but heard a vague voice coming from the sea of fog. What are you doing here without invitation? Luo Hong's voice came from all directions, making the 3 people alert. Who are you? My fellow disciples are chasing the wanted criminals of our sect. Please don't interfere. Senior Brother Ma looked solemn. They were obviously in the opponent's formation at the moment. If the opponent was a cultivator in the foundation building period like them, it would be a bit tricky. Brother, this person only said that the 3 of us came uninvited. It is obvious that he is in the same group with that female cultivator. Be careful. Junior Brother Zin whispered, his hands clasped on the storage bag, ready to attack at any time. Brother Luo, save me. Their target is you. Jinga heard Luo Hong's voice, and her face suddenly showed a happy expression of surviving a disaster, and she shouted loudly, "Oh, you 3 are forcing my friends like this for me, but it is a bit wrong." As Luo Hong said, he dispersed the mist to reveal his figure and signaled Jinga to hide beside him with his eyes. Humph. Playing tricks. So you are the formation master, but you dare to tease us as a cultivator in the key refining stage, and why don't you surrender? The cultivator who performed the soul pulling technique shouted angrily, dispersed the magic in his hand, and sacrificed a pair of golden long spears. You three are murderous. It doesn't seem like you just want to capture me. Before you take action, can you tell me how I offended your family? Luo Hong asked calmly. You don't need to know, just be a fool. The man's face turned cold, and he immediately flew forward, driving a pair of golden spears to attack Luo Hong and the other two, and actually wanted to kill them together. Junior brother, be gentle, leave his soul. Senior brother Ma ordered lightly. Yes, it's time to leave the soul. Luo Hong said coldly, and in an instant he sacrificed 5 top-level magic weapons. In addition to leaving the soul-devouring shield for self-defense, the other 4 swords, spears, and crutch all killed the cultivator who attacked. Not good. This person is a cultivator in the false pill realm. Junior brother, retreat quickly. Sensing the mana aura bursting out of Luo Hong, Junior brother Zin's face suddenly changed, and he pointed to the scroll above his head with one hand, and the mana surged. Suddenly, the ferocious beast in the scroll rushed out, facing the bone spear driven by the other party, and fighting for the opportunity for the junior brother who rushed forward to retreat. However, the full-legged beast with a body a length of several feet was hit by the bone spear, and half of its body was blown away, turning into a ball of black ink, and flying back to the scroll. You can't kill me, I am the defensive magic weapon that the cultivator who took action hurriedly sacrificed had no power at all. It was surrounded by Luo Hong's 4 top magic weapons. Just one round of attack broke the shield and killed the person. Humph. Who cares who you are? Since you are plotting my life, you have to die. Luo Hong's cold eyes swept over the remaining 2 people and sacrificed 2 top magic weapons from the storage bag. He had killed so many Xianxia sect demon cultivators in the border battlefield before, and collected many fine magic weapons. Even if the number doubled, he could still take them out. Senior brother Ma couldn't believe the scene in front of him. With his cultivation in the late stage of foundation building, he could only sacrifice 3 top magic weapons with all his strength. Could this person be a cultivator in the Giant stage? Sir, let's talk it over. Brother Zin's soul was surging, knowing that he had hit a wall today, and he begged desperately. Luo Hong ignored him, and his powerful spiritual sense drove 6 top-level magic weapons to attack fiercely, and a moment later, the 2 men were dead. He just wanted to capture the souls of these 3 people to search their souls, but after a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that their souls dissipated the moment they died. It stands to reason that the souls of the foundation building cultivators can survive in the world for a while, even if they are separated from the protection of the physical body. In this case, it is obvious that someone has placed a ban on the souls of these 3 people. As long as they die, the ban will be activated, destroying their souls to prevent anyone from using their souls to make trouble. The sect that can act like this must have no shortage of foundation building cultivators, and it must be a powerful sect. Luo Hong's expression did not change, but in fact he was uneasy in his heart. Thinking back to the past, he was eager to know when he had offended someone. Brother Luo, you are a foundation establishment cultivator. Great, you will definitely be able to save Brother Yuan. Jinga came back to her senses from the shock and immediately begged in tears. Daoyao, please tell me slowly, what happened? Luo Hong frowned and asked in a gentle voice. More than 10 days ago, Brother Yuan and I went to Xiandu Street to shop. When we passed by Lan'an Pavilion, we heard someone asking Yi about Brother Luo. Brother Yuan thought he was an old acquaintance of Brother Luo, so he went up to talk to him, and in case of any emergency, he would come to inform Brother Luo. In the end, the other party just said that he wanted Brother Luo to set up an array. After Brother Yuan made a few excuses, he left Xiandu Street with me and did not reveal Brother Luo's whereabouts. Then, Jinga couldn't help but feel sad when she talked about the sad part. She covered her face and cried. As soon as we left Kixing Island, Brother Yuan told me that we were being targeted. He asked me to come here directly to find Brother Luo, and he would stay to attract the spies. I was so scared that I flew day and night, but I was caught up. When I was close to this place, I realized that the one who was targeting us was a foundation building cultivator. Brother Luo, you must save Brother Yuan. Ask about me in Lan'an Pavilion. Luo Hong pondered for a moment and asked, how has Lan'an Pavilion been in the past few years? I don't know. My husband and I have been practicing on Jinbo Island for many years and rarely go to Kixing Island. Jinga cried non-stop. She was too scared when she was being hunted down and didn't think about Yuan Xingping's situation. After she was safe, she thought of the 3 people shouting and killing just now and immediately realized that her husband was in danger. Luo Hong sighed. Yuan Xingping might have been captured and his soul searched. He couldn't stay here for long and had to withdraw the formation immediately. Dao, please wait here for a moment. I will go to the island to clean up first and then go to Kixing Island with you to rescue Brother Yuan. Senior Luo, don't lie to me. Jinga's eyes were 7 parts of determination and 3 parts of resentment, staring at Luo Hong and feeling a little guilty. Although Yuan Xingping did a bad thing with good intentions, his friendship with Luo Hong was real. If he died, Luo Hong would inevitably feel uneasy. Don't worry, fellow Daoist. If anything happens to Brother Yuan, I will definitely avenge him. After leaving a promise, Luo Hong flew back to the island and stood on the top of the volcano again. He turned the array disc and removed the 10 spirit changing arrays that maintained the 5-colored giant ring. The 5-colored spiritual light faded immediately, and the huge amount of spiritual energy that had been trapped in the giant ring for many years turned into a wave of spiritual energy that swept across the island and then dispersed in all directions. Then, Luo Hong recycled the reusable array materials and dismantled the entire array. When it came to the last underground array, he hesitated for a moment and just took back the demon killing bead without destroying the array. Xiaojin. Luo Hong shouted loudly, and a golden eagle with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters fell from the sky with a cry. It folded its wings and stood in front of him, tilting its head as if asking, why is her home gone? After more than 10 years of growth, Xiaojin has become more and more handsome and has advanced to a 2nd level demon beast, but it is still not an adult, and there is still potential to be tapped. We are moving. Let's live in the spirit beast bag for a while. Luo Hong touched her head, comforted her, opened the spirit beast bag, and put it in. Before leaving, Luo Hong used 2 flying knives to destroy the nest of the red fire ants, caught the plump queen ant from it, sealed it with a ban, and put it into the spirit beast bag. The iron cauldron golden body technique has not yet been fully developed. Before Luo Hong finds a better target to brush the evil spirit, the red fire ants will always have a place in the 5 evils gathering spirit array. After spending half a day to clean up, Luo Hong put away the fog-locking sky maze array that protected the island and came to Jinga, who was waiting anxiously. Dao, let's go. Hiding is not a solution when encountering trouble. Luo Hong wants to know who he has offended, so he must go back to Kixing Island to find out. Of course, if the other party is too strong, he will definitely take revenge for 100 years. Jinga looked at Luo Hong with a complicated expression. She felt a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy clearly. The resentment that was about to take over her heart suddenly turned into awe after the spiritual energy wave hit her. Senior, please do your best. Chapter 134, The Power of Dan. A few days ago, Kixing Island, Li's secret room. The skullhead giant and cultivator stood in the center with his eyes closed. 2 black-robed cultivators stood respectfully on both sides, and a male cultivator in the late key refining stage with a golden ring on his head, tied up with a spirit lock, knelt in front of the skullhead. At this moment, a big hand with exposed joints fiercely clasped the crown of the golden ring male cultivator, and the force was so great that the golden ring was deformed. Yuan Xingping, who was suffering from the soul search, rolled his eyes up, and the whites of his eyes filled his eye sockets. The intense pain made his face distorted, but he could not make a sound. After a long time, the skullhead suddenly withdrew his hand. His eyes were still closed, digesting the memories obtained from the soul search. Yuan Xingping, who fell to the ground, was dragged away by a black-robed cultivator standing by, and it was unknown whether he would be killed or imprisoned. So you are hiding on the isolated island. It's really easy for me to find you. The skullhead slapped the black-robed cultivator beside him without any warning, knocking him back and sending him flying, with blood gushing out of his mouth. Elder Boo, that kid raised a clever rat that can sense the malice of people around him, so I was saved by him for a few days. The black-robed monk who was knocked awake covered his chest and tried to excuse himself. HMPH, you don't need to tell me. I have seen the whole story from my memory. You two are really stupid. You almost made me miss the opportunity to complete the mission of the young master. After this is over, you two will go to the demon cave to feed the demons for 3 days. The skull said fiercely, and the blue ghost fire in his eyes suddenly rose. Thinking of the young master's voice transmission half a year ago to inquire about the completion of the task assigned to him that year, and his embarrassed look, the skull became more and more angry. The young master is the only descendant of the 3 Yang patriarch. If you offend him, you will definitely not have a good time in King Gaiang sect. On the contrary, if you can get into the eyes of the young master, you will definitely be able to rise to prominence in King Gaiang sect and have many benefits. If not, the skullhead would not have ordered a reinvestigation of Luo Hong's whereabouts. After all, nearly 15 years have passed. The skullhead gave up the investigation before because he thought Luo Hong was a small character, but now he feels that this person is not simple. Whether it is the inquiry of the young master or the motive of this person hiding around Kixing Island for 15 years, it seems that this person has a big problem. To be safe, the skullhead decided to take action himself. After flying away from the island for 2 days and 2 nights, Luo Hong found a coral island reef on the sea to rest. Although Jinga was anxious, she also knew that there would be another fierce battle after returning to Kixing Island, so she could only barely control her emotions. At this moment, Luo Hong, who was meditating to recover his breath, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of Kixing Island with a solemn expression. Just now, a strong breath of mana broke into his spiritual awareness. The speed of its escape was so fast that Luo Hong had only seen it in his master Li Huoyuan. Obviously, the person who came was a giant unstage cultivator. How did I offend this force? Just because I helped the Yi family through a difficult time, do you have to send a giant unstage cultivator to hunt down a key refining stage formation master like me? Although Luo Hong's spiritual awareness range is wider than the other party's escape speed is too fast. Taking advantage of his moment of shock, he has already captured his breath. However, at this time, Luo Hong still has a chance to escape. As long as he uses the nameless key retaining art to hide in the seabed, the other party will definitely not be able to find him. However, in this way, Jinga will definitely fall into the hands of the other party. Luo Hong looked at Jinga, who was still at a loss, with a complicated expression, and hesitated for a moment and said, Dao, there are giant unstage cultivators coming to kill us. You run back and wait for me in the wooden house in the Medicine Valley. Luo Hong did not suddenly have a kind heart, but felt that the couple had not let him down, and had always kept their promise, and not revealed their whereabouts. This disaster was mostly caused by him. If he ran away without caring about her life at this time, it would be a bit too cruel. Senior Luo, you must be joking. How could that be possible? Jinga hadn't finished her words when a strong breath of magical power shut her up. Run back. I'll hold him back. Luo Hong flew up and headed straight for the murderous giant unstage cultivator. The peak of the foundation building stage. The young sect master is indeed very discerning. He actually caught a big fish. The skull's overinterpretation of the master's intentions filled his mind with conspiracy theories. In addition, Luo Hong's previous actions were indeed suspicious, so he interpreted Luo Hong's previous coincidence of suppressing the formation as a deliberate act. Senior, I'm just a formation master who doesn't want to participate in the dispute on Kixing Island. I don't know why you sent someone to investigate my whereabouts and want to put me to death. Luo Hong knew that this battle was inevitable, but he still hoped that the other party's bad mouth would allow him to get some information. HMPH, you're asking even though you know the answer. My 3 men have died in your hands, right? Calculating the time, the soul tablets of the 3 of them were shattered just when they arrived at the isolated island. The skull was confident of his high level of cultivation, so he didn't act immediately. He also wanted to get some words out of Luo Hong. If the other party was really a hidden man of the Star Palace, there would be no chance to search his soul. The other party was a giant and cultivator. He would definitely act without scruples in front of me, who was at the peak of the foundation building. Even if I could make a clear argument, the other party would search his soul to confirm, so this matter could not be solved by words. Thinking of this, Luo Hong made up his mind. He immediately threw out a handful of talismans, and many water-based spells shot towards the skull. Seeing that Luo Hong was about to fight back without saying a word, the skull's eyes flashed with cold light, and his right palm grabbed in the air, and a strange shaped magic weapon similar to an eagle's claw appeared. Then, under the urging of his magic power, it instantly grew to the size of a house, and with a sweep, it was like a giant eagle catching the sky and grabbing Bokun. The water magic spells that Luo Hong cast were destroyed by the giant claws. Apart from the explosion of a water splash, they had no effect. However, this also bought him a moment. He immediately opened his spiritual consciousness and sacrificed 10 top-level magic weapons, forming a circle around him. Go. With a loud shout, the 10 magic weapons dragged their own spiritual light and surrounded the skull. The amazing means displayed by Luo Hong made the skull happy instead of surprised. The more extraordinary this person was, the greater his credit would be after capturing and killing this person. He immediately shrunk the magic weapon to the size of a human head, making its escape speed increase dramatically, and took the initiative to meet the magic weapon sacrificed by Luo Hong. After a moment, the skull drove the eagle claw magic weapon to find a white flying knife sacrificed by Luo Hong. He ignored the sharpness of the flying knife and fiercely grabbed it in his claws. Then he exerted force violently, and the white flying knife immediately made a whine. If it weren't for the layer of white light on the surface that blocked it, it would have been destroyed by this grab. Seeing this, the skull showed doubt on his face. His magic weapon was infused with many iron essences and other rare spiritual materials, which could be called indestructible. Even the magic weapons of the same level cultivators did not dare to be captured by him, but any magic weapon of the opponent could resist one or two. With a thought, he immediately locked his eyes on the white bead in Luo Hong's palm, and his greed rose. What a rare treasure, it belongs to me. The skull suddenly increased the output of mana, and the captured white flying knife suddenly shattered with a bang. Then, he urged the magic formula, and the eagle claw magic weapon shrank again, and a blue ghost fire ignited on it, dragging its tail, and catching up with Luo Hong's other magic weapons, and punched them one by one. Luo Hong suddenly felt that the spirit attached to the magic weapon was cold, and immediately realized that it was the ghost fire that was causing trouble. This coldness gradually worsened, and Luo Hong did not dare to take risks, so he immediately let the spirit separate from the magic weapon, and cut off the supply of mana. Those magical weapons naturally fell to the sea below like birds with broken wings. This kid is really experienced, he didn't fall for it. The skull muttered with a serious look. The biggest feature of his white bone ghost fire, which was cultivated by magic skills, is that it is like a ulcer attached to the bone, and it is not easy to get rid of it. If Luo Hong had hesitated a little, or wanted to fight, this fire would have burned into his soul through the distraction. It can be said to be a very vicious method. Although the magic weapon after the skull was transformed was fast, it could not solve the 10 magic weapons Luo Hong sacrificed in an instant. At this time, 4 magic weapons including the bone spear were close to the skull. When it was about to be hit, the skull propped up a layer of black gas shield around his body, which immediately covered his figure, revealing only a pair of ghost eyes shining with a faint blue light. The bone spear and other magic weapons smashed down, which could shake the skull's self-defense technique, but it could not be broken in a short time. This kid has a lot of good stuff. The skull stretched out his left hand into a claw, and an eagle claw magic weapon flew out, grabbing the bone spear he had set his eyes on. It turned out that this person's magic weapon was a rare pair of magic weapons. Luo Hong didn't check for a moment, and was actually confiscated a proud magic weapon, which made him feel heartbroken. As expected of a giant unstage cultivator, it's effortless to deal with my 10 flying stars, and I can't resist it. Luo Hong felt a huge pressure when fighting with a giant unstage strongman for the first time. He couldn't resist the opponent's magic weapon alone. The opponent's secret technique was not simple either, and the ghost fire was not really used by the opponent. Among all his means, only close combat could ensure victory over the opponent, but the opponent was obviously experienced in battle, and would not let him get close. If he forced his way forward, he would probably be captured and killed by the pair of Eagle Claw's magic weapons halfway. When the two of them just started fighting, Jinga had already fled desperately, but she did not flee to the isolated island when she came, but fled to another place. But no matter where she escaped to, Luo Hong would not be tired by her now. So, seeing that she was defeated, Luo Hong wanted to slip away. However, it was not easy to escape. The skull with its claws quickly solved all the magic weapons Luo Hong had sacrificed, and was now driving it to grab Luo Hong's body. This was a full strength attack driven by a giant unstage cultivator using a magic weapon. Normally, no foundation building stage cultivator could resist it, but Luo Hong still had a life-saving trump card. He slapped his storage bag to summon Xiaojin, and then the magic power around him surged wildly. The magic power released in an instant made the skull change color. Intermediate spells. Primary spells are spells that can be used normally by key refining and foundation building stage cultivators, while intermediate spells are advanced spells corresponding to giant unstage cultivators. Even if a foundation building stage cultivator barely learns them, the speed of casting is extremely slow and cannot be used in actual combat. However, once it is cast, its power is so great that even giant unstage cultivators cannot underestimate it. As soon as the exclamation fell, 3 blue fist-sized balls condensed in front of Luo Hong. It's too late to write 4000. I'll update it when I come back tonight. I'm going out to get a haircut and buy clothes. Happy New Year everyone. Vote for me. Thank you. Slip away. Chapter 135. Life and Death. As the 3 Yuan gang mimes gathered, Luo Hong felt a sense of emptiness in his body. This spell not only extracted his mana, but also a part of his vitality. Under Luo Hong's effort, the 3 Yuan gang mimes formed a pin shape and spun towards the skull. The speed of this thunder was extremely fast, and the spiritual energy it emitted was amazing. The skull did not dare to get close to it. With a thought, the pair of black eagle claws suddenly expanded and became larger, covering the Yuan gang mimes like ordinary people's hands. After a burst of booming, the skull trembled in his heart and looked at the pair of eagle claws again. It was seen that its spiritual light was a little weaker, obviously hurt by the bursting Yuan gang mines. Suddenly, the skull was furious, and the ghost fire in his eyes burned fiercely. You know, the loss of this spirituality means that more than 10 years of nurturing has gone to waste. Boy, I will definitely tear your tendons and skin you alive. However, before the skull had finished his harsh words, he noticed that Luo Hong's aura was fading away quickly, and its speed was 3 points faster than that of a cultivator in the early stage of Jinden. It turned out that when the skullhead was dealing with the Yuan gang mines, Luo Hong stood on Xiaojin's back and cast a small magic to control the beast, connecting his aura with Xiaojin's. Then, Xiaojin used his famous magical power, Golden Light Escape, as a golden light eagle, turning into a golden rainbow and escaping towards the isolated island. This kid has a lot of tricks. The skullhead did not hesitate, collected the magic weapon, and chased after him. He saw clearly that the monster that performed the strange escape method was only level 2. Even if it could be faster than him for a while, it was still far inferior to him in terms of endurance. Sure enough, after chasing for more than an hour, the golden light in front turned into a giant eagle again. The skull just smiled grimly, but saw that the other party seemed to feed some elixir to the monster under him, which restored its physical strength in an instant, and turned into a golden rainbow, gradually pulling away from the distance he had just caught up. The skull did not say anything. He snorted coldly, and continued to chase him at all costs, to increase his speed by 3 points. The two chased, and fled for most of the day, and finally approached the isolated island. As soon as they arrived at the isolated island, the golden escape light dissipated, and Xiaojin closed his eyes, and fell diagonally from the air. Luo Hong hurriedly interrupted the spell, and put Xiaojin into the spirit beast bag. In the pursuit just now, Xiaojin lost strength twice in a row, and Luo Hong had to use the 1,000-year-old snow lotus obtained in the forbidden area before to force her to recover her strength. Fortunately, Xiaojin was a spirit beast, so she could hold on, but she was seriously injured at this moment, and she might not be able to recover for 4 or 5 years. Without time to check Xiaojin's specific situation, Luo Hong flew to the Earth Demon formation immediately after landing on the island. He first took out the demon bead and placed it in the center of the formation, and then took out several formation flags and scattered them in various directions. Not long after, the skull followed closely. He hung over the isolated island with a solemn expression. Luo Hong's breath suddenly disappeared after reaching the island. This situation could only be caused by the other party performing some kind of breath retracting and concealing technique, or there was a formation to conceal the breath here. Based on Luo Hong's identity as a formation master, the skull thought the latter was more likely. He wanted to search on the island, but looking at this small island with the breadth of formations almost everywhere, he hesitated. Luo Hong's previous strong performance made him worry whether there was any powerful formation on the island. But then he thought again that, if he didn't get rid of this kid today, he would become a big worry for him when he formed a pill one day. We must not let this kid escape, or I will not be able to sleep well in the future. The skull was determined, and immediately used the magic weapon to make it grow to the size of a house. It opened its mouth and sprayed a ball of blue flames as big as an egg. Suddenly, the giant claws were ignited with blazing ghost fire. Quick! The skull's magic power surged wildly, driving the magic weapon with greatly increased power to slap the ground below. After the roar, the places on the island where the strange breath came from were slapped with giant claw marks, and the white bone ghost fire also raged on the island. If there was a formation on the island, it would have been forced to activate it, or destroyed before it could be activated. Even though Luo Hong had not been found yet, the skull was relieved at this time. He shrunk the magic weapon and surrounded himself, and quickly descended to search the ground. Just at this time, a giant skeleton with ghost fire broke out of the ground, and Luo Hong also hurriedly fled from the cave, as if he had no choice but to do so under the threat of the white bone ghost fire. The skull was overjoyed when he saw this, and immediately flew over, waving his hand and shooting out more than 10 dark light blades. This was obviously the opponent's skill and magical power. Luo Hong did not dare to underestimate it, and while offering the soul-devouring shield to resist, he quickly retreated. In order to buy time, Luo Hong used the soul-devouring shield's soul-devouring magical power, wanting to absorb the spiritual energy in the light blades and fight back, but unexpectedly, as soon as he absorbed a light blade, he felt that the driving of the soul-devouring shield was sluggish. Obviously, these light blades have the effect of defilement. This mistake made Luo Hong survive this round of attacks, but he lost the soul-devouring shield, a protective weapon, which can be said to be a great loss. It must be activated in advance. Luo Hong gritted his teeth, and the magic formula in his hand changed, and suddenly the rolling earth evil energy gushed out from the hole he had just drilled out. At this time, the cave entrance was located between Luo Hong and the skull. If the skull was more alert, he would have been able to avoid it. However, he was eager to kill the enemy. Seeing Luo Hong fleeing, he chased him too hastily and ran into the earthly evil key. Suddenly, the powerful negative spirit pressure broke his flying spell, causing him to fall from a height of several feet. Before he could react, the earthly evil key spread to the surrounding area for hundreds of feet. His pair of magic weapons only lasted for a moment before falling to the ground like ordinary objects. Ghost fog. You can actually drive the ghost fog. The skull was horrified. The ghost fog was the most mysterious and dangerous of the 3 natural disasters in the Chaos Star Sea. The soul-drawing effect of the earthly evil key reminded the skull of the ghost fog, but then he mentioned the mana in the golden elixir, and found that it could still be used, so he knew that this black fog was not the ghost fog. But even so, Luo Hong's endless tricks also made the skull feel a little palpitation, and he immediately used his blood and vitality to perform the secret technique. The 2 balls of ghost fire in his eye sockets came out of the sockets, condensed into a ball, and turned into a ghost fire skull that looked 8 points like him. It was not affected by the evil spirit of the earth, and rushed towards Luo Hong with a strange laugh. Luo Hong's face changed, as if he was a little surprised, but then he patted the treasure bag, grabbed a demon head with closed eyes, and threw it at the ghost fire skull without hesitation. At the moment before the two came into contact, the demon head, who should have been sleeping at this time due to the lack of the heavenly demon pill, suddenly opened his eyes and said angrily, "You young man, how dare you be so rude? This seat, such a familiar breath. First make up for yesterday's, and work slowly today. And don't ask about yesterday's blind date. Asking is torture." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Division and Response. After a moment of doubt, the demon head seemed to recognize the origin of the ghost fire skull head, and opened his mouth to exhale a cloud of blood mist. As soon as the ghost fire skull head was covered by the blood mist, the strange laughter in his mouth stopped abruptly, and then he was horrified to find that his power was being rapidly drained away, but he could not escape. The skull monk felt a sweetness in his throat and spit out a large mouthful of blood. This secret technique was connected to his mind, and once it was severely damaged, it was immediately reflected back to him. What the hell is this? Why is my magic skill powerless in front of it? The skull head was anxious. He felt the threat of death from the demon head and mistakenly thought that the demon head was Luo Hong's killer, so he took the initiative to bully forward, and his bony hands clenched into claws, and grabbed Luo Hong's throat. In his opinion, the demon head was driven by Luo Hong. As long as he killed Luo Hong first, the threat of the demon head would naturally disappear. Fortunately, my technique has the effect of refining the body. Even without the blessing of mana, I still have thousands of pounds of strength. It is easy to tear this kid alive. Luo Hong showed a surprised look for a moment, and then used the Iron Cauldron Golden Body technique. He stepped on the ground with his feet, and his figure disappeared instantly. What? The skull's deep eyes stared, and the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his dantian. It turned out that Luo Hong approached him at lightning speed, and pierced his dantian with his right palm and knife. The skull squeezed out only one word in his throat, and a golden fist blasted his head. Reaching out and grabbing, he grabbed a ball of black light. Luo Hong pulled his other hand out of the skull's abdomen, and a thumb-sized golden pill of red and blue was pinched at the tip of his finger. "My dear friend, spare my life. I'm willing to give you my life's possessions. Please spare my soul." The skullhead realized how stupid he was just now. He was just walking into a tiger's mouth. "Which faction are you from? Why are you chasing me?" The sudden pursuit made Luo Hong very depressed. He asked himself if he really did nothing. Seeing that there was no restriction on this man's soul, he wanted to interrogate him before killing him. "I'm the guardian elder of King Gaiang sect. It was the order of the young sect master to chase you. I'm just following orders. Please spare my soul." The skullhead chased Luo Hong in the first place to please the young sect master. How could he dare to say so now? He could only avoid the important and put all the blame on the young sect master. "Oh, so you are still innocent." Luo Hong's face turned cold. This guy actually thought he was a 3-year-old child. How could he believe such words? But Luo Hong was hesitant to use the soul-searching technique on a giant unstage cultivator. He didn't want to be driven crazy by the backlash of the soul-searching technique. While he was hesitating, the voice of the demon came faintly. "Young man, give this person's yuan-shan to me for nourishment, and you can know anything you want." Luo Hong looked at the demon coldly. The other party's aura increased several times. It was obvious that the ghost fire skull was very good for him. If he swallowed this person's yuan-shan again, he would be in trouble. But if he didn't give it, Luo Hong couldn't bear the immediate worries. Luck played a big role in the fight against the skull this time. Luo Hong couldn't guarantee that he could do it again. After thinking about it, Luo Hong decided to give the yuan-shan, but he must maximize the benefits to prevent possible troubles. "Senior, did you sleep well? Are you satisfied with the gift I presented? We talked a little about the taste, but the portion is good. I'm quite satisfied. Haha, rest assured, you will not be short of what I promised you before. Now, hand over the soul to me." The demon stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his fangs, unable to resist the urge to eat. Senior, it is better to hand over the secret technique to me first. Luo Hong did not believe the demon, threw out a blank jade slip, and said firmly, "You, young man, do you really not believe me?" The demon asked loudly with a stern tone. "Haha," Senior said it himself, "you and this person are both demons. How can a demon say a word of truth?" Luo Hong snorted coldly, unmoved by the demon's intimidation. "Haha, you are right, young man. The devil's mouth is full of lies. However, this person is just a fake who uses spiritual energy to practice magic skills, and he can't be considered a devil." The devil suddenly laughed and put his forehead on the jade slip. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "You, a young man, have a strong body, but you only want to use it for close combat. It's really stupid. I will teach you a secret technique of refining blood into crystals, which can just be used for that golden elixir." The jade slip flew over. Luo Hong controlled it to stick to his forehead, read it roughly, nodded with satisfaction, and put it away. The skull soul was extremely frightened at this time. This cultivator and the devil actually divided his soul and golden elixir in front of him. It was even more devilish than him, a giant and demon cultivator. "You all will die a miserable death." Ah. As the skull soul was swallowed by the devil, he only chewed it twice, and the curse stopped abruptly. Not long after, the demon head smiled playfully and said, "You, young man, are really unlucky this time." Without Luo Hong saying anything, the demon head told Luo Hong all about his entanglement with King Gyang sect. It all started with a few soul-suppressing talismans that he had casually cast. "Young man, what are you going to do next?" the demon head said with great interest. "I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. You should go back and have a rest." After Luo Hong got what he wanted, he immediately put the demon head back into the Wanbao bag, and then cast a few forbidden spells on the golden elixir in his right hand, to prevent it from dissipating so quickly. After collecting the underground formation, Luo Hong soared into the air, and flew towards the direction of Kixing Island. Since this matter was difficult to resolve, he would thoroughly muddy the water. On Jinbo Island, one of the affiliated islands of Kixing Island, in a cave located on the periphery of the island's spiritual vein, two girls aged 16 or 17 were playing in the garden. Although many of the exotic flowers and plants in the garden were in full bloom, they were eclipsed by the beautiful faces of the two girls. The older one was petite and lovely, with a round face that made people want to hug her and take good care of her. The other one was younger, but had a graceful figure, skin as white as snow, and a beautiful face that was even more tempting. The two of them were fighting for some unknown reason, and the younger girl fell into the flowers due to carelessness. The beautiful flowers surrounded the beautiful girl with a frown on her brows. If a male cultivator saw this scene, he would definitely swallow his saliva and feel pity for her. "Hey, junior sister Yuan, are you okay?" The round-faced girl helped Yuan Yao up nervously, touched her back and buttocks to confirm that she was not injured, and then covered her mouth and laughed. "Junior sister, you are in trouble. Aunt Jing loves the flowers in this garden. You crushed such a large area. You will definitely be blamed." "Junior sister Yan, what are you talking about? It's all your fault for insisting on touching others' things. Humph, if I get scolded, I will definitely expose you." Yuan Yao frowned and pouted her lips as she looked at the flowers that she crushed. After pinching a few magic formulas in her hands, she cast a small spell, trying to restore the flower garden to its original state so that she could get away with it. Unfortunately, it was obvious that her cultivation was not good enough, and her magic power ran out halfway through. "Junior sister, I will give you a hand." Seeing this, Yanli was about to help, but she heard the sound of the door opening outside, followed by a burst of hurried footsteps. The two immediately jumped up like frightened rabbits, looked at each other, and hurried to the entrance of the garden, trying to stop the person at the door. However, the person walked very fast, and before they reached the entrance, they saw Jinga, who was panting. When she saw Yuan Yao, she was delighted. She ignored the strange flowers and plants in the middle and stepped forward. "Mother, what's wrong with you?" Yuan Yao could feel her mother's fear and asked worriedly. Jinga did not answer her, but said to Yanli beside her, "Leah, you go back first. I have something to tell Jaoa." Yanli looked at her friend worriedly, hesitated for a moment, and walked out of the cave. Mother, what happened? Why do we have to avoid senior sister Yan? Yuan Yao was very puzzled and held Jinga's trembling hand. Jaoa, we have to leave here, leave Jin Bowman, and pack up. Jinga saw Yanli walking away, pulled her daughter away, and urged, what? Leave Jin Bowman? Mother, that is a traitor, and the headmaster uncle will not let us go. Yuan Yao was frightened. On the first day of her official entry, she was told that traitors would be subjected to the extreme punishment of being annihilated. The headmaster uncle will understand. If we continue to stay in the sect, it will only make things difficult for her. Jinga lied to herself. She knew very well that, if the giant and cultivator came after them, and couldn't find them, he would most likely vent his anger on the Jinbo sect, and the headmaster uncle would definitely be the first to suffer. Although the headmaster uncle had been kind to her family in the past, it would be fine if only she died, but her daughter Yuan Yao must not get into trouble, so she could only feel sorry for the fellow disciples of the Jinbo sect. Yuan Yao's wrist was hurt by her mother's pulling, but she knew that something big must have happened, so she didn't resist too much. After her eyes flashed a few times, she suddenly felt cold in her heart and asked, Mom, where is father? Your father is waiting for us outside the island. Don't ask too much. Pack up quickly, and remember to only take the necessary things. There is no time. Jinga's body stiffened slightly, but she soon said with a forced smile. Yuan Yao was hesitant, but she was willing to believe what her mother said. She was about to go back to her room to get the bottle of elixir hidden under her pillow, but she caught a glimpse of a strange yellow-winged bird standing on the cabinet overlooking them. After being discovered, the yellow-winged bat tilted its head smartly, flapped its wings silently, and flew towards the exit beside it. Mother, is that the spirit beast you just caught? Yuan Yao pointed with her hand and asked suspiciously. Jinga looked up, stunned for a moment, and then her expression changed drastically. She sacrificed her magic weapon without hesitation, and was about to kill the yellow-winged bird. Luo, please show mercy, this bird is Luo's spirit beast. Luo Hong's voice suddenly echoed in the cave. It turned out that, after killing the skull, Luo Hong followed the breath of the yellow-winged bird, and found the Yuan family cave. He happened to see the yellow-winged bird in danger, so he spoke to save it. Luo Hong's voice caused Jinga to change the direction of the magic weapon she had sacrificed. She asked in doubt, Brother Luo, is it really you? You are not dead. I'm alive and well. Thank you for your concern. I have something to discuss with you. Can you let me in to talk? Luo Hong stood outside the cave and transmitted his voice with his spiritual sense. Senior, please come in by yourself. The restrictions at the entrance of the cave can't stop you anyway. Jaoa, go make a pot of tea. Jinga said with some resentment. Mom, we are not in a hurry to leave. Yuan Yao asked in confusion. Let's not leave yet. That person is a friend of your father and me. Go and make tea quickly. Don't neglect the guests. Since Luo Hong appeared alive, the fate of the giant and stage cultivator who was chasing him was self-evident. This kind of strong man can crush them to death with just one finger. He said he had something to discuss with them, so they had better listen attentively and consider whether to stay or leave. When Luo Hong followed Jinga's breath and came to an elegant stone room, the two girls were already sitting in front of a stone table waiting. Luo Hong glanced at the girl next to Jinga and couldn't help showing a look of surprise, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to normal and sat down in front of the stone table. This is my daughter Yuan Yao, the only blood of brother Yuan and me. Jinga's face was sad when she talked about this. Luo Hong heard part of the conversation between the two girls outside the cave, so after learning about Yuan Yao's identity, his expression was indifferent. He just nodded slightly and said, Dao, brother Yuan is still alive. Jinga immediately showed ecstasy when he heard this, but then he heard Luo Hong say, Dao, don't be too happy too soon. Brother Yuan is still alive, but his condition is not good. He may have lost consciousness. Is it possible that someone searched his soul? Jinga's face was pale. As a cultivator who doesn't know the viciousness of soul searching, the person who is subjected to the technique will lose consciousness at the least, and the brain will be destroyed and die at the worst. Mother, didn't you say that father was waiting for us outside the island? Yuan Yao said with tears in her voice, pulling Jinga's sleeve. That's right, those black-robed monks are from the Qingyang sect, a great demon sect in the Chaos Star Sea. They are ruthless and searching souls, and killing people is just a common thing. They are secretly lurking in Qixing Island to plot something big. It's better for you not to know the specifics. This is for your safety. I came here mainly to ask you something. Brother Yuan is already a disabled person. Are you willing to take the risk to save him? Luo Hong asked solemnly with a serious look. Brother Yuan has ended up like this to save me. How can I abandon him? Senior, I will save him, even if I sacrifice my life. Jinga's eyes were filled with tears, and a hint of death was revealed on her body. Luo Hong nodded. This was the answer he expected. He immediately said, that's good. I want to eradicate the underground forces of Qingyang sect on Qixing Island. I need your help. Brother Luo is thoughtful. I thank Brother Luo on behalf of Brother Yuan. Jinga was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Luo Hong to not only help her save people, but also avenge her family. She was moved, and her words became cordial. You know, with the power of Qingyang sect, they are orphans and widows. It is difficult for them to live a peaceful life, let alone revenge. There is another chapter in the evening. If it's fast, it's 10 o'clock. If it's slow, it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to eat first. Chapter 137. Are you teaching my master how to do things? Qixing Island, Lan'an Pavilion. Yi Xiu sent the head of the Su family out with a smile on her face. She had just negotiated a deal with the other party, exchanging the business of maintaining the formation of 6 affiliated islands for 1/3 of the other party's 2 spiritual medicine gardens. On the surface, Yi Xiu suffered some losses, but after several such operations, she, who originally just wanted to spend money to avoid disaster, suddenly found that the Yi family had formed a certain degree of alliance with these families, and their competitiveness increased sharply under the cooperation. The annual income from spiritual stones will increase, and now it is almost reaching the level when her father was alive. Brother Liang, did anyone come to ask about Brother Luo today? Yi Xiu flipped through 2 pages of the account book and asked Yi Liang, who was busy. It's strange. A few days ago, there were always people asking about it in different ways, but suddenly there was no news these days. Yi Liang raised his head and looked at the eldest lady, who now had the word confidence written on her face, and said with relief in his heart, oh, have you found out the origins of those people? Yi Xiu's heart moved. This movement seemed to be that they had found out what they wanted to find out, so they withdrew their staff. Could it be that Brother Luo was found by someone? Many of them are the guys of the Yi family, and many of them are immortal cultivators from other islands. Yi Liang's expression suddenly became serious. He had never had a good impression of the Yi family who bullied the eldest lady. I knew it was them. They have always been active in recent years. They either built a new dock or recruited a foundation building period worshipper from somewhere. I always feel that something is wrong. Yi Xiu frowned slightly. The Yi family's aggressive expansion has made the various business families on Qixing Island nervous. Otherwise, she would not have formed an alliance with other families so easily, mainly because everyone has a need to gather together for warmth. After many years, the Yi family once again searched for the whereabouts of Brother Luo, which made Yi Xiu feel a little uneasy and couldn't help but recall what happened in the past. At this time, 2 black-robed men, surrounded by several Yi family members, passed by the gate of Lan'an Pavilion. One of them gave Yi Xiu, who was reminiscing, a familiar feeling. Huh. This man looks like Brother Luo. Yi Xiu murmured in surprise, then shook her head and said, it's impossible. Brother Luo has already left for Xiangxing City. How could he be in Qixing Island and mixed with a group of Yi family members? It's impossible. In the Yi family compound, Luo Hong and Jinga, who were wearing black robes, were stopped at the door. Who are you? Don't you know that we need to keep a low profile? The white-bearded old man guarding the door glared and asked in a low voice. Then his eyes stayed on Luo Hong, who was wearing a mask. This person seemed to have only the 3rd level of key refining, but in fact he was a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment. The cultivation method he practiced had a miraculous effect of gathering ki. Even Luo Hong could only sense that this person was different, but could not specifically determine his cultivation. However, before coming here, Luo Hong had obtained detailed information from the devil. He not only knew the true cultivation level of this person, but also understood his skills and magical powers. Faced with the question, Luo Hong said nothing, and directly showed a flame-shaped token. The old man with white beard was suddenly startled. After looking at Luo Hong in surprise, he respectfully stepped aside. Luo Hong then took Jing'er into the Yi family, and went directly to the underground dark room. During this period, if anyone blocked him, Luo Hong only needed to show the token, and that person would step aside obediently. This token was the Skull's Ghost Fire Order. Holding it could mobilize all the Qingyangmen monks around Kixing Island. There was no obstruction along the way, and the two quickly went down to the dark room. Hearing that someone came with the Ghost Fire Order, the 3 black-robed monks who stayed at the Yi family were waiting here. Has this brother just been sent to Kixing Island? Why have we never seen you before? One of them asked boldly. Logically, they should not ask too many questions and just carry out the task assigned by the bearer of the order. However, one reason is that the bearer of the order came suddenly, and the other reason is that he was wearing a mask and no one knew him, which aroused their suspicion. I'm the master's direct disciple, and have been practicing in seclusion for many years. It is normal that you don't know me. In addition, I have been lurking on Kixing Island for many years. If I hadn't received an urgent message from the master today, I would not have taken out the Ghost Fire Order to come here. After Luo Hong explained, he immediately said arrogantly, the situation is urgent. You have 1 day to gather all the disciples of my Qingyang sect lurking around Kixing Island here. 1 day. Brother, this time is too short. The disciples who are responsible for taking care of the formation on the outer islands cannot make it in time. The pale black-robed monk complained. This brother is really the same as his master. Unreasonable. I don't care. This is the master's order. Those who fail to arrive on time will be punished to feed demons in the demon cave for 1 day. If a few of your subordinates fail to arrive on time, you will go to the demon cave to feed demons for a few days. Haha, the 2 junior brothers who have been punished for 3 days should be careful. Feeding demons in the demon cave for more than 5 days will endanger their lives. Luo Hong used strict instructions to shift the attention of the 3 people from suspicion of his identity to how to avoid being punished. Especially the 2 black-robed monks who were named. Their faces changed drastically, and they rushed out of the dark room to inform their subordinates. Wait a minute, bring this woman's husband up to me. The black-robed man who walked a little slower was stopped by Luo Hong. Luo Hong lifted the black robe on Jing'er, revealing her hands bound by the ghost chain. The man immediately recognized Jing'er as the female monk who had escaped from his 2 senior brothers before. Yes, junior brother, I obey your command. Wearing a mask, Luo Hong stood at the top of the dark room with his hands behind his back, motionless like an iron pillar. After about half a day, a group of more than 20 Qingyang sect key refining disciples filed in. They were all the Qingyang sect cultivators in the key refining stage lurking on Kixing Island. If Yi Liang was here, he would have discovered that several of them were the ones who went to Lanian Pavilion to inquire about Luo Hong's news. The masked man standing at the top was a senior master at the peak of the foundation building stage, and he still had the Ghost Fire Order in his hand. They didn't dare to act rashly, and they didn't dare to breathe, even when they gathered together, let alone whisper. Therefore, although there were many more people in the dark room, you could still hear a pin drop. As time passed, more and more people entered the dark room, and it was no longer just key refining disciples, but also several black-robed cultivators in the foundation building stage, with cultivation ranging from the early to late stages. The old man with white beard guarding the door was also among them. I want to see who has such a high authority that he can make me fly thousands of miles to come here. A monk with big arms and a thick waist and skin as black as charcoal walked into the dark room with a loud voice. As soon as he came, he seemed to have a great opinion of Luo Hong. He didn't care about the Ghost Fire Order and cursed him openly and secretly. Boy, who are you? I'm Zuo Bufan, the direct disciple of Elder Gu. Brother Menglong, I have heard of your great name for a long time. My master has mentioned you many times, and every time he praised you a lot. This person's personality was too special, and Luo Hong immediately identified him. On Kixing Island, only Yu Menglong, who was also a disciple of the giant and elder, dared to speak wildly to the holder of the Ghost Fire Order. After all, the orders issued by the holder of the order mostly came from the giant and elder, but the holder of the order himself was just a foundation building peak cultivator like him. Others would consider offending Luo Hong, but he also had the giant and elder as his backer, so he was not afraid at all, and immediately took out his anger for being forced to travel thousands of miles on Luo Hong. What on earth do you want to call us together for? Even if you hold the Ghost Fire Order, if you kill people without reason, you will still have to go to the demon cave. Yu Menglong asked with his naturally loud voice. He did not doubt Luo Hong's identity, but just wanted to find fault. However, if Luo Hong did not handle this kind of trouble well, it would arouse everyone's suspicion, and the action of annihilating the underground forces of King Guyang sector around Kixing Island would fail. Fortunately, this was a situation that Luo Hong had considered long ago, and Jinga's role was reflected at this time. When my master went to carry out the mission assigned by the young sect master 15 years ago, he unexpectedly made a huge discovery. The formation master who was hunted down by the young sect master was actually hiding on an isolated island shrouded in sea fog. And this isolated island hides a force, and after investigation, my master suspected that the cultivators on this island were related to the Star Palace, so he ordered me to gather people and go there to wipe out this group of cultivators in one fell swoop. Just think about it, how great is the credit of killing a group of cultivators who may be the hidden pawns of the Star Palace. After Luo Hong's lies aroused everyone's greed, he pushed Jinga and let her fall beside the unconscious Yuan Xingping, and then said, "These two are in the same group as the formation master, and they must be related to the Star Palace. My husband and I are not disciples of the Star Palace, let us go." Jinga said viciously, while being surrounded by the crowd. HMPH, you dare to say you are not from Xingang? If you are really a disciple of an ordinary small sect, how can you be so arrogant at this time? Only Xingang disciples can be so domineering. The pale-faced black-robed monk said coldly. It was this couple who caused him to go to the demon cave, to be punished for 3 days. He wanted to kill this woman immediately to vent his hatred. I can tell whether you are a disciple of Xingang by searching your soul. Come here. Yu Menglong stretched out his hand to grab Jinga's head and actually wanted to use the soul searching technique to verify her identity on the spot. However, after a crisp snap sound, Yu Menglong retracted his hand with a gloomy face. It turned out that Luo Hong drove the Yinhan chain to open Yu Menglong's outstretched palm. Mr. Zuo, what do you mean? I still need to ask you what you mean. My master still has a use for her. Are you doing this to kill her to silence her? Luo Hong retorted without any politeness. How can I verify the truth of your words without soul searching? I think you are guilty. Yu Menglong continued to pester. Are you teaching my master how to do things? Luo Hong's tone became colder and colder, and his murderous intent was revealed without any concealment, as if he would attack at the next moment. You two don't have to argue. If it is the order of Elder Gu, the transmission orb and the password must be delivered together. Brother Zuo only needs to show the transmission orb, and everyone will naturally have nothing to say. The one who stepped forward to act as a peacemaker was the old man with white beard. Fearing this man's concealment skills, Yu Menglong did not speak again to add fuel to the fire, but stared at Luo Hong blankly. His meaning couldn't be more detailed. Chapter 138, Total Annihilation and Concubine. Luo Hong didn't waste any words. He threw out a formation plate and made it float in the center of the dark room. The spiritual energy of the formation plate was weak. There was no spiritual stone inlaid on it, but only a black bead. Although the common shadow beads are white, the different refining techniques and materials will affect their color, and black ones are not uncommon. Of course, the main reason why no one doubted it was that there was almost no spiritual fluctuation, so there was no danger. There are still 2 hours. When everyone arrives, I will open the shadow beads. There is also a plan for attacking the island planned by my master. I need your cooperation. Seeing Luo Hong take out the shadow beads, Yu Menglong snorted coldly, retreated into the crowd, and chatted with several familiar cultivators. When the one-day limit was coming to an end, more than 40 Qingyang sect demon cultivators had arrived, most of whom were low-level disciples in the key refining stage, and there were only 7 demon cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. Just as Luo Hong was about to close the net, the door of the darkroom was opened again, and Yi Zhao walked in with his son. "Lord, please allow our Yi family to contribute to this operation." Yi Zhao and his son bowed and saluted. Their flattery and loyalty were obvious. "HMPH. Why are you two here? To join in the fun? Just focus on providing cover for us." Yu Menglan glared. He didn't want the Yi father and son to participate, otherwise the credit would have to be divided twice. Although the other foundation building demon cultivators didn't say it explicitly, their eyes were full of ill intentions. They didn't want 2 more foundation building cultivators to share the credit. Your Yi family also contributed a lot in the process of hunting down the formation master. This time, you and your son will be allowed to act together as a reward. Luo Hong smiled and went against the crowd to keep the Yi father and son. Seeing that the time had come, he said, "Brother Bei, please open the restriction. I'm going to open the shadow transmitting bead." Upon hearing this, the old man with white beard took off the iron plate on his waist, shot a beam of light at the entrance of the dark room, and opened the large and small restrictions in the dark room. "Hurry up, aren't you afraid of missing out on important things if you dawdle?" Yu Menglan urged anxiously. "Haha, everyone, please look." Luo Hong sneered, and with a pinch of the magic formula on his hand, the earthly evil key gushed out in an instant, filling the entire Yi family's dark room. "What the hell is that? No, it's a trick. Elder Gu is in trouble, run." The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Some fled to the entrance of the dark room, and some rushed up to fight Luo Hong. At this time, Luo Hong pressed his finger joints with an indifferent expression, and whispered, "Dao Yao, please protect Brother Yuan, the enemy will bleed a lot later." As soon as the voice fell, Luo Hong flashed, and killed these Qingyang sect demon cultivators like a tiger into a flock of sheep. With his huge strength of tens of thousands of pounds in his hands and feet, he was simply injured and killed by touching these demon cultivators who could hardly support the protective spirit shield in the earthly evil key. The number of demon cultivators was meaningless. The screams echoed in the dark room, but due to the restrictions, the outside world knew nothing about it. The servants and mortal relatives of the Yi family compound were all living their lives as usual. After a while, Luo Hong cast a spell to absorb the evil spirit back into the evil demon bead. At this time, the dark room was full of blood. Only a few foundation building demon cultivators selected by Luo Hong were still alive, but they were already in a dying state of serious injuries. Jing's eyes were filled with scarlet color. If it were usual, she would have fainted from fear, but now she was inexplicably excited, shaking with excitement, while holding Yuan Xingping's hand. "Brother Luo, why don't you kill these people? Don't worry, fellow Taoist, these people will die, but not now." Luo Hong took off his mask and looked at the 6 foundation building demon cultivators lying on the ground with a cold expression, as if he was looking at the heavenly demon pill. In Lan'an Pavilion, Yi Xiu was practicing in her bedroom. No matter how busy she was every day, she would take at least 2 hours to practice the exercises. Although the Yi family has stabilized thanks to the alliance, there are still too many inconveniences without a foundation building cultivator. Fortunately, Yi Xiu's aptitude is not bad. Even if she is dragged down by trivial matters, she has not fallen behind in cultivation with sufficient spiritual stones and spiritual medicines. Now she is at the gate of foundation building. In less than 1 or 2 years, she will be able to swallow the foundation building pill and try to build a foundation. Suddenly, Yi Xiu, who was practicing, sensed a familiar breath. She hurriedly stopped and opened her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she followed the breath to the door of the guest room where Luo Hong lived. As soon as she stood still, the door was opened, and a familiar face appeared in front of her. "Miss Yi, Luo is here to bother you again." Luo Hong smiled brightly. This time he came to ask for help with trouble. "Brother Luo, you didn't leave. The one in the black robe yesterday." Yi Xiu couldn't hide her surprise, and asked in a low voice. "That person is me. I didn't expect Miss Yi to recognize me like this." Luo Hong came to Lan'an Pavilion yesterday to check it out. He didn't expect that he was wearing a black robe and a mask and was almost recognized by Yi Xiuxiu. Brother Luo is the great benefactor of my Yi family. Xiuxiu must remember him in her heart. Brother Luo, what is the reason for your visit? Yi Xiuxiu didn't ask why Luo Hong suddenly appeared in Lan'an Pavilion. It was enough to know that Luo Hong had no ill intentions towards her and the Yi family. I came here this time to borrow the Yi family's cargo ship to transport some goods, and then I really have to leave Kixing Island. I think Miss Yi also knows that someone is looking for my whereabouts. As Luo Hong said, he stepped aside to let Yi Xiuxiu into the house. Brother Luo, did you find a spirit stone mine overseas? Yi Xiuxiu guessed that discovering a spirit stone mine overseas was the most widely circulated legend of getting rich overnight in Chaos Star Sea. Brother Luo, you won't be working as a miner on the isolated island these years, right? In fact, you can get some mortals from the death row to help you Zhao. Yi Xiuxiu's joke was not over yet, and she saw a row of black-robed people standing in the house. One of them was Yi Zhao, the head of the Yi family, whom she had always hated. After being shocked, she looked at the other black-robed people and recognized Yi Zhao's son. I don't know what luck this kid had in the past 2 years, but he was able to successfully build a foundation. Although he didn't pester her again after building a foundation, and even used despicable means to harm the Yi family, Yi Xiuxiu vaguely found that the look in his eyes when he looked at her was full of lustful intent in the few times they met. Brother Luo, are they the goods you mentioned? The father and son of the Yi family are cultivators in the foundation building stage. What about those who are on par with them? Brother Luo wants to smuggle 6 cultivators in the foundation building stage. That's right. Miss Yi doesn't need to know the grudges between these people and me, she just needs to know that I have a clear conscience. Miss Yi, are you willing to help me with this? Luo Hong bowed and said, of course I believe Brother Luo. The father and son of the Yi family are not good people. They also asked for information about Brother Luo before. It must be their own fault that they fell into the hands of Brother Luo this time. It's just that it's too conspicuous to transport 6 living people together. I need time to arrange it. Yi Xiuxiu was thinking about how to transport people to the dock without attracting attention, but Luo Hong handed her a storage bag. Miss Yi, you don't need to go through so much trouble. You just need to find a secret place every 100 miles and put a piece of the 3-color stone in this bag until you get to the sea ship you arranged. Okay, I'll do it right away. The disappearance of the father and son of the Yi family could not be concealed for long. Yi Xiuxiu knew that time was urgent. After looking at the 6 black-robed people standing there like wooden chickens, she turned and left. Brother Luo, can the head of the Yi family be trusted? Jinga, who had been hiding her aura, suddenly spoke up. After this great change, her way of dealing with people was completely reversed. She used to see everyone as a good person, but now she sees everyone as a bad person. Miss Yi is a smart person. Although I haven't shown my cultivation, she knows it in her heart. Just wait for news. Luo Hong said this and sat down cross-legged. It didn't take him too much effort to wipe out the Qingyang sect's demon cultivators, but the restrictions he placed on the 6 people of the Yi family afterwards consumed a lot of his mental energy. After all, these people may have the tracking mark of the Qingyang sect on them. If their aura is not completely concealed, they will most likely be hunted down again. 3 hours later, Yi Xiuxiu returned with sweat on her head. After taking a deep breath, she said, Brother Luo has arranged everything. A cargo ship bound for C8 Island to purchase C8s is waiting at the port. I have sent Brother Liang to accompany the ship. We can set off immediately after Brother Luo gets on board. Thank you. Before I leave, I will remind Miss Yi one last thing. Although the Yi family has collapsed, when dividing up the Yi family's inheritance, the Yi family must not rush to the front, but also should not shrink back. Behind this matter are 2 major forces playing a game, and the Yi family must not get involved. After Luo Hong warned Yi Xiuxiu, he took out a 4-elephant moving talisman in front of her. After the 4-color light group disappeared, Yi Xiuxiu's hanging heart was slightly relieved. Although she was curious about Jinga and his wife who appeared later, she had no intention of exploring. Just like Brother Luo said, it would be best for the Yi family to just pretend that nothing happened. Suddenly she remembered something, took out a beast skin talisman from the corner of the storage bag, and said with a look of realization, "It turns out that Brother Luo was alert back then." After seeing the effect of the 4 symbols moving talisman, Yi Xiuxiu immediately put it close to her body, went back to her room to meditate and calm her mind, waiting for the families to invite her to discuss matters after the incident. A ball of light flashed, and Luo Hong and his party appeared in the dim cabin. "Brother Luo, you are finally here." Yi Liang, who was waiting here, breathed a sigh of relief, and after looking at the father and son of the Yi family with strange patterns on their faces, he said, "This is the secret cabin of the cargo ship, and Brother Luo hid these people here. Brother Luo's room is the only upper room in the ship. Please follow me." Who are these 2 Taoist friends? Yi Liang noticed that the Yuan family couple was very different from the 6 people in black robes, and couldn't help wondering in his heart, because the eldest lady had never explained these 2 people. "These 2 are my good friends. They won't stay on the ship for too long. Just stay in the same room with me," Luo Hong said casually, without explaining the origin of the Yuan couple. Yilian was the best at observing words and expressions, so he didn't ask any more questions, and led the way. 2 days later, after the ship left Kixing Island for hundreds of miles, Luo Hong escorted the Yuan couple to Jinbo Island. "Brother Luo, can we really stay in Jinboman? King Yangman will definitely not let it go after such a big thing happened." Jinga sat by Yuan Xingping's bed, frowning and looking nervous. "It is precisely because King Yangman will come to investigate thoroughly that you can't betray the sect and escape, otherwise it will be very easy to be targeted. Now that all the insiders are dead, you just need to live your life as usual and stay at home so as not to attract attention. Brother Yuan's situation can be kept secret for as long as possible. After the storm is over, fellow Taoist can find a reason to let him see people." Luo Hong sighed slightly. He had checked Yuan Xingping's body. The skull deliberately increased the force when searching the soul. Yuan Xingping is now hanging on to his last breath. "To be honest, living in this state is just torture." "I understand." Jinga looked at her husband, who was in pain even in a coma, and seemed to have made up her mind. She said to Yuan Yao, who was sobbing with red eyes, "Jaoa, kneel down." Yuan Yao didn't understand, but since it was her mother's order, she subconsciously did it. "What do you mean, fellow Taoist?" Luo Hong secretly said that it was not good, trouble was coming. "Brother Yuan and I originally thought that, as long as we were together as a family, even if we couldn't live forever and live happily for 100 years, it wouldn't be a waste of our lives. But after this big change, I realized that low-level cultivators don't deserve happiness and stability. Powerless ants can only be bullied. I have no hope, but my Jaoa is still young. I hope Brother Luo can accept her as a disciple, so that she won't follow the old path of Brother Yuan and me," Jinga said excitedly, and she knelt down together. Luo Hong couldn't help but ponder after hearing these words. He had long understood that in the human world, everyone below the nascent soul stage is an ant, but it was the first time he saw the pain and struggle of low-level cultivators as ants. "Fellow Taoist, please get up. I can't even protect myself. How can I accept a disciple? Don't mention this matter again." Jinga was anxious when she heard this. After glancing at Yuan Yao, she gritted her teeth and said, "Since Brother Luo doesn't want to accept a disciple, then let Jaoa be your concubine and let her serve you day and night. I only ask Brother Luo not to interrupt her immortal path." "Mother, Yuan Yao's pretty face turned red, and she grabbed Jinga's right arm and said unwillingly, "Shut up, Mother will decide on this matter." Jinga glared at her daughter, forcing her unwilling words back into her stomach. "No, absolutely not." Luo Hong did not hesitate at all this time and flatly refused. "Why, is my daughter not pretty enough? Or does Brother Luo think her cultivation is too low? As a married woman, Jinga is 100 times better than Luo Hong in distinguishing whether a man is aroused or not." When they first met, she saw clearly that Luo Hong's eyes were definitely different when looking at her daughter. "I'm a brother to Brother Yuan. How can I take his daughter as my concubine? If I do this, wouldn't it be a cough?" Anyway, it's not okay, Daoist friend. Just give up this idea. Luo Hong coughed, flicked his sleeves and said angrily. Seeing that Jing'er still refused to give up, Luo Hong decided not to test his willpower anymore. He took out a pill, a wooden sign and a piece of red silk and said, "This is a foundation pill, a soul sign to control the yellow-winged bird and a top-level magic weapon. I will give it to Daoist friend Yuan Yao. I'm leaving. Brother Luo, you. Hey, Jaoa, mother doesn't want you to have the same miserable life as mother." Luo Hong disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. Jing'er had no choice but to get up with a sigh. Seeing her daughter pouting unhappily, she touched her head and explained, "Mother, Jaoa doesn't blame you." After Yuan Yao comforted Jing'er obediently, the lively girl couldn't help but look at the red silk on the table. It's a top-level magic weapon, so beautiful. Chapter 139 Harvest and Bad News. After leaving Jinbo Island, Luo Hong did not return to the Yi family's cargo ship immediately, but flew all the way to the sea area near Guanlin Island. After searching the sea, Luo Hong's eyes focused, and he dived into the sea with a plop. After a while, he floated up with a happy face, and left without looking back. In the afternoon of that day, the low-level cultivators of the Yi family finally plucked up the courage to ask outsiders to break the ban of the dark room, because they could not find the head of the family and the young master anywhere. Suddenly, a burnt and fishy smell came to the nose, and the dark room was full of blood and ashes. When such a big case happened, the current owner of Kixing Island, Milong Zenren, came to the scene in person to check it out. Although he was a powerful cultivator in the middle stage of Jianden, he did not have the magical power to go back in time, so he naturally could not find any clues from the scene that was burned by fire. The only thing he found was a pattern that Luo Hong deliberately left. This pattern is not only exactly the same as the Star Palace mark on the Fish King, but also when Luo Hong drew it, he incorporated more than 10 messy ancient silver runes into it, which makes people feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. It adds mystery and warning. Milong Zenren recognized this pattern and left immediately. Kixing Island is one of the outer 24-star islands belonging to the Star Palace. As the island owner, he is also a member of the Star Palace. However, due to its remote location and some interests, he has little contact with the Star Palace. Instead, he is closer to Liulian Hall, one of the 4 major business alliances. After seeing this special Star Palace pattern, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Then he thought about the conveniences that Liulian Hall had asked him to do over the years, which were mostly related to the Yi family, so he immediately decided not to intervene in the matter. Half a month later, the 2 elders of King Gaiangman finally arrived at Kixing Island in secret. They did not go to the Yi family first, but went to the sea area around Guanlin Island, and floated in a position similar to Luo Hong before. One of them took out a formation plate with a solemn look, chanted a spell, and turned it twice, but after waiting for a long time, the sea surface was still normal, not even a small splash of water appeared. "How is Master Gu? Is there any problem with the sea binding heavenly spirit formation?" An old man in green robe beside him frowned and asked nervously. "Humph. It's not a problem, but it's completely destroyed. Even if I want to rearrange the formation here, it will be impossible in the next 20 years. Gu Changdong said bitterly. He spent nearly 10 years to secretly arrange the sea binding heavenly spirit formation here. The formation finally reached the final stage, but it was destroyed by someone. How could he not be angry? Of course, even if he knew this earlier, he would not be willing to stay here for more than 10 years, just to complete the subsequent death formation that anyone could set up. Is it really that serious? The old man in green robe knew that the man in front of him was one of the best formation masters in King Gaiang sect, so he couldn't help but think that the other party was exaggerating a little. The person who destroyed the formation not only took away the Zenhei crystal in the center of the formation, but also accurately destroyed hundreds of branch formation centers. If you are not an expert in formations, you will never be able to do this. Gu Changdong showed a look of heartache, as if the Zenhei crystal was an extremely precious spiritual object. If that's all, this formation should be able to be repaired. I remember that there is still a Zenhei crystal in the treasure house of the sect. Although it is half the size of the original one, it should be enough. The green-robed old man was unwilling to give up. He was one of the persons in charge of Kixing Island affairs, but he was mainly responsible for dispatching materials and manpower in the sect. Now that Elder Gu, who was in charge of external affairs, was missing. If the affairs of Kixing Island failed, he would definitely not be able to escape a heavy punishment, so he insisted on repairing the formation at this time. What I just said is just a small matter. The real fatal thing is that the seabed spiritual veins here have been messed up by someone, and the spiritual environment has changed drastically. If we want to set up the formation again, we can only redesign the formation diagram according to the new spiritual vein environment. Moreover, I just deduced it a little bit, and the new formation diagram is in great conflict with the original formation diagram. In other words, before we set up the formation again, we have to take out the formation materials that we had worked hard to get before. This alone will take 4 or 5 years. Gu Changdong shook his head. The cost of resetting the formation is too high. Most of the plans of the sect on Kixing Island have failed. Fortunately, I'm just a formation master and don't have to bear any responsibility. The green-robed old man sighed dejectedly when he heard this, and then a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he flew away in the direction of the Yi family. Time went back half a month. After Luo Hong destroyed the secret formation of King Gaiang sect, he returned to the Yi family's cargo ship and stayed indoors. So far, his plan to completely muddy the water has basically succeeded. Although the King Gaiang sect's spies around Kixing Island were not completely wiped out, the few that remained were definitely just small fish in the key refining stage, and there was no need to worry. As for whether the Star Palace mark left in the Yi family's secret room could deceive people, Luo Hong didn't really care. If it could, it would be the best, and scare the King Gaiang sect's group of old demons half to death. If it couldn't, they would be a little afraid, and would inevitably be hesitant to investigate. After settling down, Luo Hong counted the harvest this time. Needless to say, there were many magic tools of various grades, and Luo Hong thought he could open a small shop with them. As for pills, Luo Hong didn't need pills to improve his cultivation now, but he did find 5 kinds of spiritual medicines to assist in Dan formation in Yu Menglang's storage bag, among which there happened to be snow spirit water and skyfire liquid. In addition, Luo Hong found a whole bottle of the most famous spiritual medicine for Dan formation in Chaos Star Sea, dust reduction pill in the storage bag of the skull. The amount of spiritual stones harvested this time was so large that Luo Hong was delighted. The skull alone contributed most of them, worthy of being a giant unstage demon cultivator. The spiritual stones I have now are enough for me to purchase the materials needed for 3-5 evils gathering spirit arrays. This time I must find a suitable isolated island to practice in seclusion. It was really unpleasant to be interrupted when practicing. After sorting out the trivial harvest, Luo Hong threw a pile of useless storage bags directly into the sea. At this time, there was only a fist-sized crystal and a pair of claw-shaped magic weapons left on the table. Zenhei crystal is a well-known water-based spiritual object in the Chaos Star Sea. It is not rare in itself. Basically, a cultivator will find one in the deep sea every few years, but Luo Hong has never heard of one as big as a fist, and there is no record of it even in the jade slip that Yi Xiu gave him. At this time, Zenhei crystal was lying quietly on the table like a mortal crystal, without revealing a trace of spiritual energy. The blue multifaceted crystal reflected bright light, which was extremely beautiful. Luo Hong knew that this was the dam shielding effect at work again. With a thought, a thumb-sized blue bead emerged from his danshan. During the more than 10 years of retreat on the volcanic island, the spiritual dragon secret pattern finally fed the blue bead and upgraded it to a blue bead. Its spiritual level was as expected 17, representing the early stage of Dan formation for the immortal cultivator. After all, it was a silver rune from the 4th level dragon bone. The secret pattern upgraded it once, allowing it to reach the 17th spiritual level. Otherwise, the 16th spiritual level would be the peak. However, Luo Hong did not lose interest in it because of its low spiritual level. On the contrary, he had already decided that the blue bead was the only choice for his life magic weapon. The reason was simple. The blue bead was a pure spiritual particle. To be precise, it was a spiritual particle that showed water attributes, which met the requirements of Luo Hong's quality avenue. Now the spiritual level is low, so it is not a problem. It is a spiritual upgrade. Of course, this is after Dan formation. After thinking about it, Luo Hong focused on the present. Under the spiritual light of the blue round bead, Luo Hong finally saw the spiritual aura of the Zhenhe crystal. He used the physical examination form to calculate it, and determined that the spiritual level was 20, which was equivalent to the early stage of the nascent soul. It is indeed 20 spiritual level, otherwise it can't be the center of the formation that covers 1,000 miles. In this way, there is one kind of spiritual material needed for the ancient treasure. This Zhenhe crystal came at the right time. Luo Hong originally planned to refine a set of ancient treasures called 5-element flags, after forming the pill, so as to replace the spirit changing formation, and enhance the effectiveness of the 5 evils gathering spirit formation. Now that he has the Zhenhe crystal, Luo Hong still lacks another 4 element of the same spiritual level spiritual materials. When he arrives in Xiangsing City, he can try his luck in a few auctions. After making up his mind, Luo Hong put away the Zhenhe crystal and turned his eyes to the pair of black eagle claws. Luo Hong has seen the power of this magic weapon with his own eyes. Under the drive of the skull, no top-level magic weapon can withstand its grasp. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Hong could use an astonishing number of magical instruments at the same time, and they were all of extremely high quality, and if he hadn't held them back by force, he would have probably died under the claws after a confrontation. The skull named it the Death Claw, which was really descriptive. The Death Claw was quite powerful. Even if it was his own magical instrument, Luo Hong could only exert 70% of its power at most after refining it, which was enough to allow him to have a certain degree of self-protection before his own magical instrument grew up. Moreover, he could use the blue round bead to break through the shielding effect. Refining and using this claw during the foundation building period would give him an extra good backup. Thinking of this, Luo Hong was even more satisfied. After putting it away, he summoned Xiaojun with a smile and checked its injuries. Xiaojun had been in a deep sleep since the last time. Luo Hong's expression darkened as soon as he looked inside his mind for a while. Xiaojun's condition was much more serious than he expected. Xiaojun's life was not in danger, but the silver runes in her body were damaged by the medicinal power of the 1,000-year-old snow lotus. The change was very small, but since Luo Hong would give Xiaojun a physical examination every once in a while and record the data of the silver runes in her body, the difference could be seen at a glance. This small change is not fatal, but to another extent, it is extremely fatal. If Luo Hong's guess is correct, Xiaojun's potential will be greatly reduced after this, and perhaps she can only be a second-level spirit beast for the rest of her life. At this time, sensing Luo Hong's presence, Xiaojun opened her eyes with difficulty and arched her head towards his arms with great grievance, which immediately made Luo Hong heartbroken. "Don't worry, Xiaojun, you saved my life, and I will definitely not let you sink like this." Luo Hong immediately made a promise. After comforting Xiaojun, Luo Hong took it back into the spirit beast bag, and his original good mood suddenly plummeted. After a moment of silence, he walked towards the secret cabin and met many mortal crew members along the way. However, they had all been told by Yiliang that the guest with a strange temper lived in the upper cabin, so none of them tried to talk to Luo Hong or ask where he was going. After successfully arriving at the secret cabin, Luo Hong passed through the restrictions he had set up. He saw that the 6 foundation building demon cultivators he had captured were still in a state of dumbfoundedness. Luo Hong's eyes swept over the 6 people one by one, and finally stopped at the face of the young master of the Yi family. He opened his mouth with a thought, and then flicked his finger and shot a pill into his mouth. Not long after the pill entered his stomach, the young master of the Yi family gradually regained his spirit in his grey eyes. Just as a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, he found that he could not control his body and could only stand there motionless. Suddenly, the surprise in his eyes turned into panic. When he saw Luo Hong looking at him indifferently, he widened his eyes in extreme fear. On that day, the scene of Luo Hong slaughtering the King Gyang sect's demon cultivators in the dark room, like slaughtering chickens and ducks, left a deep impression in his mind, so that when he saw Luo Hong's cold eyes, he recognized him. "Yi King, do you want to live or die?" Luo Hong was in a bad mood. so he didn't waste time talking to him and asked directly. The young master of the Yi family blinked desperately, trying to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Luo Hong's mind moved, temporarily untied the restrictions on him, and immediately heard a burst of hurried words. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. Yi King suddenly regained control of his body, leaned forward, and knelt down. He was extremely afraid of Luo Hong in his heart. After being released, he didn't dare to resist at all, and desperately wanted to seize the chance to live. That Luo Hong said, "It's good that you want to live. I won't kill you, because you are useful. I have a magic secret technique here. You must practice it within 3 months, otherwise, I will not keep useless people." Without waiting for Yi King to respond, Luo Hong said in a cold voice, "I will not hide it from you. This magic secret technique requires the blood and essence of cultivators to practice it. It is extremely harmful to the body, but I will try my best to use elixirs to save your life, and will not let you die in a few years. In addition, the power of this magic secret technique is extremely great. I need your absolute loyalty, so." Before Luo Hong finished speaking, Yi King said nervously, "I understand. I understand." Then he stood up and slapped Yu Zhao beside him twice, and then swung his fist at him, as if he was going to beat Yu Zhao to death. If he was not unable to mobilize his magic power now, he would have cast a spell to kill him. Seeing this scene of loving father and filial son, Luo Hong was shocked for a moment. Then he waved his hand to open the restriction on Yi King again, and said angrily, "Stop it. Your father is more useful than you. It's very simple to ensure your loyalty. Just let go of your soul and let me leave a restriction on your soul. In this way, your life and death will certainly be in my hands, but you can also gain my trust. Now, let go of your soul. If I feel resistance, I will kill you immediately." Luo Hong reached out and grabbed Yi King's head and began to cast the forbidden magic. The forbidden magic is a common method used by the magic sect to control the disciples in the sect. Once cast, even if the recipient has only evil thoughts in his heart, it will be sensed by the caster. At this time, the caster only needs a thought to activate the restriction and destroy the recipient's soul. It can be said that once you are under the spell, you will never be able to turn over. Chapter 140 Lan'an Pavilion in Chiangxing City. The magic secret method that Luo Hong wanted Yi King to practice was the one he got from the devil. This secret method is called blood marrow method. Through this secret method, practitioners can condense their own blood essence and create blood marrow crystals. The stronger the practitioner's body, the more powerful the blood marrow crystals refined by their blood essence will be. The longer the time of cultivation, the stronger the power will be. With Luo Hong's body, it would be useful after a year of cultivation. But if it were Yi King, although this kid is young and strong, he has never practiced the art of body refining. He would have to cultivate for at least 10 years before the power of the blood marrow crystals he refined would be enough to threaten an enemy one level higher than him, that is, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. However, the refined blood marrow crystals have the magical power of swallowing essence and ki, and can be ripened by using the essence of other cultivators. At this time, the most suitable thing in Luo Hong's hand to ripen the blood marrow crystals is the golden pill on the skull. The mana in the golden elixir has the imprint of the skull's soul. For others besides the skull, it is more difficult to control than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, although Luo Hong tried his best to prevent it from dissipating, the effect was still not good. If Yi King could not comprehend the blood marrow method in a short period of time and refine the initial blood marrow crystal, he would not be able to use this golden elixir, nor would he be able to quickly refine the blood marrow crystal. It would be better to use it to refine the heavenly demon pill. To be honest, I was quite envious of the secret method given by the demon. After all, his physical body was so strong, but it was difficult to use it in fighting. The blood marrow crystal could make up for this defect. Not only could the power of the physical body be used, but its power was also enough to become a killer. But the more so, the more cautious you should be. If the demon left any tricks in the method, it would be all over. Perhaps because Yi King had just advanced to the foundation building stage, his soul had not been restricted by the King Gyang sect, so Luo Hong's forbidden magic was performed very smoothly. After finishing the practice, Yi King acted even more flattering. Luo Hong didn't give him a good face. After leaving the jade slip of the blood marrow method, he left. After that, after just over a month, Yiking was able to refine the initial blood marrow crystal, which surprised Luo Hong. But when he saw Yiking, he understood why this kid could practice so fast. Yiking was pale and thin, and his ki was weak and weak. It was obvious that he was trying to refine the blood marrow crystal without sparing his body. After the failure, he did not take some time to recover, and immediately tried the next time. Such reckless actions usually kill themselves, but there are also lucky ones, and Yiking is one of them. There was nothing to say afterwards. Luo Hong gave Yiking several bottles of tonic medicine and the golden pill that had shrunk by nearly half as planned. The moment he got the golden pill, Yiking cried with joy. He thought that Luo Hong would not kill him easily, since she gave him such a valuable thing. After struggling in fear for more than a month, Yiking finally felt that his life could be saved. A few days later, Luo Hong found Yi Liang and said goodbye to him. "Thank you for seeing me off, Brother Yi. We have left the sea area of Kixing Island. I will not follow you to Heihuan Island. We will part ways now. Brother Luo, have a safe journey." Yi Liang bowed and said goodbye. Luo Hong nodded, and in the night, he summoned a spirit boat, took 6 black-robed men, and headed towards Xiangsing City. "Alas, you are finally leaving. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for my Yi family to meet you." Yi Liang watched Luo Hong and his group disappear into the sky, and returned to the cabin with a sigh. Luo Hong's sudden departure did not attract the attention of the mortals on the ship. He usually lived in seclusion, and the crew had not seen him many times. After arriving at Heihuan Island, they were busy unloading and loading goods. Yi Liang found an opportunity to reveal the news that the distinguished guest had left the ship, and the matter was over. Half a year later, a white spiritual light streaked across a certain sea area. This was a medium-sized spiritual boat, only more than 10 feet long, surrounded by wind-attributed spiritual energy, and its speed of flight was extremely fast, no less than that of a late-stage foundation building cultivator who was flying with all his strength. However, to drive such a spiritual boat, 2 spiritual stones would be consumed every day, and this boat had been flying continuously for half a year. In the cabin, Luo Hong, who had nothing to do to practice the great evolution art, opened his eyes. Calculating the days, they would arrive at Xiangsing City today. Walking out of the cabin, Luo Hong looked ahead with his hands behind his back, only to see a black spot rapidly enlarging, and soon it blocked his entire vision. Xiangsing City is a supergiant city, which occupies the entire area of Xiangsing Island, which is known as the largest island in the Chaos Star Sea. The main body of the city is completely different from ordinary cities built on flat ground. Instead, it is based on a towering giant mountain in the center of Xiangsing Island, and is built in circles on its surface in a spiral shape. Layers of buildings extend all the way to the edge of the island, which can be said to fully utilize the land area of the island. It is obvious that the land price of this island must be extremely high. Since the past few days, the number of immortal cultivators traveling in the surrounding airspace has begun to increase. Now, you can see the spiritual light produced by the immortal cultivators flying. When approaching Xiangsing City, Luo Hong slowed down the speed of the spiritual boat, looked at the towering stone wall surrounding Xiangsing City, which was dozens of feet high, and chose an entrance to the island protection formation, that is, the city gate, and flew over. After collecting the spiritual boat, Luo Hong and the 6 black-robed men came to the city gate together. In Xiangsing City, Luo Hong did not intend to hide his cultivation. The cultivators guarding the gate here were 2 Xingang disciples in the foundation building period, which showed the status of foundation building cultivators in this city. The 2 Xingang disciples guarding the gate did not pay much attention to the strangeness of Luo Hong and his group. After taking a closer look, they introduced the rules of entering the city according to the process. If you want to enter Xiangsing City, you must wear a ring refined by the Xingang, which is divided into blue and red. The blue one is a temporary stay certificate, which can be exchanged for only 3 spirit stones, but it is only valid for 7 days. When it expires, you need to go to the city gate to replace it. Otherwise, you will be caught by law enforcement, and will be severely punished. The red one is a permanent residence certificate, which requires 800 spirit stones to exchange for one. This price is a bit painful for Luo Hong. After thinking for a while, Luo Hong handed the spirit boat to Yi King beside him and said lightly, "You go to the port to find a berth, and take them to practice on the boat. I will come to you once a month, to check the progress of the practice. Do you understand?" Yi King nodded slightly disappointedly, took the spirit boat, and walked towards the port. "Dao, give me a red one." Luo Hong waved his hand, and 8 mid-level spirit stones appeared on the table. After entering the city, Luo Hong randomly clicked on a mortal hyacinth wandering at the city gate, and tried to ask where Lan'an Pavilion was. He didn't intend to find the specific address right away. But unexpectedly, Hyacinthus showed a smile that any man could understand, and led Luo Hong on the way. After being surprised for a moment, Luo Hong summoned his flying sword, and flew away with Hyacinthus in the direction he pointed. Not long after, under the guidance of Hyacinthus, Luo Hong arrived at the foot of the holy mountain of Xiangxing. After circling over a group of buildings for a while, he landed in front of an elegant building with many bright red lanterns. Luo Hong looked at the plaque above the gate. This building was indeed Lan'an Pavilion, but he always felt something was wrong. After paying 2 low-level spirit stones and sending Hyacinthus away, Luo Hong slowly walked up and knocked on the door. This Lan'an Pavilion branch in Xiangxing City is really strange. It is not open for business in broad daylight. And looking at the momentum and the faint treasure aura of this building, it should not lack spirit stones for a pair. Could it be that the old master Yi left behind some tricks when he left Xiangxing City? With the spiritual stones in Luo Hong's hand, it was not difficult for him to rent a cave in Xiangxing Holy Mountain, but he had to purchase a large number of materials for the 5 evils gathering spirit array, and also prepare the spiritual materials needed for refining after Dinji. Every spiritual stone must be spent on the blade. Therefore, it would be best to have a free place to stay. Who is it still coming in the broad daylight? The girls also need to sleep. Accompanied by a charming female voice, the door of Lan'an Pavilion was opened, and a strong smell of powder immediately hit the face. Then, a low-level female cultivator with bare shoulders, half-exposed breasts, and a beautiful face came into Luo Hong's sight. Oh, what a handsome senior, coming quickly. The female cultivator, whose hair was still a little scattered and whose clothes were not very neat, had obviously just climbed out of bed, but when she saw the red ring Luo Hong was wearing, her resentment suddenly disappeared, and she smiled, and took Luo Hong's arm, and led him to the building. Luo Hong's arm touched something soft, but the female cultivator didn't care at all, and even hugged her tighter. Could this be? I must have found the wrong place. After Luo Hong came to her senses, she immediately pulled her arm out of the female cultivator's arms, took a step away and said, "Miss, is this Lan'an Pavilion opened by the Yi family?" "Yi family?" The female cultivator looked at Luo Hong in confusion, as if she had some impression. "Miss, do you recognize this jade token?" Luo Hong's eyes twitched twice, and with an unpleasant expression, he took out the jade token with the word Yi engraved on it, that Yi Xiu gave him. "It's this Yi, he senior. Wait a moment." The female cultivator covered her mouth and chuckled twice, then walked seductively towards the red staircase with golden patterns, stepped up and disappeared. Luo Hong glanced at the layout of the hall, and immediately understood what this place was. Old Patriarch Yi, you are not so bad as to cheat your daughter. It seems that I can't save this amount of spiritual stones. Luo Hong smiled bitterly, and shook his head. This place of fireworks is not a place suitable for meditation and cultivation. About a quarter of an hour later, the young female cultivator who had been seen before came with 2 beautiful middle-aged women. The 2 were dressed normally, elegantly, and generously, and their cultivation was at the initial stage of foundation building, but the seductive look in their eyes proved that they were not ordinary female cultivators. "Your cultivation is profound, so you must not be the son or nephew of that dead ghost. Why do you have that jade token?" the beautiful woman in black dress asked curiously, while looking at Luo Hong. "This jade token was given by the current head of the Yi family in Kixing Island. I didn't take it by force," Luo Hong said frankly. He just wanted to deal with it quickly and then rent a cave honestly. "Oh, who is the current head of the family?" What did he say when he gave the jade token to you? The beautiful woman in pink dress asked with a smile. She had seen Luo Hong's surprise. The current patriarch is the daughter of the old patriarch. When she handed the jade token to me, she said that this place was a branch of Lan'an Pavilion, and that I could stay here when I arrived in Xiangxing City. I guess she didn't know the actual situation here. Luo Hong responded. That's what the dead guy said? Humph. That's almost the same. When the dead guy was in Xiangxing City, he used this place as his residence. This building can be built so big, thanks to his spirit stones. After the spirit stones were all spent, the dead guy went to the outer sea to hunt monsters without knowing his own ability, and ended up returning with serious injuries. It's really funny. Oh, by the way, has the dead guy recovered from his injuries now? He still owes me 20 spirit stones for staying with him overnight. The beautiful woman in the black dress suddenly blamed the old patriarchy and asked Luo Hong while staring at him. Ahem. The old master of the Yi family died more than 10 years ago due to serious injuries. Luo Hong was speechless. She didn't expect that Yi Xiuxiu's father was a man who loved flowers and pleasures. He must have felt guilty about his daughter when he was dying, so he lied to her. The beautiful woman in the black skirt suddenly looked dark when she heard this, and she left the woman in the pink skirt in a daze. As if she saw the curiosity in Luo Hong's eyes, the beautiful woman in the pink skirt sighed lightly and took the initiative to explain. Alas, Master Yi went to the outer sea to hunt monsters in order to redeem Sister Sha. What a pity. Luo Hong nodded slightly without comment. He was not interested in the romantic history of the old Master Yi. Then he said, now that the misunderstanding has been clarified, I will take my leave. After that, Luo Hong was about to leave, but heard the beautiful woman in the pink skirt say, if fellow Daoist wants to find a place to stay, you don't have to go anywhere else. My Lan'an Pavilion still has an upper room reserved for Master Yi. Since you have come with the jade token, you can live here for free. No need. I'm a hard-working person. Living here is not conducive to my practice. Luo Hong flatly refused. He couldn't help but wonder how many spirit stones the old Master Yi had spent here. Fellow Daoist, please stay. I have something to discuss with you. I'm willing to pay you with a female cultivator in the late stage of key refining. Please help me once. The beautiful woman in pink clapped her hands, and two beautiful female cultivators with the same appearance and skin as white as snow came out from behind the screen on the side. The two women looked at Luo Hong shyly, twisting the corners of their clothes with their fingers, and seemed a little scared. Luo Hong glanced at them and said without changing his expression, I have just arrived in Xiangxing City, but I just want to settle down as soon as possible. Fellow Daoist, please find someone else. After every failure, Luo Hong learned a lesson. He didn't want to get into trouble for no reason again like before. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, Daoist friend. Daoist friend's cultivation has reached the realm of false elixir. Daoist friend must have come to Xiangxing City to take advantage of the abundant spiritual energy here to condense the golden elixir. These two women have practiced Dunfeng Piu and Gong. Taking their yuan can increase Daoist friend's success rate of forming the golden elixir a little bit. And what I want is just a matter of spending more time for Daoist friend, and there is no danger. The beautiful woman in pink dress smiled and said calmly, as if she was sure that Luo Hong would change his mind immediately after hearing her words. I have other plans for the matter of forming the golden elixir, so Daoist friend, please don't bother. Goodbye. Luo Hong had the 3 great golden elixir medicines in Chaos Star Sea, so how could he be interested in the little success rate brought by dual cultivation? Besides, keeping the Yuan Yang body is also good for cultivation. Chapter 141 Heavenly Fire Master. The beautiful woman in pink skirt was shocked when she heard this. It was the first time she encountered a cultivator who was about to form a core and looked down on a female cultivator of Dunfeng. She even forgot to stop Luo Hong from leaving. Haha, Pavilion Master Hua, I have said before that there will always be people who don't buy your tricks. How about it? Quickly hand over your treasured jade bee wine, and you must admit defeat if you want to bet. Luo Hong just arrived at the door and suddenly heard a hearty and generous laughter coming from all directions. After sensing it, she found that the person coming was actually a cultivator in the middle stage of the core. In an instant, a fat old man who looked like he was smoked by black smoke and was sloppy fell from the sky and blocked Luo Hong. Although she knew that she didn't have to worry about this fat old man killing people and stealing treasures in broad daylight in Xiangsing City, Luo Hong was under a lot of pressure when facing a cultivator in the middle stage of the core at such a close distance. Young friend, don't be nervous. Pavilion Master Hua was entrusted by this old man to find a cultivator who can help me. If it's convenient for you, please come in and have a chat. The fat old man directly past Luo Hong, naturally put his arm around the thin waist of the beautiful woman in pink skirt and invited her. Luo Hong hesitated for a moment, but she didn't dare to not give this person face. Thinking that it would be okay to listen, she followed him all the way to the top floor of Lan'an Pavilion. The fat old man took out a jade token, inserted it into the groove of a door, opened the door's restriction, and pushed the door open. Pavilion Master Hua, please go and do your work first. I have something to talk to this young friend, and it's inconvenient for a third person to be present. If this young friend agrees to my invitation, I will give you the things we agreed on before. The fat old man patted the round buttocks of the beautiful woman in pink skirt and said seriously, then I'll take my leave. The beautiful woman in pink skirt slapped the fat old man's hand away with a frown, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Haha, this girl is not as cute as she was when she was little. The fat old man shook his head and turned his eyes to Luo Hong, who was expressionless, and said, please come in, my friend. Walking into the room, Luo Hong was surprised to find that the space was very large. If all the rooms on the top floor were like this, then there would probably be only 5 or 6 rooms on the top floor of the entire Lan'an Pavilion. In addition, the layout of the room was also far beyond Luo Hong's expectations. He thought he would see a decadent scene of wine pools and meat forests. Unexpectedly, there was a fire pool with roiling lava in the center of the room, and the surrounding layout was completely the layout of a weapon refining room. After the two sat opposite each other at a sandalwood table, the fat old man said, my name is Xianhuo Zenren. I have no sect or school, but I have made achievements in the way of refining. May I ask what your name is, and where you are from? It is really rare to find a weapon refiner without a sect or school. After Luo Hong complained in his heart, he bowed and said, my name is Zuo Bufan. I come from the southwest of Chaos Star Sea, and I'm also a casual cultivator. Luo Hong's name has been wanted by the young master of King Gaiang sect. In the future, he will declare himself to be Zuo Bufan, unless there are special circumstances. Oh. For a casual cultivator to have such a cultivation level as you, he must have had a chance. I won't beat around the bush with you. This time I just want to ask you to help me refine a magic weapon. The fat old man smiled meaningfully and suddenly became serious. Refine a magic weapon. To be honest, I'm not proficient in refining instruments. I have only refined a few low-level magic instruments before. I'm afraid I can't do anything about this. Luo Hong told the truth. His refining skills were not very good. My friend, you just rejected Pavilion Master Hua's offer. I believe you are very confident in your Dan formation, so you should have some plans for your magic weapon after Dan formation. Although this life magic weapon can be directly sacrificed and refined, this treatment is only for the core disciples of the big sects. We casual cultivators basically refine our own life magic weapons. Therefore, it is time for my friend to learn the way of refining. Even if you don't ask for mastery, you must master it. Otherwise, the power of the life magic weapon you refine is not as good as expected, and it will be even more difficult to make up for it later. Xianhuo Zenren guessed Luo Hong's plan in one breath. He has been in Dan formation for many years, and is also a casual cultivator. It is not surprising that he can do this. Senior, what you mean is that even if I learn to refine weapons now, I can help you? Luo Hong said in a strange tone. Before I can start refining this magic weapon, I need to refine and purify various spiritual materials. This will take at least 3 years. So as long as you are not completely ignorant of the art of refining, you can learn the art of refining to the level that I require under my guidance during this period. Xianhuo Zenren said with a beaming face. When he talked about his art of refining, he proudly patted his big belly. Luo Hong frowned and pondered. From what the fat old man said, as long as I agree to help him refine the magic weapon, he will teach me how to refine the art of refining in 3 years. This is a good deal. Luo Hong was somewhat tempted and decided to ask in detail, why do you have to look for me, senior? There is no shortage of cultivators in the foundation building stage in Chiangsing City. Humph. After I became famous, I rejected the recruitment of various families, and I was rather aggressive when I responded, so I don't have many connections in Chiangsing City. Of course, I will never ask them for help now, so I will only look for cultivators like you who come from the outer islands. Xianhuo Zhenren snorted coldly, recalling some unpleasant things in the past. Luo Hong nodded and reluctantly accepted the fat old man's answer. He would know the truth of this matter by asking around in the city later, and the other party was unlikely to lie to him. Then where are you going to refine the magic weapon, senior? What do you need me to do specifically? Luo Hong asked again. If he had to go outside Chiangsing Island to refine the magic weapon, he would never agree to it. My cave is on the 33rd floor of the Holy Mountain, where the magic weapon is refined. You can rest assured. As for what to do specifically, you have to wait for your consent before I can tell you. After all, this is related to the secret of the finished magic weapon, which cannot be easily passed on. Xianhuo Zhenren secretly complained. It has been a long time since I have seen such a cautious boy. The two who heard that the old man was willing to teach them the art of refining weapons immediately nodded and agreed. It seems that this boy is really a casual cultivator. I see. Luo Hong pondered for a moment and then said, Senior, can you give me 3 days to consider? Yes, you really need to be more careful when you first arrive in Chiangsing City. I'm also a casual cultivator and I completely understand your caution. However, this Lan'an Pavilion is a subsidiary of my Aoin sect. I have not tampered with this house. You can live here with confidence. The fat old man nodded in agreement, but he was also worried that Luo Hong would leave without saying goodbye. It would not be easy to find a foundation building cultivator who met the requirements. Senior, thank you for your trouble. However, I also have a jade token here, so you don't need to bother me. Compared with this strange giant and cultivator, although the old patriarch is a little unreliable, he is dead. Even if there are hidden tricks in the room, it is equivalent to nothing. It is obviously safer to live in his room. Huh. You actually have the jade token of Brother Yi. Could it be his son? No. Brother Yi said that he only has one daughter in his hometown. When Xianhuo Zhenren saw the jade token, he suddenly sat up straight and looked at Luo Hong again. The old patriarch Yi must have been a big shot in Lan'an Pavilion back then. Even the giant and cultivators called him a brother. Luo Hong sighed inwardly and repeated the explanation he had said before. Brother Yi has died. I'm very sorry. I should drink to relieve my sorrow. Please consider it carefully. Xianhuo Zhenren said this without much sadness on his face. Instead, he licked his lips and walked out on his own. I think he went to ask for his jade bee wine. I'm a bit stuck. Let me sort it out. Look through Mortal Man and look for inspiration. I will never play games. Absolutely. Chapter 142. Do you want to drink for a while? After Xianhuo Zhenren left, Luo Hong found the room that belonged to the old master Yi with the jade token. There was nothing special about this room, except that the furnishings were luxurious. After looking at the big bed in the middle of the room, Luo Hong walked silently to the tea table used for receiving guests and sat down. After closing his eyes and concentrating for a moment, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he called out Xiaojun. At this time, Xiaojun had woken up after half a year of recuperation, but he was sick and even had great difficulty flapping his wings to fly. His cry was no longer as loud as before, and the hidden sorrow made Luo Hong very sad. Xiaojun, I have thought of a way to save you, but there will be risks. If you fail, you will die. Luo Hong touched Xiaojun's head and said softly. Although Xiaojun's intelligence was still chaotic, her nature did not allow her to lie on the ground for the rest of her life. She immediately called out twice, and the meaning was obvious. Okay, then I'll fight you again. This matter will take several years to plan, but the method to save you requires you to maintain your fresh injury state, so I will use the ice sealing technique to seal you, and I will unseal you when the time is right. Luo Hong's eyes condensed, and he pointed out with two fingers together. A stream of cold air spurted out from his fingertips, and in a short while, Zyojin was sealed in a block of ice. After the spell was finished, Luo Hong put Zyojin back into the spirit beast bag, got up and walked out of Lan'an Pavilion. He spent a day asking around in Xianxing City about Xianhuo Zhenren, and the results he got were roughly the same as what he said orally. It's just that he was a little modest about his poor connections. This Chindan master in Xianxing City is not only poorly connected, but has reached the point where everyone wants to beat him. The reason is that this person is too obsessed with refining equipment and is extremely interested in the well-known magic weapons inherited by those big forces. As long as he sets his eyes on a magic weapon, he will study its refining method day and night, and most of the time he can successfully refine it. He did not keep the magic weapon he had refined. After all, he only enjoyed the process of refining and was not interested in the magic weapon itself. In order to obtain the resources needed for the next refining, he would auction off the magic weapon he had refined. Those big forces who held onto the method of refining magic weapons and regarded it as a legacy were naturally furious, but Xianhuo Zhenren had studied it with his own ability, without stealing or robbing, and Xianxing City was a place where people could reason, so although these big forces in the city hated him to the core, they could do nothing about him. The only people who were on good terms with Xianhuo Zhenren were small sects like Miaoin sect that had no ambitions. In addition, it was not the first time that Xianhuo Zhenren asked someone to help him refine treasures. The cultivators who helped him several times before were not targeted by the big forces, but were immediately recruited by them. Obviously, they cursed him a lot, but in fact, they were still envious of Xianhuo Zhenren's refining skills. After receiving this information, Luo Hong's last bit of doubt disappeared, and he made a decision. When he returned to Lan'an Pavilion, the lights were just coming on. The big red lanterns outside the building were all lit up, and the building was bustling with people, which was completely different from the dead silence during the day. Luo Hong walked in, and saw many low-level cultivators in the hall, enjoying themselves, hugging beautiful mortal women, even low-level women, drinking and talking happily. Luo Hong's expression did not change, and he did not comment on the choices of these people. No matter how you live 100 years, you will always regret it when you die. Only by living forever can you have no regrets. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong realized that the cultivation world in Chaos Star Sea is far more about the law of the jungle than the cultivation world in Xianan. At least in Xianan, there is no such brothel dominated by female cultivators. Feeling that he was out of tune with the atmosphere of Lan'an Pavilion, Luo Hong did not stay for long. He went upstairs directly and returned to the exclusive room of the old Master Yi, closing his eyes to practice the Great Evolution technique. Soon it was the agreed day, and Luo Hong and Xianhuo Zhenren gathered by the fire pool again. What do you think, young friend? Xianhuo Zhenren was clean today, but he was full of powder and alcohol. It was obvious that he had been having fun in Lan'an Pavilion for the past 3 days. Junior has a condition. If you agree, I will help you refine the treasure. Luo Hong looked directly at Xianhuo Zhenren and said firmly, "Tell me about it." Xianhuo Zhenren said with a little impatience. Among the people he invited, no one was as difficult as Luo Hong. If you can sell these spiritual materials to me, or tell me the relevant information, I will definitely serve you. Luo Hong handed over a jade slip and said, "Young friend, are you preparing to refine your life magic weapon? Do you want me to give you some advice?" Xianhuo Zhenren said with some excitement, and put the jade slip on his forehead. After a moment, he opened his eyes with surprise. "Young friend, you are really ambitious. You want to use such precious things to refine magic weapons. Each of the spiritual materials listed in your jade slip is worth thousands of spiritual stones. There is only one life magic weapon in a lifetime. Naturally, I want the best. Do you have any information about these spiritual materials?" Luo Hong listed spiritual materials of the same level as Zenhei crystal in order to refine the ancient treasure 5-element flag. The 5-element flag is the key to saving Zyojin. Luo Hong is determined to get it, even if it means taking some risks. In fact, Luo Hong didn't want to do such a conspicuous thing, but the ancient treasure 5-element flag is a formation flag of the Great 5-element Demon Extermination Formation, which has extremely high requirements for spiritual materials. Even Zenhei crystal can only meet its requirements, and is far from the most suitable spiritual material. Haha, you have found the right person. I have a ball of 7-color soil in my hand, which is the leftover from the previous treasure refining. However, this soil is an excellent material for refining earth magic weapons. I will not sell it easily. Xianhuo Zhenren narrowed his eyes and stroked his belly. Luo Hong pondered for a moment. The other party's meaning was obvious. He must think that his value was not worthy of the 7-color soil. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Hong put a piece of dazzling blue crystal on the table. Senior, I'm willing to give up half of this Zenhei crystal in exchange for your 7-color soil. Luo Hong did not need a fist-sized Zenhei crystal to refine the 5-element flag. At this time, he had only this thing that could impress Xianhuo Zhenren, so he decided to make an exchange. You want to divide this treasure? No. It's simply a waste of heaven's gift. Xianhuo Zhenren glared at Luo Hong, looking at him as if he was looking at a person who was extremely evil. But I'm determined to get the 7-colored soil from you, senior. And for other spiritual materials, I will. Luo Hong's eyes moved slightly, and he said with difficulty, forget it, you can give me 3,000 spirit stones, but you have to make it clear that you must not divide this crystal in the future. Do you know how many years it took for this crystal to grow to this size? I'm afraid that your crystal is the largest in the entire Chaos Star Sea. If it is used to refine the Star Palace's most precious treasure, the glazed divine ring, its power must be amazing, but it's a pity that I can't do it. Xianhuo Zhenren sighed regretfully, like a lovelorn man who entrusted his beloved to another male cultivator. The other party's offer was fair, and Luo Hong immediately took out 30 mid-level spirit stones, and took the ball of 7-colored soil from Xianhuo Zhenren. Since you have granted me what I wished for, I will do my best to refine the treasure. Please tell me what I need to do specifically? Luo Hong's face was happy, and he asked with his hands folded. This time, I'm going to refine a secret treasure of Xianluo sect called Ziji Sword. According to my research, this sword is a rare magic weapon with wind and thunder attributes, so it can have both unpredictable speed and great power. The Lianshan Zengong that I practiced is a top-level fire-based technique, so to refine this treasure, I must have the help of cultivators who practice wind and thunder-based techniques. However, although I have found a cultivator with wind-based spiritual roots, it is difficult to find one with thunder-based attributes, so I had to find 2 cultivators who practiced water and soil-based techniques respectively, and temporarily merged thunder-based magic power when refining the treasure. My friend has practiced water-based techniques, and his magic power is far more pure than that of the same level, so he is the perfect choice to help me refine the treasure. When Xianhuo Zhenren talked about refining treasures, his expression became serious, and he explained it in detail to Luo Hong. So, in addition to the junior, there are 2 other Taoist friends who will participate in this treasure refining. Luo Hong said lightly. That's right. The 2 of them will come here in a few months. In the next 3 years, I will teach you 3 the art of refining weapons here. Xianhuo Zhenren nodded, and then waved his hand to open the restriction of a cabinet beside him. There are many classics about refining weapons in this cabinet. Before I officially start teaching, you can learn by yourself. After all, the other 2 friends are quite accomplished in the art of refining weapons, and one of them is the only daughter of the island owner of Qianfeng Island. If you don't have any basics at that time, it will be embarrassing. Junior will do his best. Luo Hong's expression did not change, but he was very interested in these classics. After all, the classics collected by the master of refining weapons must have something unusual. In addition to studying the classics, practice is also indispensable. You can use the fire pool here. Start practicing with low-level magic weapons. Xianhuo Zhenren stood up and walked out after saying this. Now that he had found all the people, he had to start refining the spiritual materials needed to refine the purple extreme sword. After watching Xianhuo Zhenren leave, Luo Hong couldn't wait to walk to the cabinet of weapon refining books and put a jade slip on his forehead. The beginning of weapon refining, water and fire refining method, soul fusion array, and big and small Ruai prohibitions. It's really a treasure trove of weapon refining techniques. Luo Hong was overjoyed, even happier than getting the 7-colored soil. He quickly picked up a few jade slips that recorded the basic weapon refining techniques, drank a cup of enlightenment tea, and began to comprehend. In this way, after Luo Hong spent 2 months studying weapon refining techniques without sleep and forgetting to eat, he felt that he had mastered some of the tricks and wanted to try to refine intermediate magic tools. It just so happened that there were a lot of red fire ants mouth pliers in the Wanbao bag, which were perfect for refining intermediate fire magic tools. In addition, some auxiliary materials were needed. Luo Hong was about to go to the market to buy some, and when he went out, he happened to meet a beautiful woman in a pink skirt. "Master Zuo, are you going to buy spiritual materials for refining?" Luo Hong has lived in Lan'an Pavilion for 2 months. Hulinga would send spiritual fruits and spiritual wine every few days. She has long been familiar with Luo Hong. "That's right. Can Pavilion Master Hua do this for me?" Luo Hong didn't offer a spiritual stone, so naturally he didn't want to accept Hualinga's courtesy, but the other party claimed that this was arranged by Xian Hua Zenren, so that he could concentrate on studying the art of refining. "What's that? When we in Lan'an Pavilion really serve you, you can't get out of bed. Whatever you need, I will arrange for my maid to buy it." Hulinga covered her mouth and laughed. This was not the first time that Xian Hua Zenren asked people to learn the art of refining here. She was very familiar with it. "Okay, these spiritual stones are for you. Buy these things. Let's buy 100 copies first." Luo Hong was studying refining and was very excited. He didn't want to go out. Now it was naturally the best for someone to do it for him. "You don't need to pay for the spiritual stones. Please give us the magic tools you have refined to sell at Lan'an Pavilion. This is Hualinga's real purpose. Every time Xian Hua Zenren uses this fire copper room, Lan'an Pavilion can make a lot of spiritual stones by selling a large number of practice works." "Okay, I won't be polite then." Luo Hong was not hypocritical. He knew that the other party would never do a business that would lose money. "Well, Mr. Zuo, work hard." Hulinga smiled with narrowed eyes, twisted her willow waist, and walked away slowly. More than a month later, Hulinga's consciousness withdrew from the storage bag and looked at Luo Hong with resentment. "Mr. Zuo, are you deliberately making things difficult for this pavilion master?" "Pavilion Master Hua, you are too polite. Are the magic tools I have refined not good in quality? I dare say that there are very few magic tools of the same level that can surpass these," Luo Hong said with great confidence. "Okay, I'll trust you for once." Pavilion Master Hua's eyes were still resentful. Lanterns were lit, and Lan'an Pavilion was bustling again. The female cultivator who opened the door for Luo Hong when he first came to Lan'an Pavilion was now lying in the arms of a young and handsome male cultivator. "Master Long, have another drink?" No, if you drink more, you won't be able to have sex with Zia later." Master Long grabbed Zia's jade hand, buried his head in a pair of soft jade, and sucked hard for a while, which immediately made Zia laugh. "Zia, shall we go upstairs?" Feeling the heat in his lower abdomen, Master Long asked with a blushing face. "I can't walk anymore." Zia put her arm around Master Long's neck with a seductive look. "It's okay, I'll hold you." Master Long had never felt so strong before. In the blink of an eye, he entered Zia's room on the 2nd floor, put the beauty in his arms on the bed, and impatiently took off his clothes. "Master Long, Zia has a treasure here. Do you want to see it?" Zia bit her finger, stretched out her graceful body, and asked. Master Long swallowed hard. How could he say no, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. However, the treasure Zia took out the next moment made him suddenly pull up his pants, which were already half taken off, and took 2 steps back with trembling legs. "Zia, what do you want to do? Put that thing away." "Oh, Master Long, look at it. This fiery scissors is a top-notch intermediate magic weapon, and it only costs 20 spirit stones. Isn't it very cheap?" Zia took out the fiery scissors and turned them around in her palm to show it. This magic weapon is really good, and the price is definitely cheap in Lan'an Pavilion. Okay, this master wants it. Master Long came to his senses and immediately said proudly, but the smile on his face suddenly froze. Master Long, shall we go down and drink for a while? Zio wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Okay, I haven't had enough of drinking just now. Master Long nodded in response. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Support and Main Business. A few days later, when Luo Hong was comprehending the high-level refining classics beside the fire pool, he heard the sound of a door opening. He turned around and saw the chubby Cheyenne Huo Zenran leading two mid-stage foundation building cultivators in. Friend Zuo, let me introduce you. This is Wang Tai from Black Rock Island, and this is Liu Xinjing from Kaian Feng Island. As soon as Cheyenne Huo Zenran finished speaking, the sturdy dark-skinned male cultivator on his left smiled and bowed, saying, Brother Zuo, nice to meet you. Luo Hong immediately stood up, returned the greeting, and said, I have heard of the great name of Black Rock Island for a long time. I hope Brother Wang can give me more advice on the way of refining today. Sure. Wang Tai smiled and scratched his head. HMPH. Hypocrisy. I'm here to learn the art of refining, not to teach my apprentice. Liu Xinjing looked to be in her 20s, with the temper of a young lady. Seeing the materials left over from Luo Hong's refining of the fiery scissors by the fire pool, she immediately deduced that Luo Hong was a beginner in the art of refining, and said arrogantly, Don't worry, Miss Liu, I won't bother you. Luo Hong said with a smile. The other party's behavior did not annoy him, but reminded him of Li Xiaoqing in the Yellow Maple Valley. I don't know if the Li sisters have escaped the pursuit of the sixth sex of the demonic path, and if they have not built their foundation now, and whether senior brother Yu is still entangled in the matter of the alchemy furnace. Liu Xinjing turned her head and did not say anything, obviously not believing it. Since the three of you already know each other, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. From today on, every 10 days, I will come here to teach you 1 day of refining. How much you can learn in 3 years depends on your own ability. Zuo Xiaoyao, how far have you reached in the past few months? Cheyenne Huo Zenran asked Luo Hong with his hands behind his back. I can already refine intermediate magic tools skillfully, and I can also refine advanced magic tools with difficulty, but the failure rate is a bit high. Luo Hong answered truthfully. You can't even refine advanced magic tools successfully 3 times out of 10. Uncle Gongsun, can he really do it? Liu Xinjing was stunned and shook his head. Zuo Xiaoyao started from scratch, and it's already very good to have such a result. Xina, have you forgotten when you first learned to refine tools? Cheyenne Huo Zenran said with a smile, his eyes full of kindness, and it was obvious that he had a special relationship with Liu Xinjing. Humph. This lady is much better than him, Uncle Gongsun, don't expect me to guide him. Liu Xinjing pointed at Luo Hong coquettishly, and his cheeks quickly swelled up. Luo Hong felt a little strange at this time, not because of Liu Xinjing's mentality, that was not in line with his age, but because of the other party's judgment standard for the success rate. It turns out that, as long as you succeed 3 times out of 10, the success rate is not low. I thought that at least an 80% success rate was not low, and a 100% success rate was considered to be completely learned. Although there were 2 more fellow practitioners in the fire copper room, one of whom was a young lady with a naive mind, this did not affect Luo Hong's study of the art of refining. He followed his own plan, studied the classics, and practiced. In less than a year, with the help of enlightenment tea and wine and physical examination forms, he mastered the refining of top-level magic tools. After another year, his refining skills had surpassed Wang Tai and Liu Xinjing, who had learned refining since childhood. This made Liu Xinjing's face turn red and white, and she did not dare to look Luo Hong in the eye for several days. However, a few days later, she apologized to Luo Hong respectfully and asked for advice on refining. Luo Hong certainly would not treat such a little girl's temperament as a female cultivator, and gave a few casual suggestions. In the last year, Luo Hong had comprehended all the refining classics collected by Xian Huo Zenren, and his refining attainments reached the level where he could discuss with Xian Huo Zenren. Of course, his actual level was definitely not as good as the other parties. After all, this fat old man had been refining magic weapons for hundreds of years, and his rich experience was not comparable to Luo Hong, who could only talk about it on paper. However, in the eyes of Xian Huo Zenren, Luo Hong's growth rate is simply monstrous. If Luo Hong was not about to form a pill, he would even have thought of accepting a disciple. Because Luo Hong had a plan to refine ancient treasures, and his jade slips of ancient formations contained many methods of refining ancient treasure formation flags, so the ancient refining techniques that he sometimes blurted out were not even heard of by Xian Huo Zenren. In the end, Xian Huo Zenren was embarrassed to say that he was teaching Luo Hong the refining technique, and only said that they were communicating with each other. Because of this, the relationship between Luo Hong and Xian Huo Zenren quickly became close in the past 3 years, and gradually became a trend of becoming a close friend. With Luo Hong and the other two trying their hands at refining in the fire copper room from time to time, the quality of the magic tools sold in Lan'an Pavilion became higher and higher, and even many immortal cultivators came here to buy a top-level magic tool, not for the bodies of the girls in Lan'an Pavilion. It is worth mentioning that during this period, Master Long helped Zia redeem herself, and the two started a business of wholesale and reselling Lan'an Pavilion magic tools, making a lot of money. Seeing that boxes of spiritual stones were delivered to the fire copper room every day, the female cultivators of Lan'an Pavilion all started to have ideas. As soon as Luo Hong and Wang Tai went out, they would be entangled by a group of beautiful women. After Luo Hong scolded them several times with a cold face, she finally gave up the idea of these female cultivators, so the simple-minded Wang Tai became the only popular one. Today is the end of the 3-year period. Xian Huo Zenren came on time and took out the magic weapon to carry the 3 people to his cave. The abundant spiritual energy on Xiangxing Holy Mountain washed away the anger of Luo Hong and the other two, making them feel much more energetic. After arriving at the cave, after a short rest, Xian Huo Zenren opened the ban and presided over the refining of the purple extreme sword. All the spiritual materials have been purified and refined, and the remaining step is the final fusion. Luo Hong and Wang Tai sat cross-legged in the 2 arrays of the wrangling array. The 2 of them put their fingers together to form swords and pointed diagonally upward. Blue and khaki light beams shot out from their fingertips respectively, and after converging in the air, they turned into a silver-white thunderball. At this time, Liu Xinjing also raised his hand and shot out a column of wind-attributed mana light, which merged with the thunderball. The combination of wind and thunder immediately made a crackling sound. The faces of the 3 people all became solemn. They concentrated their minds to control, and from time to time increased or decreased the output of mana. Finally, after a quarter of an hour of hard work, the wind and thunder spirit ball reached a balanced state. Xian Huo Zenren was overjoyed when he saw this. He hurriedly controlled the prepared spiritual materials to fly into the wind and thunder spirit ball and used its spiritual power to fuse the spiritual materials. After more than 2 hours, Xian Huo Zenren completed this tedious step and refined a palm-long sword embryo in the wind and thunder spirit ball. The rest was to continue to let the sword embryo continue to be hammered in the spirit ball until it was fully formed, and Xian Huo Zenren could take the opportunity to place some restrictions on the sword. This process was extremely long. Fortunately, at this step, the 3 people could reduce the supply of mana and barely hold on by swallowing the key recovering pills provided by Xian Huo Zenren. 2 months passed like this. Except for Luo Hong, Wang Tai and Liu Xinjing all looked pale, showing signs of being unable to hold on. Xian Huo Zenren also looked much more haggard due to the exhaustion of presiding over the treasure refining. The fire is ready. The 3 of you should give it a final effort to make it completely formed. Luo Hong's eyes condensed when he heard this, and he used the magic power in his acupoints to instantly make the light column 3 times thicker. Wang and Liu also held on, not hesitating to waste their vitality and increase their magic power output. After holding on for a quarter of an hour, Xian Huo Zenren cast the last spell and said happily, "It's done." Wang and Liu's minds relaxed, and they immediately stopped outputting magic power, panting weakly. Luo Hong's magic power was deep, so it was not a problem at this time. He looked at the purple long sword floating in the air and secretly admired it. This sword had a 19th spiritual level. As soon as it was refined, it only needed to be refined for 100 years to upgrade it to a 20th spiritual level. If some natural materials and treasures were added, it would have a chance to reach a 21st spiritual level. When it reaches the 20th spiritual level, it is the level of ancient treasures. This sword is worthy of its name. I don't know who will fall into its hands. I must be careful of this person in the future. After the treasure refining was over, Wang Liu and the others entered Xian Huo Zenren's cave to rest and recuperate, while Luo Hong was ready to leave for the outer sea to advance to the Jiandan stage, so he had no intention of staying any longer, and said goodbye to Xian Huo Zenren. Don't be in a hurry to leave, my friend. In half a year, Xiangxing City will hold a large-scale auction which is held once every 60 years. You will be able to see many extremely rare treasures then. I got the 7-colored soil from the last auction, and there should be some spiritual materials in your jade slip as well. Seeing that Luo Hong was interested, True Man Xian Ho continued, but if you want to see spiritual materials like that, you must participate in the Xiangxing auction above the Jiandan stage. The ordinary auction open to cultivators at the foundation building stage and below will not have anything that you would like. Haha, since you took the initiative to bring up this matter, there must be a way to get the junior involved. There is no need to keep me in suspense, just say it. Luo Hong chuckled. He believed that True Man Xian Ho would not speak without a purpose. To be honest, I'm quite famous in the Xiangxing auction, and the Xingang has reserved a private room for me. The cultivator who owns the private room can bring any cultivator of any level to participate in the auction. All I ask is that I can assist you in refining the ancient treasure. You're not surprised at all. It seems that you let me guess this on purpose. As expected of casual cultivators like me, you're really good at scheming, but I'm willing to be fooled. Xian Ho Zenren smiled bitterly. He knew that Luo Hong had dug a pit for him, but he jumped in with pleasure. Senior, you are joking. I know that, after I took out the jade slip that day, you can roughly guess what I want to refine. So I didn't want to hide it too much. In the past 3 years, I took the initiative to discuss with you some of the difficulties that might be encountered in refining the ancient treasure. I feel that you are very skilled in refining weapons, and I originally planned to invite you to help me when I officially refine it, but I didn't expect you to be so anxious. Luo Hong certainly would not admit that he calculated the other party. In order to reduce the bad feelings in the other party's heart, he gently flattered him. These are actually all trivial matters. The key is whether you have enough spirit stones. If I guess correctly, you want to refine an ancient treasure with 5 element, then you still need 3 spirit materials of the same level as Zenhei crystal. To ensure that you can get them from the Xiangxing auction, you must prepare at least 20,000 spirit stones. Xian Ho Zenren stretched out 2 chubby fingers and said. Although he was very interested in refining ancient treasures, he was far from willing to bring his own dry food. 20,000 spirit stones? I have to make some plans. Fortunately, there is still half a year left, so it should be in time. Luo Hong has been obsessed with refining tools for many years. He did not know the date of the Xiangxing auction in advance. Now he roughly calculated the spirit stones on his body and found that he seemed to be short of them. Since he had to stay to participate in the auction, he would stay in Lan'an Pavilion for another half a year. Calculating the time, Han Leo Mo will soon bring Wuhan, who has formed a Shadan, here. When he asks him for help, the most troublesome wood flag will be settled. He pushed open the door of the fire copper room skillfully and sat down in the place where he usually comprehended the refining classics. Luo Hong patted the Wanbao bag, and a pile of spirit stones as tall as a person appeared in the open space in front of him. Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to count them quickly. Among them, there were only 22 intermediate spirit stones, which was equivalent to 2,200 low-level spirit stones. The rest were low-level spirit stones, which were a little over 20,000, but 10,000 of them could not be moved. Luo Hong had to use them to buy materials enough to set up 3-5 evil gathering spirit arrays. In other words, Luo Hong still needed about 8,000 spiritual stones. With a thought, Luo Hong collected the spiritual stones on the ground and summoned a bunch of different kinds of magic tools from the treasure bag. There were more than 100 of them. Most of these magic tools were medium and high level magic tools, and there were more than 10 top level magic tools, which Luo Hong had looted from the group of demon cultivators from Qingyang sect. If they were sold normally, it would not be a problem to sell these hundreds of magic tools for 6,000 spiritual stones, but Luo Hong certainly did not have time to sell them slowly, so he planned to sell them to Pavilion Master who were in a package, and collect 5,000 spiritual stones. In this way, there was still a shortfall of 3,000 spiritual stones. It seems that I have to do my old business. It's also a good time to prepare for the trip to the outer sea. Luo Hong turned his wrist, and a talisman pen was held in his hand. Stacks of blank animal skin talisman paper and talisman ink prepared with the blood of the mountain shaking python also appeared on the table. This time Luo Hong planned to refine a large number of talismans for intermediate spells, and take advantage of the auction to make a fortune of spirit stones. Luo Hong, was not a cultivator who could get used to hard times, and he would make tens of thousands of spirit stones this time. Luo Hong did not know many intermediate spells, only one was the earth escape technique he learned in Xianan, and one was the Yuangang water mine he learned during his retreat on the volcanic island. However, Luo Hong could also refine the 3 ancient text talismans for intermediate talismans, and upgrade them from the primary higher level to the intermediate level, just by adding a few silver runes. Of course, Luo Hong would not sell these 3 intermediate talismans. After trying a few times and becoming proficient, Luo Hong began his career of making talismans. Lanayan Pavilion also ushered in the second spring of intermediate talismans after various fine magic tools. The response this time was even more enthusiastic, even attracting cultivators in the Jiandan stage. Fortunately, Luo Hong did not release most of the talismans he made, and planned to keep them until the day of the auction. Otherwise, with Luo Hong making more than 10 talismans a day, he would have been targeted by the big forces. As the days passed, Lanayan Pavilion was also transforming into a store specializing in magic tools and talismans, going further and further. Most of the cultivators who patronized Lanayan Pavilion now were not looking for girls for fun. Chapter 144 Xiangxing Auction. Half a year later, Luo Hong collected hundreds of various intermediate talismans scattered around the table, and then put them aside. Immediately, 2 stacks of 50 talismans each appeared on the table. 50 earth escape talismans and water mine talismans each, at the price of about 300 spirit stones per intermediate talisman. Selling them will be enough to solve my spirit stone shortage problem. This time, Luo Hong did not intend to hide his name when selling the talismans, but wanted to associate the name Zuo Bufan with the identity of a talisman master. After all, instead of trying hard to sell talismans secretly and being tracked down, it is better to be open and above board and establish the name of a talisman master and also get the benefits of reputation. It's just making talismans, not stealing. What kind of threat can a talisman make pose? Putting the talismans to be sold into an empty storage bag, Luo Hong got up and went out. There were still 3 days before the auction started, and he had to go to Xianhuo Zenran's cave to wait in advance. However, just as he reached the door, Pavilion Master Hua caught up with him and said, "Master Zuo, please stay. There is a senior who wants to see you." "Senior?" "Pavilion Master Hua, who wants to see me? Please speak frankly." Luo Hong frowned. The Jiandan stage cultivators are old and cunning, and none of them are easy to get along with. Xianhuo Zenran, who is obsessed with refining weapons and has no other thoughts, is just an exception. Master Zuo also knows that my Lanayan Pavilion is a subsidiary of my Adoin sect. This time, it is the leader of my Adoin sect who asked me to invite you. Master Zuo, please give me a favor. If I can't invite you, I will be punished. Hulinga did not try to seduce Luo Hong with her beauty, but said with difficulty, "The leader of my Adoin sect?" Luo Hong's expression did not change, but he was a little interested. If he guessed correctly, the leader of my Adoin sect should be Ziling's biological mother. What does this senior want to see me for? I don't know, but it must be a good thing. Hulinga shook her head. The sudden appearance of the sect master surprised her. Okay, then I'll meet him. Hulinga has been busy and helped him a lot in the past 3 years, so Luo Hong should give him some face. After Luo Hong agreed, Hulinga showed some joy in her eyes and took him to the top floor, the innermost room. The room was covered with light gauze curtains, and the petals were floating under the effect of the ban, which had a bit of the charm of the peach blossom fairyland. It was fancy, but not as good as the sword of the senior sister. Luo Hong was not interested in this kind of arrangement that had no practical effect, and looked at the people in the room. There were 3 people in the room at this time, 2 women with light gauze on their heads, skin as white as snow and hair as black as ink stood on both sides, and the beautiful woman in the middle, who was dressed in palace clothes and elegant and luxurious, was exuding the aura of manna in the early stage of dawn formation. After a glance, Luo Hong was somewhat disappointed. Although the leader of the Miaoin sect had an outstanding appearance, he was far inferior to the reputation of his daughter, Fairy Ziling, who resounded throughout the Chaos Star Sea. Please take a seat, Master Zuo. The leader of the Miaoin sect extended his hand and motioned Luo Hong to take a seat. The 2 people standing beside her immediately brewed spiritual tea. This spiritual peach tea is a rare and delicious drink. It can promote menstruation and activate blood circulation. It is most suitable for cultivators like Master Zuo who sit for a long time and never leave their homes. The leader of the Miaoin sect did not have the airs of a giant unstage cultivator at all, and was unusually polite to Luo Hong, a foundation building cultivator. Seeing this, Luo Hong had already guessed the other party's intentions in his heart. He took a sip of the teacup and said, "The tea is good, but I'm more concerned about why the senior invited me here. To be honest, this sect leader wants to invite Master Zuo to serve as the 3rd elder of our sect." Yu King said bluntly. "Elder? I'm just a foundation building cultivator. How can I be worthy of the position of elder?" Luo Hong's eyes moved slightly, and she declined politely. "Haha, Master Zuo is too modest. Master, just based on the art of refining instruments and making talismans, you can be an elder of a sect, not to mention that with your cultivation level, isn't it just around the corner for you to advance to the stage of forming a pill? As long as you agree, you can choose one of the 2 maids of this master and marry her as a concubine. I believe that you have been in Xiangsing City for so long, and you should have heard about the wonderful female cultivators cultivated by my Miaoin sect." Yu King smiled and spread her hands to both sides. The 2 women standing on both sides immediately took off their veils, revealing 2 pretty faces with very different styles. The one on the left is charming and shy, arousing lust, and the one on the right is cold, arrogant and light, tempting to conquer. Both women were stunningly beautiful, but Luo Hong only glanced at them, then turned his gaze back to Yu King and said lightly, "It is not difficult for me to join your sect. As long as the master can give me one of the things here, I'm willing to be your guest elder. As for the concubine, I like quietness, so the master should not mention it again." Although the recruitment of Miaoin sect was unexpected, Luo Hong thought for a moment and decided to agree. After all, in the past few years in Lan'an Pavilion, all the trivial matters were handled by Pavilion Master Hua and others, which was indeed very worry-free and labor-saving. Moreover, unlike Xianan, the Chaos Star Sea is rich in products, and some rare spiritual objects can be obtained by relying on power and connections. Of course, it is impossible for him to become a formal elder of Miaoin sect and fight for it. At most, he can be a guest elder and provide it with the magic tools and talismans he has refined, so as to enjoy the convenience brought by Miaoin sect. In addition to these, there is another important reason, that is, Luo Hong has taken a fancy to the master of Miaoin sect himself. The gold type skills this woman practices will be just right for me to refine the 5-element flag in the future. Luo Hong secretly complained. Young master is really a person of the same temperament as fellow Daoist Xian Huo, and the things he entrusted to me are similar. Among these top-level spiritual objects, my Miaoin sect does have one, but this object is precious and cannot be given away for nothing. Seeking Gaia smiled bitterly. It was the weakness of Miaoin sect to have such a relationship with a cultivator who did not like women. There really is one. Miaoin sect is indeed a force that is more like a sect than a chamber of commerce. Luo Hong originally thought that he could only get some relevant information at most. The strength of my Aoin sect was beyond his expectations. I'm willing to exchange these talismans, and I will never let the sect master suffer a loss. Luo Hong swept his right hand across the table and took out 10 Earth Escape talismans and Water Mine talismans. Seeing so many intermediate talismans, Seeking Gai's eyes lit up, and she couldn't hide her joy and said, Fan Zuoshi, quickly take out the golden cloud. Seeking Gai actually brought the nascent soul level spiritual material with her, and it seemed that she had already made preparations for the temptation to fail. The golden cloud looked like a loose cloud made of golden filaments, which was very strange. Luo Hong knew that this golden cloud was an excellent material for refining the gold type soft armor magic weapon, and it could meet the minimum requirements for refining the gold type flag. He nodded with satisfaction and put it away. In that case, I will be your guest elder from now on. I have to rush to attend the auction, so I'll take my leave first. After Luo Hong's figure disappeared at the door for a while, Fan Zuoshi, who was standing beside him, suddenly said, Master, this person is just a cultivator in the foundation building period. Why don't you use the charm to control him? Instead, you use the treasures in the sect to win him over as a guest. Isn't it good to be a guest? If this person agrees to be an elder of our sect, I, the sect master, will really have a headache. Fortunately, this person's temperament is in line with my expectations. In addition, Fan Zuoshi, although our sect's charm has miraculous effects, it is not infallible. If our Miaoin sect wants to last long, it is best to make money with harmony. You still need to polish your hot temper. See, you can put away the talismans one by one. Her goal today was to reach a cooperation with Luo Hong, so that she could exclusively sell the spiritual objects refined by him. Now that this goal has been achieved, there is no need to do anything extra. However, Seeking Gaiu, in her joy, did not notice the disdain in Fan Jingmu's eyes. She left 2 Earth Escape talismans and handed them to the two of them, saying, This Earth Escape talisman is a life-saving weapon. You two take one each. Thank you, Master. The two women responded in unison. 3 days later, at the entrance of the huge and magnificent Xiangxing auction house, Luo Hong handed a storage bag to the Xingang monk, who was responsible for identifying spiritual objects, and received a number plate. Haha, Zuo Xiaoyao, I didn't expect that you also have such a deep attainment in making talismans. In more than half a year, you have refined nearly 100 intermediate talismans. It really surprised me. Xianhuo Zhenren felt that Luo Hong was more and more unfathomable. Every time he thought he had seen the other party clearly, it would not take long for the other party to refresh his cognition. It's just a trivial skill, not as good as the divine skills of the predecessors. Luo Hong praised sincerely. This fat old man can restore the secret magic weapons of various families with just a few words in the classics. His wisdom in the way of refining is definitely a demon level. Hey, go in quickly. When those old guys who don't like me come later, some trouble will inevitably arise. Xianhuo Zhenren patted his stomach with great satisfaction. He also admired Luo Hong's intelligence, so Luo Hong's flattery sounded particularly pleasant to him. Okay senior, please go first. Xianhuo Zhenren was really famous in Xiangxing City. Even Xingang had to give him some face. After Luo Hong and he entered the auction house together, a giant and cultivator from Xingang came to receive them and led them to the private room. Brother Gong has already appraised the newly refined Ziji sword of Brother Gongsun. He praised it on the spot and claimed that this sword is better than the original one. It is 3 times sharper than the one in the hands of Zidian Zhenren of Xianluo sect 300 years ago. After the Xingang cultivator sent the two to the private room, he did not turn around and leave, but gave a thumbs up and flattered Xianhuo Zhenren. Haha, of course. The thunder crystal I use is a rare treasure. If it is not as powerful as the one from 300 years ago, wouldn't my reputation be ruined? Xianhuo Zhenren put his hands behind his back and laughed. Brother Gongsun, have you thought about which treasure to refine next? The Funan blade from Yellow Island has not been seen for 1,000 years. Brother Gongsun, are you interested? Xingang monk said meaningfully. I haven't thought about it yet. I have to see what spiritual materials will appear at this year's auction before I can make a decision. After all, a good cook can't cook without rice. Cheyenne Ho Zenran pretended to be confused and said with an unchanged expression. Haha, then I won't bother you. Brother Gongsun, goodbye. Xingong monk bowed slightly and left the box. Humph. It's really annoying. If it was 100 years ago, with my temper, I would have made him get out before he could finish his sentence. Cheyenne Ho Zenran just opened the restriction of the box and his face changed instantly, and he said with a face full of anger. Luo Hong didn't care. After a little thought, he understood the reason why Cheyenne Ho Zenran was angry. Over the years, the magic weapons refined by Cheyenne Ho Zenran would eventually be sold through various auctions, attracting competition from various forces. Most of them were taken by the wealthy Xingang. After all, exploring the inheritance secrets of the major forces is extremely beneficial to its dominance in the Chaos Star Sea. After several times, Xingang actually regarded Cheyenne Ho Zenran as a tool. On the surface, they were respectful, but in fact they wanted to control him. Of course, this kind of control would not come openly, but by restricting the spiritual materials he obtained and controlling the magic weapons he refined. As a casual cultivator, Cheyenne Ho Zenran should have been free and unrestrained, wandering in the avenue of refining weapons, but now he is constrained by this, so he is naturally very angry. Luo Hong thought to himself, I'm afraid that this Ziji sword was made by Cheyenne Ho under duress. The Cheyenne Luo sect, which inherited this sword, is the second largest force in the Chaos Star Sea after Xingang, and is the object of Xingang's suppression. After Cheyenne Ho Zenran got angry, he had no other options. He sighed and took out the wine pot to drink with Luo Hong. The two of them drank and talked about refining tools. Time passed quickly. Finally, when the auction started, the wall next to the wine table suddenly swayed like water waves and gradually became transparent. Luo Hong was able to look down at the entire venue. The people sitting in the hall below were all giant and stage cultivators, and there were as many as 200 or 300 people. In order to participate in this grand event, giant and stage cultivators from Chaos Star Sea came from all directions and gathered here, fully demonstrating the dominance of Xingang over Chaos Star Sea. This is also one of the reasons why Xingang spared no effort to hold the Xiangxing auction every 60 years. There were more than 40 boxes like the one where Luo Hong was distributed on the walls of the venue. Nearly half of them were exclusive boxes for the major forces in Chaos Star Sea, such as Yellow Island, the 4 major merchant alliances, Cheyenne Luo sect, Sangsonman, Jian Island and Liulian Hall, and the rest were used to entertain yuanying old monsters. At this time, each box was lit up with forbidden light, and it was obvious that each had its own owner. The person presiding over the auction was an elder named Gong from Xingang, who was in the late Jiandan stage, with white hair and beard, and an immortal aura. Without much greeting, the old man took out a yellowish brown crystal at the beginning and said loudly, ginger yellow crystal, produced in the great desert of Moshe Island, can only be found in the sand below 1,000 feet. The material is extremely hard and can accommodate a large amount of earth-type spiritual energy. It is an excellent material for refining earth-type protective magic weapons. The starting price of this item is 3,000 spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 500. Everyone, start. This ginger yellow crystal is exactly the same level of spiritual material as Zenhei crystal, but Luo Hong already has 7 color soil in his hand, so this item is useless to him. So he leisurely watched the giant and stage cultivator below shouting out prices. Soon, this piece of ginger yellow crystal soared to a terrifying price of 6,000 spiritual stones. Luo Hong paid attention to the cultivators who were bidding. Anyone who wanted to buy this ginger crystal must have practiced the earth moving technique. He wanted to try to find a suitable candidate to help him refine the earth moving flag. Huh, that person is interesting. Luo Hong's expression changed slightly, revealing a playful smile. Chapter 145 The Mysterious Monk and Molten Soft Iron. Why? Are you interested in the ginger crystal? Cheyenne Ho Zenran noticed Luo Hong's strange expression and asked casually. This is indeed the first time I have seen this thing, but I'm more surprised that such a spiritual material appeared at the beginning of the auction. Are all the items to be auctioned of this grade? Luo Hong did not reveal his strange thoughts and asked knowingly. Of course not. Xingang is not willing to take out so many good things. The first item is so precious, just to warm up the audience. It is not surprising that casual cultivators have never participated in large-scale auctions. Cheyenne Ho Zenran did not find Luo Hong's question unusual and replied lightly. The subsequent development was just as Cheyenne Ho Zenran said. From the second item, its grade suddenly dropped several levels. Even so, they were all treasures that only giant and stage cultivators could touch. Many of them made Luo Hong jealous, but in order to gather the spiritual materials for refining the 5-element flag, he just acted as a spectator. One by one, the auction items came on stage, including various spiritual materials for refining magic weapons, and the specialty of Chaos Star Sea, the demon pills and demon beast eggs of high-level sea monsters. There were more than 10 spiritual medicines over 1,000 years old. These were scenes that Cheyenne could not even imagine, and they really opened Luo Hong's eyes. As time passed, it slowly came to the second half of the auction. The auction items that appeared at this time had nothing to do with the giant and stage cultivators sitting in the hall. It was completely a battlefield between the various forces in the box and the Yuanying old monsters. Finally, after a 6th level demon pill was sold at a high price of nearly 10,000 spiritual stones, Luo Hong finally waited for what he needed. The 10,000-year-old tree heart. This thing was obtained by the supreme elder of our crossing palace from a huge tree growing on a deserted island in the outer sea. The wood element spiritual energy it contains is extremely amazing. The base price is 5,000 spirit stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 1,000. As soon as the elder surnamed Gong finished speaking, Luo Hong shouted, 8,000 spirit stones. Luo Hong's effect of raising the price at once was very good. Seeing that he looked determined to get it, many cultivators gave up the idea of competing for it. However, he did not scare the competitors in the box. 9,000 spirit stones. From the sound of the shouting price, it was a female cultivator, and she was full of anger and inexplicable hostility. Luo Hong turned his head to look at Cheyenne Ho Zenran, hoping that he, the local snake, could explain something. Ahem, my friend, that box belongs to the 3 Immortal sect, and the one who bid the price should be its leader, Fairy Wanhua. As for why she is so angry, haha, my friend, you are being dragged down by me. The Wanmu wheel of the 3 Immortal sect is a famous magic weapon, and it is just right to use this 10,000-year-old tree heart to refine it. Cheyenne Ho Zenran said with a little embarrassment. After Luo Hong was stunned, he immediately understood the reason and smiled bitterly. The fairy Wanhua mistakenly thought that it was Cheyenne Ho Zenran who was bidding the price in order to imitate the inherited magic weapon Wanmu wheel of her own sect, so she forced the price up. The misunderstanding was difficult to explain. Although Luo Hong felt a little heartbroken, he could only bite the bullet and raise the price. 10,000 spirit stones. 11,000. 12,000 spirit stones. 14,000. Luo Hong offered prices up to 15,000 spirit stones, but the other party still held on tightly, as if he would not let him take the 10,000-year-old tree heart even if he died, which really made Luo Hong depressed. Senior, have you always been treated like this? Luo Hong suppressed his anger towards the Fairy of Flowers. Not always, but the people of the 3 Immortal sect are extremely wealthy, so I used to avoid them. Otherwise, I will come forward to explain a few things for you, my friend. Cheyenne Ho Zenran said, as if it was normal. He himself was not afraid of such malicious bidding. The magic weapons he refined could be auctioned at a much higher price than spiritual materials. The purple extreme sword was one of the finales of the Xianxing auction. The people of Cheyenne Luo sect have not made any moves yet, and they must be holding their breath waiting for the auction of this sword. Forget it, I will work hard for another half a year, and refine 100 or so intermediate talismans. Compared with losing some spiritual stones that could be earned back, Luo Hong didn't want people to know that he was collecting 5-element spiritual objects. Since he borrowed Cheyenne Ho Zenran as a shield, he was already mentally prepared to be targeted. Just when Luo Hong was about to fight the Fairy of Flowers to the end, a monk who was hiding his face suddenly said, 20,000 spirit stones. As soon as this price was announced, the audience exclaimed. Everyone knew the hatred between Cheyenne Ho Zenran and the major forces, and they could understand such an irrational fight. But why did this person get involved and shouted out such an astonishing price? Could it be that this 10,000-year-old tree heart has a special function that is rarely known? In doubt, everyone cast their eyes on the emerald green round bead suspended above the right palm of the elder surnamed Gong to make sure they were not wrong. Okay, this fellow Taoist has offered 20,000 spirit stones. Are the other two willing to offer a higher price? This 10,000-year-old tree heart is an extremely rare top-level wood spiritual material in the Chaos Star Sea. If you miss it this time, you don't know how many hundreds of years you will have to wait for the next time you see it. The old man surnamed Gong was very happy. 20,000 spirit stones were more than twice the actual price of the 10,000-year-old tree heart, and it looked like this was not the final price. However, after he finished speaking, Fairy Wanhua and Luo Hong did not bid again for a long time. Fairy Wanhua just didn't want Xianhua Zenran to get the 10,000-year-old tree heart. It would be great if it fell into the hands of others. The spirit stones of their three immortal sects were not blown by the wind. Although Luo Hong gritted his teeth and could still follow, the cultivator who bid was the one he noticed something was wrong. He just recognized his true identity, so he immediately lost the idea of competing with him. My friend, if the cultivator in the hall bids more than 10,000 spirit stones, we can propose to make an on-the-spot transaction. After all, there have been cases of falsely reporting spirit stones and driving up the price of auction items in the past. Xianhua Zenran saw that Luo Hong was about to miss the 10,000-year-old tree heart, so he couldn't help but give him an idea. No need, senior. I don't want to offend anyone. Besides, it's not a good thing for the heart of the 10,000-year-old tree to fall into that person's hands. I have another way. Luo Hong hurriedly stopped him. He didn't want to irritate that person. Otherwise, as long as the other party was willing to take some risks, he could kill him and Xianhua Zenran on the spot and escape with a high probability. It's good that young friend Zuo knows what's going on. Xianhua Zenran shook his head. This young friend Zuo was in line with his temper in every way, except that he was too polite to others. At this time, he didn't care whether he offended anyone or not. He first thought of a way to get the spiritual material. After a moment of silence in the venue, Elder Gong announced with regret that the transaction was completed and then invited the next item to be auctioned. The fiery sunstone. I don't need to say much about this. It is an excellent spiritual material for refining fire magic weapons. The base price is 5,000 and each bid must not be less than 1,000. Luo Hong was excited when he heard this. This fiery sunstone can be used to refine the fire flag. However, before he could bid, he heard a deep male voice from a private room. Yellow Island, offer 10,000 spiritual stones. No way. Again. Luo Hong was in trouble. He tried to raise the price to 15,000, but the other party was like the fairy of flowers, biting and raising the price again. Just when Luo Hong decided to fight him, Xianhua Zenran said with a smile, "Don't be impatient, young friend Zuo, you might as well wait a little longer." Luo Hong was slightly stunned, and then he remembered the conversation between Xianhua Zenran and the Xingang monk after entering the private room, and his angry mood calmed down immediately. Sure enough, after this fiery sunstone fell into the hands of Yellow Island, Elder Gong took out another fiery sunstone and started bidding at the same base price. The voice of the bidder in the box of Yellow Island suddenly became angry, while Luo Hong laughed and raised the price to 18,000 this time. After the two pieces of Liang stone, the old man surnamed Gong took out a ball of molten fire soft iron. The fire spirit contained in this iron was no less than that of Liang stone, and it was as soft as rice cake. It could be deformed by a slight pinch, and it would return to its original shape after a moment. If it is refined into a magic weapon, the finished magic weapon will inherit this magical power and automatically recover after being damaged. It is a top-notch refining material. This time, the bidder from Yellow Island was obviously not confident enough. Luo Hong only used 12,000 spirit stones to get it in his pocket, which was just a 20% premium. After these 3 rounds of slightly strange auctions, many giant and stage cultivators in the hall couldn't help but whisper, saying nothing more than that Xingang was bullying others with its power, and whether Xianhua Zenran had completely turned to Xingang. Fellow Daoists, we will start the auction of the last 3 items. Please take the purple extreme sword. Elder Gong shouted, and a purple light shot down from the top of his head. The speed of its escape shocked everyone. They all widened their eyes, wanting to see who would win the sword in the end, so that they could avoid it in the future. After Elder Gong received the sword, he simply used it twice, causing the sword to shine with purple electric light as thick as a baby's arm to show its power. Because it had not yet been recognized as the master by blood, it could not show the full power of the purple extreme sword, but everyone present had a sharp eye and could naturally see how powerful the sword was. While everyone was staring at the purple extreme sword, Luo Hong's eyes were fixed on the mysterious monk who had taken the photo of the 10,000-year-old tree heart. He was very different from the others in his shock. He was a little restless and seemed to be a little afraid of the purple extreme sword. Seeing this, Luo Hong was more certain of his original guess. The appearance of the purple extreme sword instantly made the atmosphere of the venue lively. Even the immortal cultivators who knew they could not afford this sword were very interested in what kind of sky-high price this sword could fetch. Cheyenne Luo sect was undoubtedly at the center of the storm, and was the first to offer a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit stones. However, the next moment, Jian Island raised the price by 10,000 without giving any face. Yinsha, what do you mean? Jian Island wants to go to war with my Cheyenne Luo sect. The person in charge of Cheyenne Luo sect directly opened the banner of the box and revealed his true face. This was a middle-aged man in a black robe, and his face was full of anger at this time. Haha, is my Jian Island afraid of your Cheyenne Luo sect? How can our demon sect let such a top-grade thunder attribute magic weapon fall into the hands of you righteous sects? Just make an offer. The cultivator named Yunsha sneered, and also opened the ban like the other party, sitting on the chair without any hesitation, throwing a high-level spirit stone in his hand. Haha, the righteous and evil forces in the Chaos Star Sea are about to start fighting again. I wonder how many years it will take for things to calm down. Cheyenne Ho Zenran laughed, as if he was watching a good show. It was also a pleasure for him to watch the major forces fighting for his magic weapon. Righteous and evil? The two sides acted so well. No wonder Xingan was caught off guard when they formed the Anti-Star Alliance in the future. Luo Hong thought so. He didn't believe that the righteous and evil forces would really fight. Although they seemed to be fighting fiercely on the surface, they would definitely remain restrained. After all, there were actually only two forces in the Chaos Star Sea. One was the giant Xingan, and the other was a force that did not belong to Xingan. After a fierce fight, the purple extreme sword was finally snatched by an old monster who had never appeared before, at a sky-high price of 180,000 spirit stones. Needless to say, this person must be the supreme elder of Xingan. Luo Hong did not comment on Xingan's actions. According to his idea, it would be best to hand over the purple extreme sword to Cheyenne Luo sect. After all, with a sharp weapon in hand, the killing intention arises naturally. Maybe the sword can really break the mutual restraint between the righteous and evil ways, but it may be useless. Xingan thought that they were sitting on the deity, so they naturally chose a prudent approach. This was a wrong choice made without seeing the situation clearly. There was no way. At present, the Xiangxing twin saints had been killed on the top of the holy mountain because of practicing the Yuan-Si divine light. They knew about the situation of the Chaos Star Sea without seeing it with their own eyes, so it was normal to make mistakes. This matter had little to do with Luo Hong. At most, he would come to Xingan with Han Lao Mo to make a fortune. After the purple extreme sword, the second finale was the last item. A thin palm-sized piece of animal skin paper was presented. Elder Gong didn't even introduce it this time, and directly announced the start of the auction, which confused everyone. But those yuaning old monsters who got the news in advance took action one after another and quickly raised the price of this item amid the shouting of prices one after another. It looks like an unactivated fragment of the Void Heaven map. It will take about 80 to 90 years for the Void Heaven Palace to appear in the world. Should I go there to join in? Luo Hong thought to himself. The most dangerous thing in the Void Heaven Palace is not the various checkpoints inside the palace, but those yuaning old monsters who kill people at will. After thinking about it, Luo Hong felt that if he could withstand the attack of yuaning in 80 to 90 years, he could go to the Void Heaven Palace to try his luck. After all, the ancient treasures inside are really good. The last item of the Xianxing auction was actually an ancient treasure. It looked like a long flute made of bamboo and was eventually bought by the Wanhua fairy of the three immortals for 220,000 spirit stones. It can be seen that this flute was the real purpose of the Wanhua fairy's participation in the auction this time. The auction ended at this point, but the crowd did not file out, but began to trade with each other on the spot. As long as both parties reach an agreement, they can go to the forbidden room next to it to trade. The mysterious monk who had bought the 10,000-year-old tree heart had no intention of making a private transaction. He went straight to the delivery hall of the Star Palace, prepared to pay the spirit stone, and left after getting what he wanted. However, halfway through, he was stopped by Luo Hong and Xianhuo Zhenren. "What do you two want to do by stopping us on the way down?" the mysterious monk said very unhappily. "Don't be upset, Senior. Senior Xianhuo and I are the refiners of the purple extreme sword. We came to you for a deal. Can we move to the forbidden room to discuss it?" Luo Hong said very respectfully. Chapter 146. 5 element complete and going to see. "You refined the purple sword?" The mysterious monk's tone suddenly softened, and he was interested in talking in detail. "I'm Xianhuo Zhenren, and the purple sword was indeed refined by me and the three friends together." Xianhuo Zhenren knew that Luo Hong came here for the 10,000-year tree heart, so as to gather the 5 element of spiritual materials for refining ancient treasures, so he volunteered to help. "Are you Xianhuo Zhenren? I have heard of your name for a long time." The mysterious monk bowed and saluted when he heard the name of Xianhuo. "Senior, can you move now? There are too many people here, and it is not a place to talk." Luo Hong stretched out his hand to guide him. He was very nervous now, and he dared not relax like the fat old man who didn't know. "Okay, please." The mysterious monk agreed immediately. After the three of them paid 3 spirit stones, they entered a room that was equipped with sound and spiritual sense isolation. The Immortal's weapon refining technique is well known in Chaos Star Sea. I'm also quite knowledgeable about weapon refining. I wonder if we can exchange some knowledge. As soon as the mysterious monk sat down, he asked about weapon refining, which seemed a bit deliberate. "Haha, of course we can exchange knowledge, but fellow Taoist, please discuss important matters with young friend Zuo first." Immortal Xianhuo laughed. The weapon refining technique is the capital of his livelihood. He would not pass it on unless it was necessary. The mysterious monk was stunned when he heard this. He thought Luo Hong was just a foil who ran errands. He did not expect that an inconspicuous foundation building monk was the initiator of this invitation. "Oh, what do you want to see me for?" The mysterious monk's tone suddenly became a little cold. "Senior, I believe you are also preparing to refine a magic weapon with a mixture of thunder attributes and other attributes." Luo Hong chuckled. "Why do you think so?" The mysterious monk's action of raising his cup to drink tea froze slightly. It was obvious that what Luo Hong said hit the mark, but he asked calmly, "Senior, in front of the 10,000-year-old tree heart, also took pictures of ginger crystal and ice spirit liquid, 2 spiritual materials, 1 earth and 1 water. As we all know, the thunder attribute is a mixture of water and earth. The wood element is the most gentle, and the explosive thunder attribute aura needs to be mixed with the aura of other attributes. With the wood aura to reconcile, it will be much easier." Haha, the junior is also quite knowledgeable about the art of refining, so he came up with the above guess. Luo Hong said a reason that could be put on the surface, but in fact he recognized the other party's identity. This person is not a human cultivator, but a transformed demon cultivator, the wine-splitting beast. It was a complete accident that Luo Hong noticed his background. Previously, he only sensed that there was a trace of aura from this person that originated from the nameless aura gathering art, and out of curiosity, he paid more attention to it. After this person took the 10,000-year-old tree heart with force, when he released his aura to shock the prying giant and cultivators, Luo Hong sensed a faint demonic aura, and then confirmed his identity. Thinking of the spiritual materials he had photographed before, Luo Hong immediately realized that the other party was here to collect materials for refining the wind and thunder wings and to infiltrate the human cultivators to learn advanced refining techniques. To be honest, if the 10,000-year-old tree heart had not fallen into the hands of this monster, Luo Hong would never have had any intersection with him. Now he could only act with him until he took advantage of his foresight and got the 10,000-year-old tree heart. My friend is really thoughtful. With these, he can guess the magic weapon I want to refine. My friend is so concerned about this matter. Do you want to help me refine the treasure? Or do you like what I have in my hand? The wine-splitting beast laughed. As a demon cultivator, he sneaked into Xiangsing City. Although he was very confident in his own escape speed, he was also very stressed in his heart and did not want to attract attention. I will not be leaving Xiangsing City in the near future, and I cannot help you with treasure refining. I invited you to discuss this time, just for the 1,000-year-old tree heart in your hand. You want to use the wood spiritual energy in the 1,000-year-old tree heart to adjust the difficulty of blending thunder spiritual energy with other spiritual energies. In theory, it is feasible, but in actual operation, the probability of failure is very high. Luo Hong began to explain the reason. That's right, I think you want to use the formation to extract the pure wood spirit from the heart of the 10,000-year-old tree. Although this will greatly reduce the difficulty for the Taoists who are controlling the fusion of spirit, it requires the person who is in charge of refining to distract himself from controlling the output of the wood spirit in the formation. And judging from the grade of the spirit materials you prepared, the magic weapon you refined should also be of the best quality. Based on my experience of refining treasures many times, I'm afraid you won't have time to distract yourself from other things. Therefore, it's better to invite a Taoist who practices the wood spirit to help. However, in order to reach the purity of the spirit in the heart of the 10,000-year-old tree, this Taoist must practice the skills to a very profound level. The Wood Dragon Master of Kixing Island may be able to take on this task. Xianhou Master responded at the right time. So, the 10,000-year-old tree heart I bought is useless. The wine-splitting beast said with a smile. That's right. I'm willing to exchange the diagram of the soul fusion array and 20,000 spirit stones for the 10,000-year-old tree heart. Here is the diagram. Please take a look. After the array is set up, it will be much easier for water and soil to merge into thunder. Luo Hong took out his trump card. Since this monster wants to find a way to refine weapons, he will use this as a condition for exchange. Leave the 10,000-year-old tree heart to me, and you should go and cause trouble for Han the old demon. The wine-splitting beast has been in Xiangsing City for some time. He has also learned a lot of ordinary weapon refining techniques. With his transformation monster cultivation, he can learn these low-level weapon refining techniques very quickly. He can see the extraordinariness of the soul fusion array at a glance, and he is quite tempted. The weapon refining attainments of these two human cultivators should be considered top-notch among the human race. If I kidnap them and take them back, there is no need to worry about not being able to refine the wind and thunder wings. The wine-splitting beast immediately became malicious. His eyes stayed on Xianhou Zhenren for a moment. Thinking that this person almost never left Xiangsing City, he moved his eyes to Luo Hong and immediately left a mark in a secret way. Not bad, not bad. I agree to this deal. This is a number plate in exchange for the heart of the 10,000 trees. The wine-splitting beast handed a jade plate sent by the Star Palace waiter to Luo Hong and said meaningfully. Although Luo Hong's spiritual sense was strong, it was not enough to see through the methods of the transformed demon cultivators, and he knew nothing about being marked. Luo Hong happily took the jade plate, pushed the formation diagram to the wine-splitting beast, and bowed. Senior, you are really straightforward. I wish you success in refining treasures. Haha, thank you very much. I will take my leave now. The wine-splitting beast put away the formation diagram, stood up and left. He planned to ambush outside the island. As soon as Luo Hong left Xiangsing Island, he would capture him and bring him back to the cave in the outer sea. In this way, he can not only obtain the heart of the 10,000-year-old tree, but also obtain a human cultivator who is proficient in refining equipment. It is really the best of both worlds. After watching the wine-splitting beast leave, Luo Hong's face suddenly sank. He scanned himself inside and out with his spiritual sense many times, but found nothing unusual. This is not good news. However, Luo Hong is not in a hurry to solve this matter. As long as this monster still has a little bit of reason, it will not dare to cause trouble in Xiangsing City. Next, Luo Hong plans to directly use the teleportation array of Xiangsing City to teleport to the outer sea and find a suitable island to practice Dan. When the teleportation occurs, the two sides will be separated by millions of miles, and even the means used by the late nascent soul will be ineffective. Friend Zuo, now that the 5 elements are ready, when do you plan to refine the treasure? Xianhou Zhenren was unaware of this. He just thought that Luo Hong had spotted the opponent's lifeline and made a beautiful deal. I plan to form the Dan first, and the senior may have to wait for decades. Whether it is for Xiaojin or himself, Dan formation is a matter of urgency. It's okay. During this period, we can find suitable fellow practitioners to help. My friend and I have the element of water and fire. The sea sect master of my Aoin sect is a little bit inferior, but he can barely take charge of the metal element with the help of the formation. The only ones left are the wood element and the earth element. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Xianhou Zhenren immediately got into the state and planned the matter of refining treasures. For the wood element, I already have a candidate. That person is my junior brother. His wood element skills are extremely pure and are not inferior to my juniors. Only the earth element needs more attention from the senior. Luo Hong had no doubt that he had set his sights on Han Laomo. The earth element is not difficult either. Wan Tai is also a promising talent. I will take some time to guide him in cultivation. I expect that in a few decades, his cultivation will be able to advance to a higher level and barely be useful. But isn't my friend a casual cultivator? Why did a junior brother suddenly appear? Xianhou Zhenren stroked his belly gently, planning for the next few decades, and suddenly changed the subject and asked. To be honest, I come from a little known sect, but it was wiped out many years ago because it offended a high level cultivator. I and my junior brother were lucky enough to escape. Luo Hong explained half truthfully. I see. I'll go first. If someone sees me and my friend go to get the 10,000-year-old tree heart, the people from the 3 immortal sect will make trouble again. Xianhou Zhenren asked casually. He didn't care about Luo Hong's background. He just wanted to see the refining method of ancient treasures as soon as possible so that he could learn by analogy and reach a higher level in refining. Senior, take care. Luo Hong bowed and saw him off. About a year after the Xiangsing auction, 2 slightly weird cultivators walked into Xiangsing City. One of them had the cultivation level of the early stage of Jinden. He always had a cold face and exuded an aura that kept people away from him. The other person's cultivation was only at the peak of the foundation building stage, but he was able to make all the decisions, as if the Jinden cultivator completely trusted this person and entrusted all the trivial matters to him. Hanli and Guan had just entered Xiangsing City and felt that the city was extremely huge. When they were worried about how to find the way, Hyacinth the Sluer volunteered. My 2 immortal masters, I'm a native resident of Xiangsing City. I specialize in finding the way for the immortal masters who have just arrived in this city. I only charge 2 spirit stones at a time. I want to find a place to live. Where should I go? Hanli asked with an unchanged expression. The immortal masters' residences are all near the Holy Mountain. The caves in the Holy Mountain can also be rented out, but the cost is a lot of spirit stones. If the immortal masters want a cave, I can take you to the place to handle this matter. Luo said skillfully. Then come on up. Hanli released the divine wind boat to carry Luo, and under his guidance, they flew all the way to a building with tall steps. After entering, Hanli chose a cave on the 39th floor of the Holy Mountain. He just paid the spirit stone and walked out. A 16 or 17-year-old female cultivator in the key refining stage with bright eyes and pearly teeth came up to him and said, Senior, do you recognize this talisman? Hanli was stunned and looked at the other person carefully. After confirming that he did not know her, he looked at the talisman in the girl's hand, and suddenly a strange color flashed in his eyes. This is the spirit turtle escape armor talisman. Who asked you to wait here? Hanli asked calmly. Great. Finally a senior recognizes this talisman. The girl did not answer Hanli's question immediately. After cheering, she put the talisman away. Then she thought that the senior was still waiting for her reply, and she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said, Sorry senior. My elder said that whoever can find the senior who knows this talisman will own it. I was so happy at the time, so Harley felt a little amused and reached out to stop the girl's endless excuses and asked again, so it was your elder who came to me? Elder? Could it be that senior brother Luo has already formed a pill? Harley asked, thinking in his heart. Well, yes, Elder Zuo asked the senior who can recognize this talisman to go to Lanyan Pavilion, and I don't know anything else. The girl nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice, and then bowed and left. She couldn't wait to go back and show off to her fellow disciples. After all, the Spirit Turtle Escape Talisman is a primary high-level talisman. If it is sold, it can get hundreds of spirit stones. For a little girl like her in the key refining stage, it is undoubtedly a huge windfall. Elder Zuo? Luo, have you heard of Lanyan Pavilion? Harley was suspicious. Why did senior brother Luo change his name? Did he also offend the powerful forces in Chaos Star Sea? Lanyan Pavilion is quite famous in Xiangxing City. It is said that immortal masters can not only buy powerful magic tools in this pavilion, but also from time to time there are intermediate talismans. Intermediate talismans are sold from time to time. Luo said with a beaming face. So that's the case. Then lead the way. Let's go to Lanyan Pavilion. Harley nodded slightly, thinking that senior brother Luo made a big fuss in Xiangxing City. What does he want to talk to me about? Flying all the way again, Harley came to the door of Lanyan Pavilion. Looking at the big red lanterns hanging on the building and the faint smell of powder, his eyes twitched. This is clearly a brothel. Master, this is it. Come in quickly. I'll be waiting for you outside. As a mortal, Luo couldn't pass through the restrictions of Lanyan Pavilion, so he smiled. Harley hesitated for a moment, then walked into Lanyan Pavilion with Guhan. At each wine table in the hall, there was a beautiful female cultivator demonstrating the effects of various magic tools. Although their clothes were bold and pleasing to the eye, they did not act in a way that was impolite. There were many male and female cultivators walking between the wine tables. From time to time, cultivators who liked a certain magic tool stopped to talk with the female cultivator who was demonstrating the magic tool. After staying for a while, Harley was shocked and thought to himself, could it be that all the magic tool shops in Xiangxing City were like this? Amazing. Since Harley did not ask Guhan to restrain his aura, Hulinger came to greet them warmly not long after the two of them entered Lanyan Pavilion. Harley said frankly that he was invited by Elder Zuo. The other party immediately showed a look of realization and then said with some embarrassment, Elder Zuo went out to sea to hunt monsters a year ago. The circuit is broken and is being repaired. There will only be one update today. Sorry. Chapter 147. Dan Formation. In the outer sea, somewhere far away from the monster island, a spirit boat was speeding. The one driving this spirit boat was Luo Hong, who had been teleported to the outer sea through the teleportation array of Xiangxing City a year ago. At this moment, Luo Hong stood at the bow, closing his eyes and comparing the sea map in the jade slip. Yi King stood respectfully beside him. Compared with a year ago, his mental appearance had changed a lot. His eyebrows were starry and his eyes were sharp. His blood and ki were full, and his whole body was full of evil spirit. He had such a change because of the blood marrow method he practiced. Since Yi King refined the blood marrow crystal, he was under pressure from Luo Hong and dared not relax the cultivation of the blood marrow crystal. His own foundation was poor, so even if Luo Hong gave him many ki replenishing and blood nourishing pills, he could not stop him from losing weight day by day, until Luo Hong brought him to the outer sea. Compared with the inner sea ruled by the Star Palace, the outer sea, except for a few monster islands, was completely disorderly, and killing people and robbing treasures was just a common thing. Luo Hong had just come to the outer Star Sea for a year when he encountered 3 murders and treasures. After all, on the surface, they were just 2 Foundation establishment cultivators traveling together. The murder and treasure stealing gangs were composed of several Foundation establishment cultivators and several key refining cultivators. The number of people was uncertain. In the 3 times Luo Hong encountered, there were as few as 5 people and as many as more than 10 people. Judging from the monster materials in the storage bag that was searched afterwards, the group of 10 people had obviously just finished hunting monsters and encountered Luo Hong's spirit boat on the way back. Then they intercepted and attacked without hesitation, which was really lawless. In these 3 murders and treasures, except for the first time, Luo Hong did not make much of a move. Yi King almost wiped out the opponent alone. The blood marrow crystal refined with most of the golden elixir could penetrate the shield of the Foundation establishment cultivator without any effort, and the escape speed was extremely fast. Yi King drove it to kill the cultivators of the same level, as if it was taking something out of a bag. Moreover, the cultivators killed by the blood marrow crystal would have their entire body essence, blood and magic power absorbed by it, making the blood marrow crystal stronger. After 3 times of killing people to steal treasures, the quality of Yi King's blood marrow crystal has reached the level of a half-step magic weapon, and it has begun to feed back to Yi King, making his body gradually stronger, just like practicing a secret method of body refining. The magical effect of the blood marrow method made Yi King completely devoted to Luo Hong, waiting for a cultivator who didn't know how to live or die to come to his door every day. Unfortunately, as Luo Hong went deeper and deeper into the outer sea, the chances of encountering immortal cultivators became fewer and fewer. In the past 3 months, he had not seen a single immortal cultivator's escape light. Luo Hong saw the changes in Yi King and felt cold in his heart. The feeding back of the blood marrow crystal seems wonderful, but it is actually a kind of erosion. As long as the cultivator can't control the desire to become stronger and keeps killing people to cultivate this crystal, when the power of this crystal exceeds the cultivator's own realm, its power will erode and change the cultivator's body. Although Luo Hong didn't know what the final result of this change would be, since this secret technique was given by the devil, he would assume the worst result. On the other hand, as long as you don't get tempted by this and control the strength of the blood marrow crystal to keep it below the critical point, you can avoid this side effect. Although the power of this blood marrow crystal will be weaker, since Luo Hong doesn't plan to cultivate it all the time, he can use it as a consumable and make it self-destruct after hitting it, which can be regarded as a good killer. Luo Hong didn't want to continue to strengthen Yi King's crystal. He had a very bad premonition. This person, the time has come. This is it. Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes and said softly. A black dot appeared on the sea in front of the spirit boat, and after a while, the black dot enlarged into a small island. This island is an island with a spiritual vein in the sea map, drawn by the old master Yi. It is remote enough, which is suitable for Luo Hong to set up a formation and practice. In order to form a pill, as soon as possible, Luo Hong did not wait for Han Lao Mo in Chiangsing City, but left a letter for him in Lan'an Pavilion, inviting him to help him refine treasures decades later, and the price was the refining technique learning materials he left in the Huatang room. Now that they have finally arrived at the right island, Luo Hong can't wait to set up a concealing formation around the island, and order Yi King to clear out the monsters above level 2 on the island. A few days later, with waves of white mist rising, the arrangement of the fog-caged cloud locking formation was completed. With the island protecting formation covering him, Luo Hong began to set up the 5 evils gathering spirit formation. Because he had experience once before, he only took 2 months to build the formation this time. When Yi King felt the majestic spiritual energy in the colorful giant ring, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and was amazed. This time, Luo Hong used magic to build a large wooden house at the center of the formation. He occupied the place with the highest spiritual pressure, and the outer places with slightly weaker spiritual pressure were designed by him as a cage for the black-robed man. After the formation was built, Luo Hong imprisoned Li Zhao and the other 5 people in it, and awakened their consciousness. Luo Hong told them that he wanted to build a force and they would be his future subordinates, but there were restrictions of King Guiyang sect in their souls, and he couldn't trust them. However, Luo Hong then said that he had a way to remove the restriction, but they had to cultivate to the peak of their current realm and take advantage of the opportunity to break through the bottleneck before they could remove the restriction. Although these words came very abruptly, Yi King had already regained his freedom, and it seemed that his cultivation had improved a lot more than before. The 5 King Guiyang sect demon cultivators, including Li Zhao, immediately believed him. In addition, Luo Hong only asked them to practice, so the 5 people followed his words with doubts. After all, everyone wanted to live. Of course, Luo Hong never thought of letting these people go from beginning to end. From the day when he bloodbathed the Yi family's dark room, they were already dead in his eyes. Letting them practice in the 5 evils gathering spirit array was just to let them reach the basic condition for refining the heavenly demon pill, that is, to reach the peak of their current realm. Only in this way can they use the 6-in-1 divine needle secret technique to attract the heavenly demon. Master, what do you want? Yi King asked with great respect. Just now, Luo Hong asked him to show his own experience in front of his father, and then called him to the main spirit room. Feeling the extremely rich spiritual energy in the main spirit room, Yi King couldn't help but think, could it be that the master wants me to practice here? However, just as he showed a hint of joy, his expression suddenly froze. It turned out that Luo Hong activated the restriction in Yi King's Yuanshan a moment ago, and wiped it out instantly. When Luo Hong was about to use a small fireball to burn Yi King's still alive body, Yi King's chest and abdomen suddenly rang out a sharp scream like a baby. Then Yi King's body dried up instantly, and a ball of blood shot out from his chest and abdomen. It was the blood marrow crystal he cultivated. Luo Hong looked closely and immediately showed a solemn look on his face. I saw that the blood marrow crystal was squirming like a meatball, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a blood baby the size of an egg, with its hands, feet and head a little incomplete, as if it was not fully formed. This blood marrow crystal is actually alive. Luo Hong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he waved his hand and shot out 3 balls of fire, which surrounded the blood infant, and were determined to burn it to ashes. Logically speaking, the blood infant, such an evil spirit, was most afraid of flames and thunder, but after 3 balls of flames burned, the blood infant was not only unharmed, but also screamed even more fiercely, which actually aroused the blood in Luo Hong's body, and rushed towards him. Fortunately, Luo Hong's body was very strong, and this surging blood was instantly suppressed by him. After avoiding the attack of the blood infant, he snorted coldly, and his consciousness surged out from the Niwen Palace, immediately knocking the blood infant flying and making it weak. Luo Hong took the opportunity to sacrifice the flying sword to cut it down, but no matter how many pieces he cut the blood infant into, the opponent would recover in an instant. This ghost thing is really evil. It seems that other means can't hurt it except for the fear of spiritual attack. Knowing that he couldn't destroy it for the time being, Luo Hong took out a soul-soothing talisman to wrap the blood baby and immediately made it quiet. This blood baby might have some relationship with the devil. Luo Hong didn't want to put it into the treasure bag or take it with him, so he took it to the demon cave built in advance to store it, ready to use the power of the devil to kill it. After dealing with this unexpected matter, Luo Hong returned to the main spirit room to practice. The principles of the first 3 realms of cultivation are actually similar. Refining ki, building the foundation, and forming the elixir are just the process of changing the mana from gaseous to solid. The core is to accumulate enough mana to upgrade the spirit, and the pure mana makes it easier to change the state. According to the bottleneck formula, F(n) equals 2 to 1. To break through the bottleneck of forming the elixir, the cultivator must have mana limit of 131,071. Luo Hong now has more than 90,000 mana in his danshan when it is full, not counting the mana in the 36 acupoints. He is still a long way from the bottleneck of 130,000. Normal cultivators at this stage will try every means to purify their mana or expand their danshan in order to approach the bottleneck of 130,000 mana in the dun stage, and then use various auxiliary spiritual medicines to cross this bottleneck when they are trying to break through the dun stage. If the cultivator's yuanshan is strong enough, he can use his powerful consciousness to compress the mana, thereby reducing the demand for the upper limit of mana to break through the dun stage. Luo Hong can't jump out of this circle either. What he has to do now is to purify the mana and strengthen the yuanshan. However, when he does these 2 things, he has an advantage that other cultivators can't match. The blue round particle is a spiritual object of the dun stage, but because it was refined by Luo Hong using the blood refining method, it is one with his mind and can pass through the shield and control it freely. Moreover, because of the physical properties of the spirit particle aggregate, it can help Luo Hong purify the mana and save him a lot of time. Not to mention strengthening the soul. There are more than 20 heavenly demon pills growing in the cage downstairs. With these two advantages, plus the foundation he laid in the key refining period, Luo Hong is very confident that he can form a pill, even if he does not use the spiritual medicine such as the dust reduction pill. In this way, Luo Hong filled himself with cultivation plans every day, spent every day very fulfillingly, and practiced for more than 30 years without caring about worldly affairs. Finally one day, a blue light flew from the wooden house to the sky above the island. Luo Hong, who had already condensed the golden pill and cultivated to the peak of the early stage of the pill formation, turned the array plate and stopped the 5 evils gathering spirit array. Haha, the golden pill is done. I should go back. Luo Hong's face has matured a lot compared to 30 years ago, and the childishness of the youth has disappeared from him. The process of forming the pill was very smooth and completed according to his idea. 10 years ago, Luo Hong relied on the continuous refinement of mana to increase the mana capacity of the Danshan to 130,000. At that time, he felt that the mana was about to solidify. At the same time, Luo Hong also cultivated the soul to the 3rd evolution realm by refining the heavenly demon pill. Luo Hong, who felt that the time was ripe, immediately began to form a golden pill, and the process felt like a natural outcome. Without much effort, Luo Hong condensed the liquid mana in his Danshan into a thumb-sized golden pill, breaking through to the Jinden stage in one fell swoop. After that, Luo Hong spent another 10 years to improve his cultivation and refined the skull's deadly claws into his magic weapon. He did not end his retreat until he encountered a bottleneck again. There were 7 people in Luo Hong's group when they went to the island, but when they left the island, Luo Hong was the only one left. He did not take out the spirit boat, but flew at his own speed. Luo Hong felt that his speed was far faster than before, and excitement gradually emerged in his heart. After forming a golden pill, not only did the immortal cultivator's magical powers become much more powerful, but their lifespan also increased to 500 or 600 years, which really widened the gap with mortals. On the way to the monster island, although Luo Hong was alone this time, he did not encounter murder and treasure grabbing again. Jinden cultivators are extremely rare, no matter where they are. The chance of encountering a Jinden cultivator in the vast ocean to kill and rob treasures is pitifully low. After flying at such a high speed for a month, Luo Hong's consciousness suddenly broke into a demonic aura. Judging from the aura, it should be a level 5 demon beast. Level 5 demon beasts are equivalent to cultivators in the early stage of Jinden. There are demon pills in their bodies, which are extremely valuable. Luo Hong immediately stopped his escape light and hesitated. Although Luo Hong's cultivation is no longer in the initial stage of Jinden, he does not have a magic weapon at hand. If he only relies on the death claw, it may be a bit difficult to deal with a level 5 demon beast. But he was reluctant to give up and leave, as he was reluctant to give up the windfall that was delivered to his door. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Hong decided to rely on his own consciousness to observe the demon outside the sensing range, to see what kind of demon beast it is before deciding whether to take action. 10 miles away, a dark demon cloud gathered on the sea. A giant sea crab with a body of more than 10 feet long, ferocious bone spurs all over its body and 4 pairs of scholar eyes on its head, was waving its giant claws to chase a group of monks. This demon looked very much like the common 2nd level monster, the bone crab, but it was extremely rare to grow so big. Although the bone crab's shell was thick, its movements were very flexible. When its giant claws were swung, even the monks in the Foundation establishment stage could not dodge. Among the people who were fleeing, a male cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage fell behind and was hit on the head by the bone crab with its giant claws. His protective spirit shield was shattered like foam, and the whole person was instantly turned into meat foam. The bone crab opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the seawater wrapped in meat foam into its stomach. Seeing this, the others used all their strength to flee for their lives. Although the speed of the bone crab was slow among the 5th level monsters, its endurance was much stronger than that of the monks in the Foundation establishment stage. If this continues, the remaining cultivators will be devoured by it sooner or later. No, we have to flee separately. How can we flee separately? This monster has covered us with its monster cloud, confusing our consciousness. If we gather together, we can compare with each other and identify the direction. If we are left alone, we will probably be delivered to the monster's mouth. A male cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building shouted in despair. Chapter 148 Return to Xiangsing City. Xina, what are you doing? Don't be distracted, fly away quickly, and don't fall behind. An elderly female cultivator with a few strands of silver hair urged the person next to her anxiously, her eyes full of regret. The person being urged took out a purple bead and said happily, "Auntie, the purple light bead has a sense. Let's quickly separate from them and escape." Xina, what nonsense are you talking about? The demon cloud is blocking the sun, and escaping separately is just seeking death. The elderly female cultivator said miserably and powerlessly. With the sense of the purple light bead, we can identify the direction in the demon cloud. This demon is extremely greedy and will most likely not give up the big for the small. Auntie, this is our only chance to survive. Liu Xinjing said excitedly. The purple light bead in her hand was a top-level magic weapon developed together with 2 other students when she was studying refining at Lan'an Pavilion decades ago. 3 beads were refined at that time, which could not only emit a purple light shield to protect the body, but also sense each other within 50 miles, which was quite effective. Although Liu Xinjing didn't know who was outside at this time, she only hoped that the person with the purple light bead would not exceed the sensing range and not kill her and her aunt's life. So that's it. Xina, listen to your aunt. You will take the bead and escape alone, and your aunt will escape in another direction, and don't look back. A trace of death flashed in the eyes of the older female cultivator. Liu Xinjing was the future of her Liu family, and she must not lose her. If she hadn't been unable to resist Xina's pleading and brought her to the outer sea to see, how could she have encountered this disaster? At this moment, in order to live up to the Liu family, she had no choice but to do so. Aunt, you. Liu Xinjing was also a smart person and immediately understood what her aunt meant. The other cultivators who were being hunted were not fools. If the 2 of them suddenly separated from the main group, they would definitely be noticed. When their lives were hanging by a thread, people would not have much reason. I'm afraid that, as soon as the 2 of them left the team, the others would catch up. Only if one of them sacrificed himself and confused the audience, the other would really have a chance to survive. How could this happen? Don't come over here. Liu Xinjing was about to follow her aunt's words, but she saw the purple light bead getting brighter and brighter, and it was obvious that the person holding the bead was approaching. Despair gradually climbed onto Liu Xinjing's face, and even her speed of flight slowed down a little, and she fell behind in the blink of an eye. Huh? Miss Liu, are you going to give up now? A majestic and clear voice resounded through the sky, and then a giant claw several feet long fell from the sky, instantly tearing apart the demon cloud and letting the sun shine on the pursuers. It's Senior Jinden. We are saved. The crowd of people who were fleeing cried out in surprise. Senior, be careful. This demon is extremely powerful. Don't let him hurt your magic weapon. There were also people with extraordinary knowledge who reminded loudly. As these people said, after one of the claws of the bone crab was restrained by the death claw, it immediately swung the other claw at the death claw, trying to smash it. Luo Hong didn't want his only magic weapon to be damaged, so he immediately used his other life-taking claw to restrain the 2 giant claws of the bone crab. Get up! Luo Hong shouted, and the magic power in his golden elixir surged wildly. The life-taking claw suddenly burst out with great power and slowly lifted the bone crab out of the sea. The monster crab was immediately furious, and a huge column of water spurted out of its mouth, sweeping over. This kind of magic without any changes naturally couldn't hit Luo Hong. After he dodged, he quickly pinched his fingers and chanted a spell. The foundation building monks who were being hunted also knew that it was unwise to escape at this time, and they used their magic power to attack the weaker abdomen of the bone crab shell. But their attack power was too weak. Even if they hit the weak part, it only slightly injured the bone crab, and it had no effect, except making it more furious. After a while, Luo Hong finished casting the spell, and 5 Yuan Gang mines appeared in front of him. He activated the magic power of the technique again, and urged the magic power in the acupoints to instantly launch 3 mines. Go. With a shout, 8 white Yuan gang mines shot towards the bone crab hanging in the air. After a loud rumble, 8 white balls of light completely wrapped the bone crab. The light faded, and the blue shell of the bone crab turned red, and its body was incomplete. It was already in a state of serious injury with air coming out, and the spiritual light around it was extremely dim. It seemed that he had used too much force. Luo Hong smiled bitterly, and with a sudden force of his life-taking claws, he broke off the 2 giant claws of the bone crab. One of the claws shrank and drilled into the body of the bone crab. Not long after, it broke out of the shell holding a blue, uneven 5th level demon pill. Just after collecting the spirit in the giant claws, Luo Hong heard Liu Xinjing say in an unbelievable tone, "Brother Zuo, no. Senior Zuo, have you advanced to the stage of forming a pill? Haha, Miss Liu, I haven't seen you for many years. You have grown up a lot," Luo Hong said in a gentle voice. With the passage of time, the childishness and arrogance disappeared from Liu Xinjing, and she became like most immortal cultivators. Hearing this, Liu Xinjing couldn't help but think of the old days, and couldn't help but show shame on her face, and said with a slightly red face, "Thank you, senior, for saving me without holding grudges." "You're welcome, it's just a small favor. Zuo has been hunting monsters overseas for many years. Miss Liu, can you tell Zuo what major events have happened in Xianxing City in recent years?" Since she met an acquaintance, Luo Hong wanted to inquire about the recent situation of Xianxing City. "There is a major event related to the senior. Senior, do you still remember the purple extreme sword at you, and I helped Senior Xian Ho refine back then?" Liu Xinjing frowned and asked back. "Of course I remember. This sword is a very powerful magic weapon. It was sold at the Xianxing auction for a sky-high price of more than 100,000 spirit stones." Luo Hong didn't expect that she would actually get useful information by asking casually, and her face couldn't help but become serious. More than 10 years ago, the Crossing Palace gave this sword to an elder who had just formed a pill with great fanfare. However, not long after the sword giving ceremony, the elder mysteriously disappeared. This incident caused a big disturbance at the time. The Crossing Palace searched Xianxing City wantonly, making everyone panic. Senior Xian Ho was also specially invited to the Crossing Palace to meet the Grand Elder of the Crossing Palace. It was said that it was to refine some kind of magic weapon that could locate the purple extreme sword. Liu Xinjing said with lingering fear. During the disturbance of that year, the Crossing Palace arrested many cultivators and killed them on the charge of murdering the elders of the Crossing Palace. I don't know how many of them were wronged. This is a warning to the gods. The Crossing Palace should have noticed something wrong. The cultivators arrested are probably hidden players placed in Xianxing City by various forces. Luo Hong sighed. Chaos Star Sea will soon become really chaotic. Miss Liu, Zuo has to hurry on his way, so I won't talk to you about the past. Take care. Luo Hong nodded slightly, then turned into a beam of light and left. The imminent chaos in the Chaos Star Sea deepened Luo Hong's sense of urgency. Watching Luo Hong's light disappear, Liu Xinjing sighed softly. Brother Zuo has already formed a golden elixir, and from now on he and I are from 2 different worlds. Xina, do you know this senior? Only then did the aunt dare to approach, and asked with a strange look. Well, this person was only a cultivator at the peak of the foundation building stage 30 years ago. I didn't expect that after many years of separation, he had already formed a golden elixir when we met again. Liu Xinjing is still quite surprised. The word formed a golden elixir is simple to say, but only 1 in 100 foundation building cultivators can form a golden elixir. Even if she has a wind spirit root and a good family background, she doesn't have much confidence in forming a golden elixir. This senior left in such a hurry, he must have something urgent to do, but he was willing to stop halfway to rescue us. Xina, are you? The aunt smiled as if she understood. That's not the case. Aunt, let's go back quickly. I don't want to stay in the outer sea for a moment. Liu Xinjing blushed and said with shame. After landing on the monster island, Luo Hong immediately paid the spirit stone and teleported from the outer sea to Xianxing City. This time Luo Hong did not feel the dizziness of long distance teleportation, which is also one of the changes after forming a pill. After returning to Xianxing City, Luo Hong did not feel tired and went directly to rent a 36-story cave. While he was still setting up, the C-sect master of the Miaoin sect came to congratulate him and gave Luo Hong many spiritual wood furniture. It seems that she sent people to squat at the entrance of the teleportation hall, obviously anxious for Luo Hong to fulfill the duties of a guest elder. Luo Hong still needed her help, so he sold her the storage bag he got from killing people and taking treasures at a low price, and asked her to sell dozens of intermediate talismans. When Seeking Gayu saw the intermediate talismans, she immediately forgot the unhappiness of Luo Hong not returning for 30 years. Intermediate talismans are consumables that all giant and stage cultivators will purchase. Seeking Gayu relied on Luo Hong's stable output of intermediate talismans and her own ability to dance with people, and she had established good relationships with many cultivators of the same level, and Miaoin sect became much stronger. At this time, Luo Hong asked her to help him refine treasures at the right time, and Seeking Gayu agreed happily without making any additional requests. In fact, Seeking Gayu was also afraid that Luo Hong would look down on Miaoin sect after Jiandan. After all, with his skills and cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to join Xingan at this time. Simply refining treasures once can give Luo Hong a favor and tie him to Miaoin sect more tightly, which is really a great deal. Before Seeking Gayu left, Luo Hong asked Han Leomo where his cave was, and got the answer as expected, which showed that Han Leomo had been to Lan'an Pavilion, and the arrangement he left behind was not in vain. Then, Luo Hong flew to Han Leomo's cave, and after typing a sound transmission note, he did not stop, and went directly to Xianhuo Zenren's cave on the 33rd floor of Xianxing Holy Mountain. When the two met, Xianhuo Zenren naturally congratulated Luo Hong, and after letting Luo Hong into the cave, he talked to Luo Hong about many precautions after forming the elixir, including the wonderful use of the elixir fire. After chatting intermittently for 2 days, Han Leomo's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Chapter 149 Magical Weapons and Ancient Treasures. Zuo Hanli just opened his mouth, and then he remembered that Luo Hong was already a giant and stage cultivator, and he should call him senior now, so he paused. Junior brotherly, you and I don't have to be polite, let's just call each other brothers and sisters as before. Come, sit down and have some tea. Luo Hong didn't want to be estranged from Han Leomo, so he said with a smile, Senior Xianhuo. Hanli smiled and nodded, then bowed to the fat old man. After Xianhuo Zenren nodded indifferently, Hanli touched his nose and sat down next to Luo Hong. Hanli had long been accustomed to Xianhuo Zenren's indifferent attitude. When he first came to Lan'an Pavilion to study the art of refining, this senior also gave him some pointers, but later, perhaps because he saw that he had poor aptitude in the way of refining, he never gave him any pointers again. To be honest, Hanli's aptitude for refining was not bad. With his powerful spiritual sense, he should be at an above average level. Unfortunately, Xianhuo Zenren was a genius himself, and he first encountered Luo Hong, a monster who cheated with the Enlightenment Tea, whose vision was much higher than that of ordinary people. Congratulations to senior brother Zuo on forming a pill. Your cultivation has made great progress. I'm so envious. Hanli formally congratulated Luo Hong. Haha, junior brother, why should you be envious? As soon as you came in, I found that your magic power was extremely pure, and there was a trace of solidification. I'm afraid that after a few decades of hard practice, you and I can become real brothers again. Luo Hong only glanced at Han Leomo, and knew that he had completed the second turn of the 3-turn heavy element skill. His magic power was extremely pure. Next, he only needed to continue to polish his magic power. When the Great Evolution technique was cultivated to the 3rd level, it would not be difficult to form a pill. Thank you for your good words, senior brother. Hanli originally had some doubts about whether he could form a pill. Now, after listening to the experience of Luo Hong, a pioneer, his confidence in forming a pill increased greatly. Okay, you brothers, please find another time to reminisce about the past. Now let's discuss the matter of refining treasures. Fellow Daoist Zuo, please take out the method for refining the ancient treasure. Xianhuo Zenren rubbed his fat hands and said impatiently. Fellow Daoist Cheyenne Huo, please don't blame me. I haven't seen Junior Brotherly for decades, so I can't help but say a few more words. The jade slip contains the method for refining the 5-element flags that he copied. Although Han Li has not yet started to fully learn the art of refining, he has taken advantage of his free time to comprehend from time to time during his daily practice. After 30 years, he has achieved a certain level of accomplishment. Moreover, Luo Hong mentioned in the letter that he would invite him to help refine the ancient treasure, so he was not surprised at the moment. Han Li is very interested in the method for refining ancient treasures. You know, the power of ancient treasures is generally much stronger than the magic weapons of cultivators, and anyone who gets them can exert the power of ancient treasures to the fullest. Unlike those magic weapons that have already recognized their masters, they can only exert 70% of their original power at most. These powerful ancient treasures are basically all in the hands of yuanying old monsters. If a giant unstage cultivator can own an ancient treasure, it is not difficult to fight against enemies of higher levels. When Han Li first learned that senior brother Luo was going to refine an ancient treasure, he was greatly shocked, because the method of refining ancient treasures had long been lost with the disappearance of the ancient cultivators. It is no wonder that senior Cheyenne Huo was so anxious. This lost secret technique of refining for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years was in front of him. He was a gentleman for not taking action to rob it. Watching the two immersed in the method of refining the 5-element flag, Luo Hong drank tea silently and waited quietly. Luo Hong had already thoroughly comprehended the method of refining the 5-element flag, and even understood from it why the method of refining ancient treasures was lost in the human world. In fact, it is very simple. The main reason is that the high-grade spiritual materials needed to refine ancient treasures have become extremely rare after the invasion of ancient demons. This is related to the overall decline of the spiritual level of the human world. Cultivators are pragmatic. Ancient treasures are difficult to refine, so they have to settle for the next best thing and create new treasure refining techniques. After a long time, it has evolved into the magic weapon of today. Therefore, rather than saying that the method of refining ancient treasures has been lost, it is better to say that the cultivators in the human world after the ancient cultivation took the initiative to give it up. After a cup of tea, Cheyenne Huo Zenran exhaled a breath of turbid air in his chest and opened his eyes. The method of refining the 5-element flag really opened his eyes. Compared with the magic weapons he refined before, ancient treasures pay attention to using special techniques to stimulate the characteristics of the spiritual materials themselves to the limit. So often only a few spiritual materials are needed for an ancient treasure. The spiritual materials needed to refine normal magic weapons generally reach dozens of kinds, and pay attention to the complementarity between spiritual materials. Of course, it is possible that the value of the spiritual materials used in an ancient treasure is enough to equal an ordinary magic weapon. Therefore, in terms of financial resources alone, the difficulty of refining ancient treasures is far greater than that of magic treasures. It's worth my waiting for 30 years. It's worth it. It's worth it. Cheyenne Huo Zenran patted his belly and laughed. He benefited a lot from the treasure refining method given by Luo Hong, especially the spirit enhancement technique that stimulated the characteristics of the spiritual material to the limit, which was enough to raise his attainments in the art of refining to a new level. Brother Zuo, why does this treasure look like a formation flag? Han Li also put down the jade slip at this time and asked curiously. He had read Xin Rui's experience in formation and had a little understanding of ancient formations. He saw the clues at once, but he was not sure. Brother, you are right. The method of refining this set of 5-element flags was originally obtained by me from a book that records ancient formations. However, although this treasure is a formation flag, the holder can use it to quickly cast powerful 5-element spells, which can also be regarded as a set of offensive ancient treasures. Luo Hong explained to Han Lao Mo. Not only that, this set of ancient treasures gathers all 5-element. As long as the holder drives it properly and understands the mystery of the 5-element spells, the power it exerts will definitely surpass that of ordinary ancient treasures. Cheyenne Huo Zenran shook his head. His eyes were sharp, and he saw the real power of the 5-element flag at once. If you know how to drive it, the 5-element flag can completely summon the famous 5-element god Thunder. This Thunder is the best at restraining demonic energy and is the nemesis of all demons. Then we have to wait until this treasure is refined and then study it in detail. Fellow Daoist Cheyenne Huo, the 5 people who refined the treasures are now missing Wan Tai, who is in charge of the earth element. Where is he now? Luo Hong naturally would not make the killer of the 5-element flag public. He changed the subject and asked about Wan Tai's situation. Friend Wan returned to Black Rock Island a few years ago, but he has agreed to refine the treasure. I only need to send a letter and friend Wan will come soon. In the meantime, we will set up the 5-element circulation array required for refining the treasure. The richer the spiritual energy of the place where the array is set up, the better. This time, I want to ask Xingan to repay a favor. Cheyenne Ho Zenran stood up with his hands behind his back and planned the refining of the treasure in a swift and decisive manner. A favor from Xingan? Is it related to the purple extreme sword? Luo Hong's expression froze. The purple extreme sword was also related to him, and he didn't want to be inexplicably implicated again. Chapter 150, Soul Cultivation Hall and Ling Yuling. Oh. Daoist Zuo heard about it right after he came back. The limelight of this incident should have passed. Cheyenne Ho Zenran looked at Luo Hong with some surprise. I happened to meet Daoist Liu on my way back, and she told me about this. Daoist Cheyenne Huo, what happened back then? Was the purple extreme sword really lost, or? Luo Hong only said half of his words, but everyone present was a smart person and could fully understand what he meant. He was just wondering if Xingan was acting back then. Hanli also pricked up his ears. Even he, who was in seclusion at the time, had heard about the mysterious disappearance of the Elder of Xingan after being given the sword, which showed how big the commotion was at the time. Dao I'll know this well, and follow me. Cheyenne Ho Zenran did not answer directly, but the two of them already understood. Then, Cheyenne Ho Zenran took Luo Hong and Hanli to the mountain gate of Xiangxing Palace. The holy mountain of Xiangxing is surrounded by a circle of buildings with a total of 81 floors. The last 50 floors are available for rent, while the first 30 floors are the territory of the Xiangxing Palace. The top of the holy mountain is the residence of the two saints of Xiangxing. The cave of Cheyenne Ho Zenran is on the 33rd floor, so the three of them quickly arrived at the mountain gate of Xiangxing Palace. Cheyenne Ho Zenran took out a sound transmission talisman and handed it to the Xingan disciple guarding the gate. Not long after, Elder Gong, whom Luo Hong had met at the auction before, came flying. Brother Cheyenne Huo, it's been many years since we last met. I hope you are well. Elder Gong greeted him warmly. Old Gong, stop talking nonsense. I'm here today to let you fulfill your promise. I will borrow your Xingan's Yangling Hall to refine treasures for a year or so, and the relationship between me and Xingan will be settled. Cheyenne Ho Zenran didn't give him a good face, probably because of some unpleasantness caused by the purple extreme sword. Elder Gong still smiled when he heard this, as if he didn't care about the rudeness of Cheyenne Huo, the fat old man. The Soul Cultivation Hall is one of the spiritual eyes of the holy mountain of Xiangxing. Even disciples of the Star Palace are not allowed to enter easily. Elder Gong was just speaking when he saw Cheyenne Ho Zenran frowning. He knew that he had lost his patience, so he spoke quickly. But Brother Cheyenne Ho is not someone else. Even the two saints have heard of you. It is not impossible to borrow the Soul Cultivation Hall, but why are you so nagging? Old man Gong, I just want to ask if I can borrow it. Cheyenne Ho Zenran couldn't help it after all. He and this person had many intersections. After years of getting along, they should have some friendship, but this person always spoke in a roundabout way, which really didn't suit his temperament. Of course I can borrow it, but not now. The Soul Cultivation Hall is currently being used by someone. Brother Cheyenne Ho needs to wait. Elder Gong smiled in his heart and explained the situation in one sentence. How long will it take? Cheyenne Ho Zenran didn't care when he heard this. If the time was short, it was not impossible to wait. I don't know. The treasure refiner seems to have run into trouble. If we are lucky, it will only take a few months, but if we are unlucky, it may take several years. Elder Gong spread his hands helplessly. Humph. You have gone through so much trouble just to make me work for nothing. You can let me do it once, but you have to lend me the Jiayan bell of your Xingang. Xianhuo Zenren's eyes changed slightly, and after a slow tone, he spoke loudly. Deal. Brother Xianhuo, please. Elder Gong agreed without hesitation. Xianhuo Zenren, who thought he could take advantage of it, was stunned. The other party's attitude was not what he expected. This Jiayan bell is an important treasure of Xingang. Although it is not an ancient treasure, it is as powerful as ordinary ancient treasures, because it contains the spirits of more than 10 level 6 dragons. Logically, even if Elder Gong finally agrees, he should shirk responsibility first. Why is he so straightforward now? Is it because I'm wrong? Luo Hong and Han Li looked at each other, and both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, the two decided to remain silent and let Xianhuo Zenren take the lead. The nurturing spirit hall is located on the 3rd floor of Xiangxing Holy Mountain. The four flew for a long time before they arrived outside the hall. At this moment, the restrictions outside the nurturing spirit hall have all been opened, and pink halos are shining from the hall door. It is obvious that someone is refining treasures inside. Seeing this, the four people realized that the person in the hall has reached a critical moment in refining treasures. At this time, if they don't want to offend the person in the hall, it is best not to disturb this person in any form, so they stood outside the restrictions and waited silently. About an hour later, the pink halo suddenly fluctuated violently, but after a few breaths, the pink halo completely disappeared. The nurturing spirit hall trembled slightly with the naked eye. If it weren't for the restrictions that blocked the sound, Luo Hong and the others would have heard a loud noise. At this time, the elder surnamed Gong played a sound transmission talisman, which passed through the restrictions and floated outside the hall door. Then, the door of the palace opened a crack, and the sound transmission talisman flew in. After a while, the door of the palace was opened from the inside, and a monk wearing a white Xingang robe, with black hair to the shoulders and a jade emerald headband on his forehead, appeared in front of the four people. After Luo Hong and the other two saw the face of this person clearly, they were stunned and showed a bit of astonishment on their faces. This monk's face was like white jade, with dark eyebrows, phoenix eyes, a beautiful nose, and red and tender lips. He was actually a beautiful person. But what made the three people incredible was that they couldn't tell whether this monk was a man or a woman. He was said to be a woman, but although this person had just failed to refine the treasure, she didn't look depressed at all. Her every move showed her elegance and manliness. He was said to be a man, but his face was really beautiful and pretty, and the hint of charm between his eyebrows was definitely not something a man could imitate. Just when Xianhuo Zenren and Han Li were puzzled, Luo Hong had already shouted the other person's name in his heart, Ling Yuling. The features of this person are too obvious. Although Luo Hong has never seen her, she can be confirmed without a doubt, based on the first impression. This person is the daughter of the twin saints of Xiangxing, Ling Yuling. Elder Gong, what can I do for you? Junior brotherling, this is the famous Xianhuo Zenren in Xiangxing City. Maybe he can help you solve the current problem. Elder Gong extended his hand and introduced Ling Yuling. As for Luo Hong and Han Li, they were just small characters in his eyes and not worth mentioning. So it's Senior Xianhuo in person. Junior Ling Yuling, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Ling Yuling showed a happy expression on her face and immediately bowed her hands with the same respectful posture as the General Xingang Foundation establishment disciples. But Xianhuo Zenren and Han Li could tell from Elder Gong's attitude towards him that this person must be a powerful figure in Xingang. No need to say more. I'm still waiting to use the soul cultivation hall to refine treasures. What treasure did you refine? What link went wrong? Xianhuo Zenren didn't want to be associated with the powerful people in Xingang, so he pretended to be indifferent. Please come in, senior. I will tell you in detail. After entering the hall, Ling Yuling opened the restriction and politely invited the four people into the soul cultivation hall. As soon as he passed through the restriction, Luo Hong sensed a strong spiritual energy. Although it was far inferior to his soul gathering hut, the external spiritual pressure here had exceeded 200. It was definitely a rare holy place for cultivation. Han Leomo's expression could not help but change slightly. This level of external spiritual pressure is indeed suitable for refining ancient treasures. Fellow Daoist Xianhuo is really thoughtful. The Soul Cultivation Hall is a special place for refining equipment. It is naturally equipped with all the facilities for refining equipment. In the center, there is a stone pillar as high as a person, and a ball of milky white flame is burning on the top of the stone pillar. Because the treasure refining has just ended, the fire of this fire still remains in the hall. As if seeing that Luo Hong was quite concerned about the flames on the stone pillar, Xianhuo Zenren explained, "This fire is white jade warm fire, very hot. Even for us giant and stage cultivators, it would be very troublesome if we were contaminated by it, but this fire is very easy to control, and it is most suitable for refining treasures that require great firepower and careful control." "I see," Luo Hong replied softly. Using this fire to process the spiritual materials needed to refine the 5-element flag is both convenient and safe, which must be the main reason why Xianhuo Zenren insisted on coming here to refine treasures. Ling Yuling listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help but become interested in Luo Hong, who could be treated kindly by Xianhuo Zenren. It is well known that Xianhuo Zenren is arrogant because of his talent. He can treat the cultivator in the early stage of giant and next to him like this, so this person must be extraordinary. However, after Ling Yuling stood a glance at Luo Hong, she felt that this person looked ordinary and unremarkable. There is another fellow behind him. Ling Yuling accidentally found Han Laomo, who had fallen behind everyone, and was surprised by her negligence. Is this the spider silk of the phantom spider? Xianhuo Zenren had come to the side of the refining table at this time, and used his magic power to hold up a silk thread that was dozens of times thinner than a hair, and said to himself uncertainly. Then, he sent some magic power into the thin thread, and saw a wisp of light pink mist emanating from the thin thread. Xianhuo Zenren sniffed it lightly, then nodded and showed a look of understanding, and said, "It turns out that the pollen of the forget-me-not flower was refined. No wonder the originally white spider silk turned pink." "Ling Xiaoyao, what kind of magic weapon are you preparing to refine with these?" The senior is really smart. He instantly distinguished the spiritual materials mixed together. "I'm going to refine an unprecedented magic weapon, which comes from a sudden idea of mine. That is to refine these refined spider silks into one, so as to obtain a rope-type magic weapon." Ling Yuling said a little excitedly, and it seems that he is very proud of his flash of inspiration. "It's interesting. The spider silk of the phantom spider is tough. If a large amount of spider silk is woven into one strand, the magic weapon made from it must be extremely tough. Add the pollen of the forget-me-not flower, and I'm afraid that the immortal cultivators tied by this rope will be paralyzed immediately and become lambs to be slaughtered." Xianhuo Zenren touched his double chin and said with interest. At the same time, he was more convinced that Ling Yuling was an important figure in Xingang. After all, the spider silk of the phantom spider and the forget-me-not flower are both precious spiritual materials comparable to the materials of the 4th level monster beasts. However, they are piled up on the refining table, and it is unknown how many spiritual materials were destroyed due to previous failures. In addition, it is not difficult to integrate the pollen of the forget-me-not flower into the spider silk, but it is necessary to use spider silk that is much thinner than a hair to refine it into a rope at least as thick as a finger, which will inevitably consume a lot of spider silk. In other words, the preparation before refining the weapon alone will take a very long time, which cannot be completed by one person. "Senior, you have a keen eye. However, my idea is very good, but I overlooked the difficulty of refining. When refining, I have to melt some auxiliary materials into the spider silk, and I have to weave it with my mind distracted, which consumes a lot of spiritual consciousness. I tried twice, but failed halfway, because my spiritual consciousness was unable to continue." Ling Yuling said unconvinced, and her beautiful face gradually turned red due to the surge of blood. If the magic weapon is refined according to her idea, the power of the finished magic weapon must be terrifyingly strong, or it can be called the #1 magic weapon in the Chaos Star Sea. After listening to her idea, Luo Hong couldn't help but nod. The physical strength of the spider silk knotted rope is indeed terrifyingly high, and most magic weapons are probably not comparable. However, this is obviously exclusive to people with spiritual stones in power, and there is no possibility of popularization. Not enough spiritual consciousness? Then let me try. Xianhuo Zenren was itching to show his skills and immediately planned to take action. Since Senior Xianhuo is willing to help, this magic weapon will surely be successfully refined in one fell swoop, Ling Yuling said excitedly. Xianhuo Zenran did not ask about the specific steps of refining. With a move of his spiritual sense, he captured dozens of spider silks. He opened his mouth and spit out a ball of red Dan fire. He casually took the auxiliary spiritual materials and refined them into spider silk with Dan fire. After more than 10 cycles, thousands of spider silks of the same length floated in front of Xianhuo Zenran. At this moment, he was sweating on his forehead due to the loss of spiritual sense. The next moment, he urged his spiritual sense to control thousands of spider silks at the same time and began to weave them. At the same time, he had to control Dan fire to burn the woven parts. The pink halo spread out again. Luo Hong knew that this was because the spirit in the spider silk entered an extremely active state due to the burning of Dan fire, but the power of Dan fire was not enough to increase its spiritual level, so it could only release the absorbed power in this way of radiating spiritual halo. In the nurturing spirit hall, Xianhuo Zenran was concentrating on refining the magic weapon. Ling Yuling and Elder Gong were watching nervously. Luo Hong and Han Li concluded that Xianhuo Zenran would not succeed not long after he started to refine the treasure. It was not a problem of the total amount of spiritual consciousness. Xianhuo Zenran had obviously practiced the secret method of strengthening the primordial spirit, or had taken the elixir that strengthened the primordial spirit. The strength of his primordial spirit was close to that of a cultivator in the late stage of the Jiandan stage, which was already quite amazing. However, his spiritual divisions were too few, only dozens, which made the operation that originally only required 1 spiritual consciousness now require 3 or even 4 spiritual consciousnesses. I probably can't support this consumption. After all, my great evolution art has not yet been cultivated to the 3rd level, and the spiritual divisions are only twice as many as Senior Xianhuo. I just wonder if Senior Brother Luo can do it. By the way, I should ask him if the great evolution art is helpful for the Jiandan stage. Hardly no longer paid attention to Xianhuo Zenran, who was refining the treasure, and turned his mind to thinking about his own Jiandan stage. Sure enough, when the refining process was halfway through, Xianhuo Zenran realized that he could not refine this treasure, so he sighed and retracted his spiritual consciousness and Dan fire. The semi-finished product floating in the air was immediately destroyed by the spiritual energy vortex formed by the forced interruption of refining. With a bang, it exploded into debris. Xianhuo Zenran was feeling a little embarrassed when he suddenly received a voice transmission from Luo Hong. Brother Xianhuo, is the Jiahan bell important for us to refine the ancient treasure? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.